The list goes on because each one felt in the end that they were unable to provide the service that the Prime Minister required. He rolled the dice, found somebody else, but nobody seems to have reset satisfactorily such that Keir Starmer's reputation improved. The lack of long marches, the lack of visceral defenders of Keir Starmer is one of his great problems. One of the striking features of the last 36 hours is that there are more people who have come out in really hard support of Morgan McSweeney and what he did at the point of his departure, have defended him because he defended them, than they have the Prime Minister. Keir Starmer had fewer long marches, fewer personal supporters that we could see that were reaching out than his chief of staff. That tells you a lot. So the roll call of directors of communication is part of that story. How can you have a political operation when nobody has the faith to stay with you for the entire time? Just one figure, Stuart Ingham, appears to have been there the entire time, making the transition from opposition to Downing Street. He's a policy official, not somebody who is a household name, probably grateful for that at this moment. Apart from that, Keir Starmer does not have political friends who have stayed with him. That was sold to the public as a great strength. He presented himself as somebody who comes to politics late in life. He presents himself as somebody who doesn't play Westminster games and gets distressed and thinks dismayed by what he sees as the pettiness of Westminster. But Keir Starmer, by the same token, never really engaged with the necessary work of being a political leader, arguing people round, having a political operation, getting people on side, because now, at the moment that it matters, who is there by his side? Well, answer comes there none. Since Pat McFadden went out on the airwaves yesterday morning for the Sunday round, in which he accidentally said, if the Prime Minister goes or stays, we have not seen a Cabinet Minister come out since then. I've been talking to them privately. Even the strongest supporters of Keir Starmer know his time is probably limited and thought that he had one shot to turn it around. Does the intervention by Anas Sarwar change that? A popular Labour leader figure from the same wing of the Labour Party who has watched his hopes of becoming Scottish First Minister be dashed. Now Labour are third in the polls in Scotland as they head into those crucial Holyrood elections that we will see in May. The humiliation that Scottish Labour faces, dropping to third place, seeing decade after decade of nationalist rule, is something that I think will have driven Anas Sarwar, as Sky News understands, to call for Keir Starmer to stand down at a press conference at 2:30 this afternoon. The humiliation of Scotland wants Labour's nation, the nation of Gordon Brown and John Reid and many, many other of the biggest political figures that have towered over our politics for the last 30 years. Now Labour to be pushed into third place, according to the polling. All of that behind what Anas Sarwar is expected to do later this afternoon. I think the sense of despair amongst Labour MPs in Scotland has sort of outpaced that of those in the rest of the country. Interestingly, quite a lot of Scottish Labour MPs, I think, backing Wes Streeting to take the crown. They were pushing the Health Secretary maybe to make a move in the last few weeks. Let's see whether the Anas Sarwar intervention actually works in order to boost Wes Streeting at this critical moment. But Wes Streeting, of course, the question will be, what will come out about his relationship with Peter Mandelson from the hundreds of thousands of messages due to be released over the coming months about Peter Mandelson? Wes Streeting, an ally of Peter Mandelson's, but just how, quote, close. His aides deny that could be terminal, but many, many people don't know what's happening there. Such confusion and such turmoil at the top of British politics. MPs think there might not be any suitable candidate amongst those so often talked about. Angela Rayner with her tax affairs, Wes Streeting with his links to Mandelson, Andy Burnham not in Parliament, Ed Miliband defeated by the electorate in 2015. So could we go elsewhere? Could there be a John Healey, an Yvette Cooper answer to the problem that's facing us at the moment? Lisa Nandy went for the leadership in 2019. Is she being pushed by allies on her soft left wing of the party to stand? That's what I'm told. Let's see whether that goes anywhere. The sheer uncertainty of what happens next, though, is a matter not just for the Labour Party, but for the nation, for the money market, for the world at this perilous moment. And the instability facing Downing Street and Keir Starmer right now feels very, very real.
Sam, let's just remind our viewers what Keir Starmer said to staff at Number 10 this morning. He is trying to bolster the troops, really. He says that they were united by a driving purpose of public duty. Referring to the revelations about Lord Mandelson, he said, "The thing that makes me most angry is the undermining of the belief that politics can be a force for good and can change lives. I've been absolutely clear that I regret the decision that I made to appoint Peter Mandelson, and I've apologised to the victims, which is the right thing to do." He concluded, "We must prove that politics can be a force for good. I believe it can. I believe it is. We go forward from here. We go with confidence as we continue changing the country." And Sam, from your conversations with those who are inside Number 10, how was this rally the troops message received? Has it done enough to perk up morale there?
There aren't enough people in Number 10 left for me to find out the answer to that. Look, the words are the words, and we'll see when it hits the Parliamentary Labour Party a little bit later. I have to say, Jane, lots of stuff coming in right now in response to what Anas Sarwar is expected to do. One person asking the question, would he have done so with the sign-off of the Scottish Secretary, Douglas Alexander? There's no way Anas makes this call without sign-off from Douglas Alexander, his campaign manager and a member of Keir Starmer's cabinet. That's one message from a Labour insider, a Labour advisor to me in the last few moments. But there's a bit of a, I have to say, slightly tepid fight back. A senior Labour source, they won't go on the record with their name, a senior Labour source has just messaged me to say, those calling on the Prime Minister to step down need to take a breath and think about the consequences. The public will not forgive us for spending months infighting instead of delivering for them. Keir is being honest about what he got wrong and making changes to show how this government and politics generally can be a force for good. Let him get on with that rather than giving our opponents political ammunition. That's the remarks from a senior Labour source. I asked, why not name the person who said it? Why not show that there are actual living, breathing people rather than quotes from sources saying the Prime Minister should stay in their job? I'll get back to you if they change their mind. But I have to say, Jane, this doesn't look good for the Prime Minister. The question is, are there people in his own cabinet who agree with Anas Sarwar's call on Keir Starmer to go? Will anybody come out of the traps as early as today to challenge him? Is the next moment in this drama early evening this evening when Keir Starmer confronts his party to find out his future? Will anything else happen in the next few hours? Things are unfolding so fast, it's unclear. The question about Keir Starmer is real and live. This is not a guy that looks like he enjoys the cut and thrust of politics. Competitive, yes. At times compelling, sometimes, but never really felt he was comfortable in the top of politics. Felt he could do the job differently, do it in a way that was different to other people who have done it. But in the end, politics is about making arguments and winning arguments. And I think that is what he has really struggled with. One minister told one of my colleagues, Ben Block, oh, for goodness sake, when hearing of the news of Anas Sarwar's plans, everybody knows things have got to change, but I don't think anyone wants the Prime Minister to go. I was on the doorsteps at the weekend and people want an end to the chaos, but they don't want a change of Prime Minister. Try telling that to Anas Sarwar, who looks like he's preparing to do exactly that in something like 42 minutes time in this unscheduled press conference. He is looking at the prospects of what he's seeing, and he is seeing that his troops, the people he hopes to fight to become members of the Scottish Parliament, unlikely to be elected because of the national state of the Labour Party. And that is the consequence. So all of this will be being analysed inside Downing Street with whoever remains after the departure yesterday of Morgan McSweeney and today of Tim Allen. Two figures, Vidya Alaxon and Jill Cuthbertson, propelled into Chief of Staff's role on an interim basis. Can they hold the fort for Keir Starmer, who has subcontracted so many judgments? Where, for instance, here's a question, Jane. Where is Rachel Reeves? If Rachel Reeves is tied at the hip to Keir Starmer, why is she not outside number 11, giving her backing for the Prime Minister? Where is the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood? Her backing for Keir Starmer, not always a friend of him, would be seen as pretty key. Where is the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper? Could she actually have an eye on the prize? Any of these people could be on TV in seconds. Any of these people could have taken to social media in seconds and given their backing to Keir Starmer. Their silence is deafening. Where is the cabinet? Where is Peter Kyle? Where is Richard Hermer? None of them are saying anything, presumably sniffing the wind, seeing it's not good, deciding that caution is better than backing the Prime Minister. It is that silence that we've got this afternoon that is looking increasingly problematic for Keir Starmer. It is the silence of all of the 26 or so people who sit round the cabinet table, the fact that the calls to them are not being answered. Steve Reid, the Minister for Communities, where is he? He's meant to be an ally of Keir Starmer. Silence from the Communities Department. I could go on, but you get my drift. So long as the cabinet sit on their hands and they're all only one tweet away from backing, one social media post away from backing the Prime Minister, their failure to do so is the problem right now. Any of you can be in touch. Any of you can take to social media. Any of you can back the Prime Minister. The fact they are choosing not to, whilst I'm sure being across this crisis, speaks volumes.
OK, Sam, we're going to come back to you in a very short while, but we're going to get the thoughts of a former Labour political advisor, James Mathewson, who joins us now. First of all, about Anas Sarwar, how crucial do you think this intervention that we're expecting in the next half an hour, 40 minutes is from him?
It's huge. I can't understate it enough. I mean, it's genuinely, I'm here in Edinburgh and I've had a few calls and conversations with people in the Scottish Labour Party and in Holyrood. And I think even they're surprised, to be honest, that it's escalated to this level. Anas Sarwar has been very quiet for a long time about Kier Starmer, but he has changed his direction in the elections up here. He's changed it from saying, Scottish Labour, vote for Scottish Labour, to Sarwar for Scotland, which is now his kind of key messaging around the election. And he's done that because he wants to distance himself from UK Labour and Keir Starmer's unpopularity. So it's a very difficult situation for the Labour Party to be torn in two like this. But I think it is absolutely catastrophic for Keir Starmer. And I don't know if you can continue when your Scottish Labour leader is calling for you to resign, if that is indeed what happens in the next hour or so.
We also had Sam Coates questioning whether Douglas Alexander had signed this off, his campaign advisor. Do you know anything about that? Because that also therefore suggests this isn't just one man standing alone. This is the momentum, this is the feeling of all of Scottish Labour.
Yeah, all I can say on that front is that every single person I've spoken to at Scottish Labour, including very senior figures, are telling me that it's a coordinated effort. They all know about it, they're all in on it, and they're all prepared for it. And they're fielding messages from journalists very efficiently. They're all on the ground ready for this. So it seems to have been something that's been planned, at least. I would be amazed if Douglas Alexander hadn't been at least given some kind of heads up, or albeit perhaps today rather than whenever this was first planned, presumably in the last 24 hours overnight.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. When do you think it was planned? Do you think this was after Morgan McSweeney went yesterday, or do you think this isn't something that's just happened since Tim Allen went this morning? Is it? It couldn't possibly.
No, I don't think so. I think there'll have been groundwork for it. I think I'm quite impressed by Anas Sarwar's ability to remain quiet and remain kind of resolute whilst everything was falling around. He has built up an incredible force in Scottish Labour and was basically the front runner. And then all of the Starmer unpopularity happened over the past year, and he's fallen out of that place, basically. It's not guaranteed that Scottish Labour are even going to win the seats that they have right now. So he needs to distance himself. But I just can't. I can't keep up with this, and I must tell you, the level of madness that we're seeing in the world right now is just throwing everybody off. Every single person I speak to in political parties, journalists, whatever, are absolutely staggered by the fact that and I think we need to put it into stark terms, we could see the UK government collapse in the next few days because of the Epstein files, in which the US president is complicit and featured, more times than Harry Potter is in the Harry Potter books. And he's not even talking about it. He's talking about Bad Bunny's performance at the Super Bowl. This is absolutely staggering. I don't know what it means if Keir Starmer goes and if Donald Trump is facing the same pressures, but it just shows the level of difference in our transatlantic relationship with this, what is a very international scandal.
How much of the events of the last 48 hours do you think are about Epstein and are about Starmer and his leadership? Is Epstein just an excuse? Is kind of what I'm getting at. That this is the final straw that's broken the camel's back for a lot of Labour MPs.
Exactly, yeah. It's another teacup on top of a lot of teacups, isn't it? Because Starmer hasn't been popular for some time, and there's been this idea that had this situation with Peter Mandelson reared its head at some other point when Keir Starmer might have been stronger in his premiership, or he might not have been as vulnerable, then perhaps it wouldn't have finished him off. But here we are. We are in a situation where, unfortunately, events have got away from the UK government. We're not operating in normal times at all. Nothing about this is normal. And unfortunately for Keir Starmer, events are the thing that rue the day. So we will see what happens. But if Anas Sarwar calls for Starmer to go, I cannot see him continuing to have any authority or credibility, especially if this is in advance of the PLP meeting today, to walk into the Parliamentary Labour Party after losing the support of your Scottish Labour leader. I mean, it would just be devastating.
What's the timetable in your head? How quickly do you think it's going to take for all of these dominoes to start tumbling?
I mean, it's down to Starmer, isn't it? It's down to what he wants. I would think after the PLP, perhaps today, or maybe even in advance of the PLP, he would want to have a conversation with people around him who he cares about and say, I think it's best. I think it's for the best. Things are only going to get messier. And look, he's a human being and he's a person. I think we forget that in politics sometimes. Who wants to be up against this level of vitriol, of hatred, of rising populist tides? It's a very difficult time to try and take on these jobs. But I will say, if the former leader of the Crown Prosecution Service can't handle the pressure, then who can? It's going to be a very difficult road ahead for whoever takes up the mantle. And I know they're all excited and they've all got their own egos and they all think, oh, I could do a better job. But I don't know who on earth in their right mind would want to be UK Prime Minister right now.
After we hear from Anas Sarwar, do you think that this will be sort of one chink in the dam and that we will possibly see other ministerial level voices coming out against the Prime Minister before the 6 o'clock PLP meeting?
Very possibly. Could start, a river could start flowing very quickly. I do think I was expecting it probably to be some kind of junior cabinet minister or someone who comes out and starts that tide. For it to be such a senior figure as this, Sam Coates is right. He says, where on earth is the Chancellor? Where are the senior cabinet members? Because the fact that they're quiet and they're in hiding right now tells me that they're waiting to hear what Anas Sarwar says. And if he goes for it, then it's game on. But this is, Keir Starmer's supporters will continue to say, this is not what the country needs right now. We don't need the destabilizing force of a leadership contest. Unfortunately, we're beyond that point, and I think we have to deal with it. And hopefully a new leader or whatever comes from this would provide more stability. But these are so uncertain times, I don't think we can predict what's going to happen in the next 12 hours, let alone the next 12 months.
Kemi Badenoch, the Conservative leader, says some Labour MPs have been in touch with her about a vote of no confidence. I mean, clearly we should take what she says with a slight pinch of salt, but do you think it's possible that there have been Labour MPs who've gone across and talked to her team?
Yeah, I think possibly. There'll definitely be a few. But, she wants to over-egg the pudding. She wants to make it sound like it's more than it is. Of course she does. But she has the easiest job in the world right now. It is the easiest job in the world to be the leader of the opposition as this is happening. Because all you need to do is bide your time, hang back a bit and stick the knife in occasionally when you need to. And that's what she's doing. So, I'm less interested to hear from her. Nigel Farage is the person a lot of people are looking to see when does he intervene, when does he comment on this, because he's a very astute political operator. For all I despise the man, he's very astute in his time, and he knows when to let things run their course. And I think the case with this government right now is a lot of them will be thinking, give them enough rope, and it's as simple as that. But the Labour Party are very good at destroying themselves when it comes down to it. So I don't think they'll need any help.
James Matthewson, I think we're going to keep you hanging on for a little bit longer, but we are just going to remind viewers, if they're just tuning in, it's 2:00. You're watching Sky News. The pressure on Sir Kier Starmer to leave Number 10 appears to have intensified in the last hour. The Scottish Labour leader, Anas Sarwar, is due to hold a news conference later on this hour. Sky News understands he will call on the Prime Minister to resign. Earlier today, Sir Keir Starmer's Director of Communications, Tim Allen, quit less than 24 hours after the Downing Street Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, also quit his job. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. This is not the Monday that the Prime Minister was waking up or wanting to see, is it?
This is Keir Starmer's darkest day of his premiership so far. One of the biggest figures in the Labour Party, the head of Scottish Labour, will, in 30 minutes, we understand, call for Keir Starmer to stand down. This is huge. And the question is, what does the Prime Minister do next? Anas Sarwar, a popular figure from the same wing of the Labour Party as Keir Starmer, looks like he's on the verge of saying he has no confidence in the Prime Minister that won a landslide victory barely 19 months ago. This is a moment of maximum peril for Keir Starmer as we wait to hear cabinet ministers come out to defend him, but they do not. Rachel Reeves, Peter Kyle, Richard Hermer, the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, all silent, all sitting on their hands, all could be issuing statements of support via social media pretty much immediately, yet they do not, as Keir Starmer twists in the wind on a disastrous day that will see an argument being mounted in barely 25 minutes about why he should go. Who is making the case for him to stay publicly? We are not hearing it. Early this evening, Keir Starmer will go face to face with his party. I think effectively that's when he'll decide whether or not he can continue, even just for a few more days or weeks as Prime Minister. Such is the threat level that he is facing at the moment. It comes on a day in which saw Keir Starmer lose a second massive figure from Downing Street. Tim Allen, the Executive Director of Communications, off. A surprise departure. We know not why, but we do know that after a terse statement saying the Prime Minister wants to rebuild his team and he's happy to let him do so, Tim Allen put on social media images of him, of a golf course with a golf club and a ball, indicating he's out at Downing Street as quickly as possible. Some kind of big rupture there. And that's less than 24 hours after Morgan McSweeney, the Chief of Staff, agreed to leave by mutual consent with Keir Starmer. So Tim Allen, who you can see on the screen at the moment, a veteran of the communications business, a spin doctor to Tony Blair in the early years, he is out the door, leaving the most important communication function in Downing Street absent and unoccupied at this critical time for the Prime Minister. If there is somebody who is working out what Downing Street should say next, it is not the guy that you can see here, because he, it would appear, is out the door. So I think that we are in a moment of maximum peril. I think that Morgan McSweeney's departure came after last week, where we saw the Prime Minister effectively lose his majority in the House of Commons over matters of personal authority. Many in the Labour Party credit Morgan McSweeney, the guy that you can see on your screens, with getting Keir Starmer elected as Labour leader, with getting the Labour Party that landslide majority in July 2024, and steadying the ship and taking decisions on behalf of the Prime Minister. And all of that is why the departure of him from the side of Keir Starmer will be keenly felt by the Prime Minister and keenly felt by many in the Labour Party. But it seems like things are getting very toxic. A very senior Scottish Labour source has told my colleague Conor Gillis that this move by Anas Sarwar is idiocy, immature, incoherent and self-defeating, bad for the country, playing into our opponent's hands and without any idea of an end game. It appears that the Labour Party is descending into factional warfare in the attempt to shore up Keir Starmer. Unnamed senior Scottish Labour sources are coming out and attacking Anas Sarwar. Note, nobody is doing things in their own name. Nobody is brave enough or thinks the moment of peril anywhere like enough where they're prepared to risk their own reputation. Douglas Alexander, are you going to say something publicly? He's the Scottish Secretary. Will he speak soon? Conor Gillis there reporting Anas Sarwar, who is about to call for Keir Starmer to go, is guilty of idiocy, immature, incoherent and self-defeating move. It sounds also as if, within time, logic would suggest that there's a big decision looming for the leader of Welsh Labour, Lyned Morgan. Having seen what Anas Sarwar is about to do, does she follow suit? Could we get the leader of both nations doing that? So we're in a world where no cabinet minister today has come out in support of Keir Starmer yet, but the leader of at least one nation is going to call for him to stand down. These are the reasons why this moment of peril is so great for Keir Starmer. Really, he's got to go into a conclave with his own MPs, where he looks in their eyes and they look in his to determine whether this can continue for much longer. That is in the committee room in Parliament in about 4 hours' time. That's when that critical meeting will take place. After that, people will have taken the temperature to determine Keir Starmer's future path, whether he can remain in post. So a major moment for Keir Starmer, and he's having to take critical decisions with the people who have been at his side for so many years no longer there. He has never been leader of the Labour Party without Morgan McSweeney very far from his side. Yet at this moment of maximum danger, he's having to make key decisions about the politics, tone and language for his future without him. This is a moment of drama.
Certainly is, Sam. Let's return to former Labour advisor James Matthewson. And James, clear damage to the Prime Minister in the last few hours. But what damage is this doing to the wider Labour Party?
Yeah, huge. I mean, everybody is briefing against everybody. I'll read you a text that I've just had right now, actually. Somebody said, ignore any of the divisive voices in Scottish Labour. We are entirely behind Anas. It's time for Starmer to go. For Starmer to go. And that's a quote directly from somebody quite senior in Scottish Labour. So, again, they're not putting their names to this. Nobody wants to come out and wants to publicly brief, as Sam's saying. But I am hearing directly from people in Scottish Labour here in Edinburgh that they think Starmer should go and that they seem fairly aligned behind Anas Sarwar. And that seems to be what he's going to do. He's going to call for Keir Starmer to go.
James, of course, the Labour Party got in partly on their mandate of saying that they were going to provide an end to all the chaos. That's not exactly how it's panned out. It
certainly hasn't, has it? I mean, if you'd have told me when I was campaigning for 15 years for the Labour Party that we would finally deliver a Labour government, not only would it be chaos after chaos after chaos with, the U-turns, the winter fuel allowance, the welfare benefit rebellions, all of this stuff, but on top of that an international paedophile conspiracy would be the thing that would finish off Starmer because of Peter Mandelson. You just cannot predict these events at all, and they have got completely out of hand, out of control of the government. The government has had no ability to keep control of it or stay on top of it. And at this point, I think everybody in the Labour Party who I speak to right now accepts the reality that Keir Starmer needs to step aside and someone else needs to take his place. How quickly that happens, though, I'm not sure. Even if the reality is accepted by Keir Starmer and he resigns, the timeline for a leadership election may well take us, kind of just before the local elections. And who wants to be the person who comes into a new leadership role as Prime Minister and is hit with what will potentially be a devastating result for Labour at those local elections? Of course, Anas Sarwar will be hoping to change the potential fortunes at that election because it's his last chance. it's really his last chance to be First Minister of Scotland. If he doesn't move now and doesn't hopefully separate or create some space between him and Keir Starmer, then he could be absolutely wiped out at this election up in Holyrood. And he doesn't want that. He wants to be First Minister of Scotland.
James, are you angry that, as you say, a party that you've campaigned for 15 years has managed to get itself in this position?
Yeah, I'm furious. I'm furious. It just seems like lessons haven't been learned at any point. All of the bad from the Blair days, right? And of course, people will say, "Oh, it's factional. I'm on the left of the party." I am. I'm left wing. I'm not a member of the Labour Party anymore, though, and I could not, in all consciousness, vote for Keir Starmer in a general election tomorrow because he's shifted so far away from any semblance of the underpinning principles and values that I stand for. And the very fact that they didn't know that bringing Peter Mandelson into the centre of government again would be a toxic decision tells you either naivety or stupidity, because Peter Mandelson is a toxic figure. He always has been. He's got the history there with the scandals that he's been tied up in the past. But this Epstein stuff, we need to see, and I will focus people's minds on this time and time again, we need to see action for these survivors and these victims. That must be the priority in all of this. Whoever comes next, if Keir Starmer steps aside, must commit the UK government. If it means taking on the royal family to do so, it's going to have to happen, because this scandal rightly should bring down governments, should bring down the US government, Donald Trump, because it is outrageous what we've read in those files. And to this day, nothing seems to be happening about it.
When you look at those who potentially could succeed Starmer, in your mind, is there a clear front runner?
A lot of people will tell you Wes Streeting. I'm not a fan, and I think Wes Streeting would be the wrong move. I think it would be almost a continuation of what we've seen with Starmer, this kind of moving wherever the goalposts go to and trying to chase the votes that way. I think what we need is someone with credibility and someone with strength of character. And there's only one person in the Parliamentary Labour Party I think can do that. It's Angela Rayner.
Angela Rayner, yeah, we saw her out getting ahead over the weekend, didn't we? Do you think that was a well-timed social media message?
I don't know. Angela is somebody who will say the right thing regardless, I think. And having known her and known people, around her for years, she's clever enough to be on manoeuvres, certainly, but she will also be biding her time, because, as I say, come on, it is a poison chalice right now, being Prime Minister of the UK. I think a lot of them will have the doubt in the back of their mind whether, if they shoot their one shot, because you only get one shot at this job, if you take that shot right now, do you miss and do you fall flat, or do you end up saddled with something that you might not want to be saddled with, and you might end up like a Liz Truss, who knows? But I do think it's important to kind of keep perspective on this, that there will be many names. We won't be short of contenders in the Labour Party who think they're capable of doing the job. The real question is, do we have the right person for the right time? Because Keir Starmer could have been a great Prime Minister in different times. It's all about the events that are spiraling out of control at the moment. We need someone who is able to deal with them and cope with them.
James Matthewson, thank you so much for the time being. Let's just remind you what has been happening this morning. The Prime Minister addressed staff in Number 10, telling them that they were united by a driving purpose of public duty. And referring to the revelations about Mandelson, he said, "The thing that makes me most angry is the undermining of the belief that politics can be a force for good and can change lives. I've been absolutely clear that I regret the decision that I made to appoint Peter Mandelson, and I've apologised to the victims, which is the right thing to do." He concluded, "We must prove that politics can be a force for good. I believe it can. I believe it is. We go forward from here. We go forward with confidence as we continue changing the country." Well, let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. He might be feeling a little bit less confident this hour than he was the last hour following this news that we're going to hear from Anas Sarwar at past, and we're expecting for him to call for the Prime Minister to go.
The Prime Minister talks about confident. We are briefed that the Prime Minister is upbeat. I have to say the challenges, though, are mounting. The dark clouds are gathering overhead, as you say. In about 17 minutes' time, Anas Sarwar massive figure of Labour politics. The Scottish Labour leader looks like he's going to call for Keir Starmer to step down. You just talked about the remarks inside Downing Street, notably no images of that, no video of that. Why can't we see Keir Starmer, how he's reacting, what his bad body language is, how he looked? But no, we can't do that. Instead, just some words released, presumably he said them, but we're never quite sure if we don't see it. Talking of the confidence and the need to move forward. The question is, can he? Once Anas Sarwar has said his piece, it will be for every Labour MP to decide whether they agree with him and that Keir Starmer should go, or whether to man the barricades and to try and rally round the Prime Minister and protect him in his job, either because they want him to stay or because they think now is not the time for a leadership contest. We will have to hear from other members of the Cabinet this afternoon. Do they think he should stay? Do they think he should go? There is silence at the moment. That is the reason for the peril. If people are going to fight for Keir Starmer, they've got to start doing it, because there's going to be a big blow coming in the next quarter of an hour.
OK. Sam, thanks very much for the time being. Let's bring in Lord Barwell, Gavin Barwell, former Chief of Staff to Theresa May, who joins us now, who might be able to give us a little bit of an insight into what is actually going on inside number 10 at the moment. So you've heard what's happened. We're expecting to hear from Anas Sarwar in the next few minutes. As Sam said, the silence coming from other ministers is quite deafening, isn't it? How significant would you say that is?
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister is in deep, deep trouble. He's lost his closest aide, and the terms of Morgan McSweeney's resignation didn't really help him, because McSweeney was saying, I advised you to appoint Peter Mandelson. That was a terrible mistake. I need to take responsibility and resign, which just begs the question, well, what about the person that actually took the decision? And as Sam was saying to you just now, the absence of the Cabinet getting out there in public and supporting the Prime Minister is also very, very telling. And I find the whole thing, putting aside one's personal politics, I find the whole thing incredibly depressing, because ever since 2016, we have struggled to get any kind of stability in our politics at all. And even though I'm not a Labour supporter, I did hope that when we had an election result and a government won a big majority, we might get some of the stability that I think most of your viewers and our economy desperately need. And it's not turned out that way.
Yeah, I think that's a feeling that many who are watching the news today will be feeling, that they would just like there to be a government that was just cracking on and getting on with the job. What do you make of the events of the last 48 hours, Morgan McSweeney and then Tim Allen going today? I mean, has that sort of pretty much thrown a bomb inside number 10?
Yeah, I mean, the Prime Minister's clearly lost two of his most important political advisors. But I think a lot of this goes back to the motion that Parliament, the humble address that Parliament passed last week, which the Conservatives drew very cleverly, very widely. It's going to require the release of a huge number of documents and communications between ministers and Peter Mandelson, special advisors. And so my guess is that one of the reasons for these two resignations is the two individuals think that material that is now going to come out is going to make their position untenable. I mean, we may well see other people similarly affected, and it's also going to drag on for weeks and months. And for you as a news organisation, it's going to provide a huge amount of stories, no doubt, but it's going to make it almost impossible for the Prime Minister.
That's a really interesting point to make, isn't it, actually? Because a lot of people will look at the two resignations and say, well, perhaps with Morgan McSweeney, this is, he feels he's proving a distraction. He feels he's not serving the government. But with Tim Allen, it was possibly read by some that this was a judgment on Keir Starmer's leadership. But what you and other commentators are saying is actually this could be because there are going to be further revelations potentially about Morgan McSweeney, but also about Tim Allen that may be to come that would have created more embarrassment for Keir Starmer. Less about Keir Starmer, more about them.
Yeah, I've just observed they're two people who historically have been close to Peter Mandelson, so it's not surprising if they've had plenty of communication with him over the last few months, and a whole load of that material is now going to have to come out. And we may well see other ministers or other advisors in the government similarly implicated. But my underlying point is, given all that material that's got to come out, and it's going to take weeks, maybe even months for it to do so, and you've got the police investigation, it's just going to be incredibly difficult for the Prime Minister to get back on the front foot and reassert his authority. It's very hard for me to see how he does that now.
And in terms of what's actually going on inside Number 10, will everybody today be running around like, ferrets in a sack at the moment? Or people are actually sitting down doing the work of government?
Well, I fear there's not a lot of doing the work of government going on. I mean, the problem when you get into this kind of existential crisis is that it's all hands on deck to try and protect the Prime Minister. But I hope that they're not running around like ferrets. I hope that there are some calm heads in the building. It seems to me, picking up on the point that Sam was making to you at the end of your discussion, the number one thing Number 10 needs to do if it's trying to protect the Prime Minister is to get some cabinet members out there robustly batting in the Prime Minister's defence, because journalists are quite rightly going to read the absence of that as an indication that he's lost the confidence of the cabinet.
Let's go back to James Matthewson, a former Labour political advisor. And James, just to that point that Gavin Barwell was making there about Tim Allen and the potential that there could be embarrassing stuff still to come. We know that there are many more Epstein files that still haven't been released, don't we? Hi, James. Are you able to hear us? I think you might have muted your mic there, James.
There we go. Classic.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I was just asking you about potentially whether there are more revelations about possibly Tim Allen that could be another reason for his departure.
Absolutely. And without even further developments in the Epstein files themselves, I think it would be enough what you've already seen with Mandelson and for them to then be connected with him. This is like a fast spreading rot, around the world from the US to here. When anyone has been touched by somebody implicated in these files, we rightly so should be questioning why. Mandelson's character has obviously been revealed. I mean, people should have known already, I think, but what he was like. But anybody then maintaining a connection or a friendship or a relationship with Mandelson should be under scrutiny, as they will be. And because of that, they're trying to kind of cut this shape out in Downing Street where anybody associated with them will have to go. But in doing so, I have to be clear about this. Morgan McSweeney was seen as Kier Starmer's political brain, and Tim Allen is a well-known communicator, the founder of Portland Communications. He's an old hand at communicating. They're very central. Very central to Kier Starmer's operation. Without them, you do wonder what the point is. What's the new direction? Does he have a strategy? Is he hoping to do something? Is that what he's going to tell the PLP tonight? Is he hoping to say, here's what I want to do, here's what it looks like? Or are they just having to fight fires and try and fight for their very survival, which is probably, as Gavin Barwell said, that's probably what's happening right now inside Downing Street.
Which direction would you like him to take the party? What could he say tonight to the Parliamentary Labour Party that would make you feel that you had confidence that you knew what a Keir Starmer government actually looked like?
I don't have confidence in Keir Starmer, unfortunately. There is nothing he could say that would win back my confidence. He's been on borrowed time for a while now. And I will reiterate, I think he is a nice man. I think he's a decent individual. And I think he has tried his best. But I think events have got the better of him. Events, dear boy, is obviously the oft-quoted thing that we hear in politics. It is true of this case. And much like somebody like Theresa May, where you think, well, we wonder what she could have been in different times, but she had to contend with Brexit. She got wrapped up in all of that. The events are the thing that define the day for politicians. And Keir Starmer especially is learning that the hard way right now. And I don't think he could have predicted when he was the chief prosecutor at the CPS, if he could have predicted that it would be something like this that would bring him down. The irony is colossal.
Let's go back to Sam Coates in our Westminster studio. Before we do that, Sam, we can see the podium. This is the scene in Glasgow, Scottish Labour. There we can see the microphones are set up, waiting for Anas Sarwar. He's expected in about the next 7 minutes. Scotland's choice is what is written on the backdrop behind him. Clearly, it seems that Keir Starmer is not his choice, Sam Coates. And Sam, in terms of what the Prime Minister has to say tonight to the PLP, this is the speech of his life he's going to have to give, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is a massive moment. Scotland's choice, but it appears that Keir Starmer is not Scotland's choice if the polling first and Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, second, is to be believed. Just a little bit of breaking news. It appears that Anas Sarwar is on the verge of calling on Keir Starmer to go, but a Welsh Labour source, we've had this confirmed at Sky News, says it isn't true that the First Minister is going to make any statement. So Keir Starmer might be able to avoid the domino effect of different national leaders of the Labour Party from joining in with Anas Sarwar's statement in just a few minutes. So I think that will be seen as absolutely critical in the Westminster Labour Party, absolutely critical in Downing Street if they stop the domino effect and a Luned Morgan joining what we expect in just 5 minutes' time to be Anas Sarwar calling for Keir Starmer to go. Look, whatever happens at the podium that we can see, it matters so much because Anas Sarwar is one of the very, very few senior voices that we will hear from today. I think that is the point. It is the silence from cabinet colleagues so far today that is deafening. Keir Starmer clearly in huge peril, but people that consider Keir Starmer to be an ally, people who want him to continue right now, not taking to the airwaves, taking to social media in order to defend him. We will then fast forward about 3.5 hours to 6 o'clock this evening. That is when he'll come face to face with the Parliamentary Labour Party, the judge, jury and executioner of any Labour Prime Minister. That is when he must submit his plans and his case for staying, if indeed that's what he wants to do at that point. And they will have to determine whether en masse, in sufficient numbers, that he should stay or go. It would take 80 Labour MPs to swing behind a challenger to nominate a challenger in order to trigger a contest that would go automatically to the tens of thousands of Labour members to vote. So you could effectively get a minority of Labour MPs, a small minority, less than a fifth of Labour MPs, triggering a change of Prime Minister determined, where the result is determined by a few tens of thousands of Labour members. There will be questions about whether that's democratic. There'll be questions about whether or not that should mean a general election sooner rather than later. So huge things at stake. But first of all, we wait for Anas Sarwar.
Sam, thanks very much. Let's return to Lord Barwell, Gavin Barwell, former Chief of Staff to Theresa May. Reading the runes, Lord Barwell, do you think it's possible for Keir Starmer to come back from this?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's highly unlikely. The question is how long it takes, whether events move very quickly or whether the up-and-coming by-election in Gorton and Denton or whether the elections in May prove to be the final kind of trigger point. But I think to what Sam was just saying to you just then, there's obviously one route where somebody formally challenges Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party, but that isn't the only way in which this could come to an end. The Prime Minister himself could conclude he wants to step down. Or if you think about, for example, Boris Johnson, there wasn't ever a formal vote of no confidence in Boris Johnson. What happened is a series of ministers declared that they were not prepared to continue serving in his government. And it got to a point where he realised he'd lost the confidence of too many of his MPs to continue. So I think, if we get this announcement from Anas Sarwar that you're saying that you're expecting, and if other Labour figures fall in behind that, you could reach a point without any formal leadership challenge where the Prime Minister effectively has no choice but to go.
I mean, do you think this could happen as early as today?
It normally takes a little bit longer than that, but it could happen quickly, or it could be that we have to wait either for the by-election or for the election results in May for there to be a trigger. If I were one of the people that was wanting to take over from Keir Starmer, I'm not sure if I'd want to take over right now, because I'd think that whatever I do, some difficult election results are coming up in the next few months, and maybe it would be better to wait until after them. But sometimes we've learned these events develop their own momentum, and whatever the contenders themselves might be planning, things might move more quickly.
Yeah. Lord Barwell, Gavin Barwell, really good to talk to you and get your expertise from your time inside Number 10 today. Thank you very much. Let's just return to James Matthewson, if we can, political advisor to the Labour Party in the past. We're keeping an eye, of course, on the podium here where we're expecting Scotland's Labour leader Anas Sarwar to appear at any moment. And James, just thinking about what Keir Starmer has to do today, the mountain that he has to climb, much has been made of him being a sort of technocratic leader, perhaps not as charismatic a leader as Boris Johnson. It's fascinating, isn't it, that somebody can rise to a position of power when that is their main selling point.
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of reminds us all that there's two different jobs in politics, isn't there? There's getting elected, there's winning a campaign, which requires a different skill set entirely to governing a country. They're almost two different skill sets. We are about to hear from Anas Sarwar, who's somebody who does have quite a lot of charisma, is quite well liked up here in Scotland. He's a former NHS dentist as well. He's got quite a lot of credibility. So, he'll be coming out and he'll be making a strong statement, whatever it is he's going to say. He'll be making a strong statement, but you can bet that there's going to be oodles of charisma in there. Whereas when it comes to Keir Starmer, we just haven't had that. And look, I feel for him. I do. You either have it or you don't. I don't think it's something you can teach or you can learn. Otherwise, he probably would have acquired it. He's a very hard-working individual. And I think he's a guy who has his heart in the right place and he's driven by duty and service. He wouldn't have been in the positions he's been in as head of the CPS if he wasn't, when he could have made bags of money as a lawyer privately. But I do think, unfortunately, the events that we are seeing right now are just out of control for Keir Starmer. The team around him haven't been the right people all the time. I think Morgan McSweeney, again, won an election, but I don't think they were prepared for government in the way that they should have been. And I don't think they've been radical enough or drastic enough. And through the cost of living crisis, through all of the suffering that the British people have been through in recent years, they really needed to see a difference between them and the Conservative Party of old. And we just didn't see that. And as a result, it's fed the Reform Party. They've grown, especially with former Tories filling their ranks. And unfortunately, that pressure has led to Keir Starmer and his team pivoting away from Labour values and Labour principles. So any then kind of strong Labour supporter who believes in the values of the party will then just look to other options on the left, from the Greens and Zach Polanski to the Lib Dems. And of course, those parties will pick up the votes there. Labour just ends up in the wilderness. So this is a chance right now. And I think what Anas Sarwar will be thinking, can I change the fortunes of Scottish Labour by taking out the top person, the Prime Minister, the Labour Prime Minister? Can I topple that government by being the first person to come forward and say, we need to make a change? Because I think his message will probably be pretty clear. From what I'm hearing from Scottish Labour staffers I'm speaking to, they're saying that we cannot win. We cannot win in Scotland right now as things stand. There needs to be a change. And hopefully by polling day, come May the 7th, if there has been a change, they'll hope with that change their fortunes will change as well. But right now, as they say it, they can't win an election with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister.
James, I'm just going to pause you there for a second, because let's go back to Sam Coates. Sam, we've been talking for the last half an hour about the silence from other leaders, from other ministers in Keir Starmer's government. We've got an update.
That's right. We have the first cabinet minister come out and publicly back Keir Starmer, one of about 25. It's David Lammy. He's the Deputy Prime Minister. He says Keir Starmer won a massive mandate 18 months ago for 5 years to deliver on Labour's manifesto that we all stood on. We should let nothing distract from us, and nothing distract us from our mission to change Britain, and we support the Prime Minister in doing that. There we have it, the first cabinet minister out of the blocks with a statement of support. Will this be the first of many? Can Keir Starmer and his team orchestrate coordinated tweets, coordinated social media posts to show that at least the cabinet, at least the top team around him in Westminster backs him? Every single cabinet minister will, over the next few hours, get the question, do you back Keir Starmer? Each one can give an answer simply by staying silent to that call. So there we have it. Anas Sarwar now takes the podium.
Sam, let's listen in.
As you can imagine, done a lot of thinking over the last few days, and I am clear that I have to do what's right for my country, Scotland. This isn't easy, and it's not without pain. as I have a genuine friendship with Keir Starmer. But my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change. It is so obvious that we desperately need change in Scotland. And in 3 months' time, the opportunity to get rid of a failing SNP government is one that is too important to be missed. We cannot allow the failures at the heart of Downing Street to mean the failures continue here in Scotland. Because the election in May is not without consequence for the lives of Scots. We have an NHS crisis where too many Scots can't access the treatment they need and when they need it. We have a housing emergency with more than 10,000 Scottish children homeless right now. And we have too many young people not feeling safe at school or on our streets or missing out on the opportunities they deserve. And we have an SNP government that is addicted to secrecy and cover-ups with devastating consequences. That's why I have to be honest about failure wherever I see it. The situation in Downing Street is not good enough. There have been too many mistakes. They promised they were going to be different, but too much has happened. Have there been good things? Of course there have, many of them, but no one knows them and no one can hear them because they're being drowned out. That's why it cannot continue. I am proud to have played my part in removing a Tory government that was doing so much damage to Scotland. And having a Labour government matters. I am proud of my Scottish Labour MPs who did the hard work, persuaded our fellow Scots, ran a historic and successful campaign, and who have spent every day since fighting for Scotland's interests. I'm proud of these Scottish Labour ministers serving at every level of government, delivering for Scotland. I want them to stay in government because I said right at the start that my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. That's why they must continue to defend and protect Scotland's interests. Kier Starmer is a decent man, and it is no secret that I have always got on well with him, and he has dedicated his life to public service. I have also dedicated myself to public service, and I need to decide what I'm willing to accept and what I'm willing to tolerate. The people of this great country, Scotland, are crying out for competent government, for transparency, for honesty, and for delivery. They want to see politics that is open and accountable. They want to see leaders who put the national interest before themselves. That is the standard I will always apply. In 3 months, we have an election that must be about one thing and one thing only: Scotland. That is my duty, that is my priority, that is my loyalty, and that is Scotland's choice. Thank you. I'll open up for some questions. I'll take Glenn Campbell from the BBC.
Anas Sarwar, just spell out why you want change and why you think that will end what you call distraction. Wouldn't it just plunge your party and the country into further chaos as a new leader is sought?
I think the reality is, Glenn, that there are so many achievements of a UK Labour government, so many good things that are happening across our country. But if you ask people, they can't see them and they can't hear them because the leadership in Downing Street has become a huge distraction. And I've had to think about my own priority, and my own priority, my first loyalty, is to Scotland. And Scotland needs to fundamentally take the opportunity for change here in Scotland in 3 months' time.
But who do you want to replace Kier Starmer? And if that
let me be
a leadership contest, won't that cause months of chaos?
Let me be really clear. I am not supporting or backing any alternative or any candidate. This is not about MPs versus MSPs. This is about what is right for Scotland. And it is for the UK Cabinet, it is for Downing Street, it is for the UK Labour Party to decide any process, any timeline and what comes next. Colin Mackay from STB.
You told me on Thursday you thought that Keir Starmer would still be Prime Minister come the election in May. What's changed since Thursday? Well,
what I said to you, Colin, was that yes, he could, but we needed answers. And I think, to be honest, the answers and the issues are much broader now. There have been too many incidences where the wrong judgment calls have been made. There have been too many mistakes, and that is distracting from the vital work of government, and it's also distracting from the big choice that people in Scotland have to make in 3 months' time, and that's why I think it needs to change in Downing Street.
Have you told the Prime Minister about this statement before making it?
Yes, I spoke to the Prime Minister earlier today, and I think it's safe to say that he and I disagreed. Conor Gillies from Sky.
Anas Sarwar, one of your own Scottish Labour MPs, is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you fail to become First Minister in May? And second of all, if you don't mind, last year you called Peter Mandelson an old friend when it was public knowledge that he had links with Jeffrey Epstein. How do we take you seriously on cleaning up politics when one of your own Scottish Labour MSPs is best friends with a convicted paedophile?
Well, let me first say that the approach of briefings I have always called out. And that's why I'm not taking the approach of briefing, I'm not taking the approach of talking to journalists in private. I'm being upfront and honest about my view and my first priority and my first loyalty being to Scotland. And that's why I'm doing what I believe is best for Scotland. And let me also be clear that Peter Mandelson is not someone or something I want to be associated with. I met him in his capacity as the ambassador ambassador to the US because that was the right thing to do in Scotland's interest. But should he have been appointed the ambassador? No. Should he be a member of the Labour Party? No. Should he have a seat in the House of Lords? He shouldn't. And it's right now that he is investigated by the police. Peter Smith from ITV.
Who else did you speak to about delivering this speech today? Who knew that this was coming?
Look, I've obviously spoken to those in my own team. I have had many conversations with many figures across the UK Labour family, both in government and out. And I've been really honest with them about my view, the situation we're in, how I believe this is intolerable, and that I am going to do what I think is right for my country, Scotland. I could have chose to stay quiet, to keep the head below the parapet, and just carry on as if everything was fine for the next 3 months. But my first loyalty and my first priority is to Scotland. And Scotland so desperately needs a different kind of government in Scotland. I mean, you think about some of the things I've been speaking about in the last few weeks. We have had the most intolerable cover-up at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, where lives were lost, families were lied to, staff were gaslit. Do we really want to sacrifice Scotland's NHS to a third decade of the SNP? We have children that are feeling unsafe in the classroom or on the streets because of knife crime or the challenge of mobile phones and social media. Do we want a government that's going to stand up on those issues and fight young people's corner? Do we want to sacrifice another generation to SNP government? No. I'm not willing to sacrifice Scotland and Scotland's services and Scotland's towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of SNP government. So I am going to do what's right by my country, Scotland.
Did you speak to either West Streeting or Andy Burnham before giving this speech, and would you expect others to also come forward and repeat your message?
Well, I've spoken to many figures both in and out of the Cabinet. It is for them to decide their own view and what they choose to do or not do. I'm making my own decision based upon my own view, being my own man. And I'm going to put... Not at all. And it's for others to do their own decisions and make their own minds up about what they feel is tolerable. This isn't good enough. It needs to change, and I'm going to do what's right by my country, Scotland. Catherine from Channel 4.
Is your position anyone is better than Kier Starmer? And secondly, are you comfortable being the public face that pulls the trigger on a Prime Minister, when some of your colleagues, including the Welsh First Minister, already appear to be rolling back on this?
Well, first of all, as I said, I'm going to do what I think is right by my country, Scotland. This is not a coordination. I'm not speaking to others about what they do or don't do. That is for other people to decide. Ultimately, it's for those in number 10, those around the Cabinet table and those in the UK Labour Party to decide what happens next, the process, the timeline, or who comes next. That's not a matter for me. The only job that I'm concentrating on is making sure that we change the government here in Scotland, remove John Swinney and the SNP from office so we can take a different approach here in Scotland.
If this was wrong, will you resign if Keir Starmer doesn't step down?
I am standing to be Scotland's First Minister. I'm being open about my view. I could choose to keep my view a secret. I could choose to brief in private. That's not the approach I take. I'm doing what I think is right. I'm doing what I believe is my first priority and first loyalty to my country, Scotland, and I'm being my own man, making my own decisions. It's for other people to decide their own view. I'll take Paul from the Daily Record.
You've always had a good relationship with the Prime Minister, so how did he respond when you told him what you're going to do today? And is it possible for you to win the election if he stays in post?
Well, let me first of all say there is probably no one in Scottish politics that's had a better relationship with Kier Starmer or a closer friendship with Kier Starmer than I have. He is someone that I have campaigned alongside, worked alongside for the last 5 years in my role as leader, someone that I campaigned ferociously for to make sure we could get rid of a Tory government, and someone who I have supported in the last 18 months. So does this cause me personal hurt and pain? Of course it does. This man is someone that I regard as a friend and who I have a certain level of loyalty to. But my first priority and my first loyalty has to be to my country, Scotland. And that's the decision I have made. In terms of the election on the 7th of May, the two candidates for First Minister are me and John Swinney. And that's the choice people have in Scotland. A third decade of the SNP with all the failure that we have seen, or a First Minister that's going to put Scotland first, Scotland's towns, cities and villages first, and Scotland's NHS and public services first. That's the platform I'll be standing on, and that's what I hope to persuade people of over the next 3 months. Mark from the Sun. Oh, sorry, Mark, didn't see you there.
Going back to what you just said about your knowledge of Peter Mandelson, you described in that tweet as your old friend. So it's not like you just met him on that one occasion as an ambassador. So how long have you known Peter Mandelson? How long have you known about his links to Jeffrey Epstein? And why didn't you demur when you were asked to meet him on the steps? And to go back to the other question, if Keir Starmer stays, will you go?
So I have known Peter since around 2021. I obviously spoke to him in Washington when I was there to defend and protect Scotland's interests, partly through Tartan Week, partly through the negotiations at the US-UK trade deal and all the importance that has for our country. I didn't appoint him US ambassador, he was appointed as US ambassador, and it was right that I had those conversations with him to protect Scotland's interests. But is that someone that I want to be associated with? No. He has betrayed this country. He has betrayed the party he was once a member of, and he has betrayed the public in terms of his actions and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And to the other point you make, it is now for others to decide any process, any timeline, and who the next Prime Minister may be. I'm going to spend all my time concentrating on removing John Swinney, changing the government here in Scotland, and making sure we deliver the new direction Scotland needs. Thank you all so much.
If people decide he should stay, will you go?
Well, that's for them to decide. I'm only answerable to one group of people. That's the people of Scotland. That's who I serve. That's who I stand for. That's who I'm campaigning for. And that's the people I want to deliver for. I only have one relationship and one loyalty that matters most to me, and that's to Scotland. Thank you.
Well, the Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar there calling for Keir Starmer to go. He said it's difficult for him. He's been friends with Keir Starmer for a long time, but he's not willing to sacrifice Scotland to an SNP government again. He's called the government in London a distraction. He said the distraction needs to end. The leadership in Downing Street has to change. We cannot allow the failures at the heart of Downing Street to affect Scotland. Good things are happening, but they are being drowned out. On Keir Starmer himself, he described him as a decent man. He said, it's no secret, I've always got on well with him. He has dedicated his life to public service. He says he spoke to the Prime Minister earlier today, and it's safe to say we disagreed. He said, this has caused me personal pain, but my first priority is to my country, and that is Scotland. Well, let's bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby, who's in our Westminster studio, has been watching and listening to that. Beth, how incredibly damaging is this to the Prime Minister?
Well, Jane, it's obviously extremely damaging. And when Anas Sarwar talked about being a close personal friend of the Prime Minister and how it pained him, I thought to myself, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Because Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, has been the first to go over the top in the senior leadership of the Labour Party and call for Kier Starmer to go. And he said that in the interests of Scotland, in the interests of his own country, that the distraction at the top of Downing Street needed to go. There needed to be a change at number 10. Now, even as he was speaking, the Prime Minister has launched a rearguard action. There have been a number of supportive tweets now from his cabinet, and that is from his cabinet, and I can bring some of them up. In the past few minutes, we've heard from Rachel Reeves, David Lammy, John Healey, Steve Reid, Thomas Nick Simmons, Hilary Benn, Heidi Alexander. You can see that tweet there from Rachel Reeves. Rebuilding Britain takes time, but thanks to the decisions we've made, waiting lists are falling, inflation falling, interest rates falling, the conditions for the economy to grow are there. With Keir as our PM, we are turning the country around. So what you're seeing here is Anas Sarwar calling for Keir Starmer to go. And as he does that, Keir Starmer loyalists in the cabinet trying to calm all of this down and reiterating their support for him. And in the past few minutes, David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, has gone in to Downing Street. Lammy with a rather unhelpful intervention, actually, over the weekend there. You can see him going in. The Deputy Prime Minister and a long-standing Starmer ally, but caused a few eyebrows to raise over the weekend when there were reports in the Sunday Telegraph that Lammy had also cautioned the Prime Minister from appointing Peter Mandelson to Washington, not very helpful. But what you're seeing here is undoubtedly a moment of huge anxiety. The Prime Minister lost his Chief of Staff yesterday, this morning. His Director of Communications, Tim Allen, resigned as well, and it really feels like the wheels are coming off. Adding to that, Anas Sarwar saying now publicly, calling a press conference to call for the Prime Minister to resign, and you can see how precarious Keir Starmer's position is. It only will take cabinet resignations potentially, and the whole thing, the wheels just completely fly off. But as I said, in recent minutes, a number of cabinet ministers have come out in support for Keir Starmer, not least actually Liz Kendall, who I spoke to exclusively this morning, and we were filming something about the social media ban. It had been long in the diary, but I did ask her, obviously, about the crisis in number 10 and whether she thought that the Prime Minister could continue, and this is what she told me. Let's cut to the chase. The Prime Minister has lost his Chief of Staff, his Director of Communications, Tim Allen, has resigned this morning. It feels like number 10 is in freefall. Can the Prime Minister survive?
Yes.
You really believe that?
I believe he can and he should, because I think I remember only too well, Beth, one of the reasons why the country elected us was because they were sick of all the changes in leadership under the Conservatives. And I think it would be wrong, after barely 18 months after our election, for people to think that they can just change the leader and everything will go right. I think that is not the right approach. But I do believe that we need to steady the ship, but we also need to change course, because the public wants to see change in the country. They want a government and a party that they can trust, that they believe we need to clean up politics, that they believe that violence against women and girls is unacceptable. And I believe the Prime Minister should be given the space to make sure that it's not just his words, but the action we need to make sure that we deliver as a Labour government.
Do you think that the MPs are going to give him that space? Because it feels to me like he could be going at any point.
I would urge my colleagues to think about, the dog end of the Tories, where they were constantly changing leaders. That was one of the things people were very angry and fed up about in the country. They wanted clear and stable leadership. Kier Starmer should be given the space to be able to do that. He has acknowledged the decision to appoint Mandelson was a mistake. He has apologised, rightly so, to the victims. But people also want to see not just words, but actions, deeds, not words. That's what the suffragettes said. And I am absolutely convinced that the Prime Minister understands that, and he will act. He will act in the interests of the country to set us on that course.
Well, let's return to Beth, who's carrying out that interview. And Beth, she said he needs space. He needs space to prove what he can achieve. And of course, we've had this slew now of cabinet ministers all giving him their support. But do you think he can really survive this? Is he now fatally wounded and they are simply bandaging him up to get him through the next round of elections?
Honestly, Jane, it is so febrile in Westminster at the moment. It is, as I said last week, a kind of tinderbox atmosphere in which anything could completely ignite and sort of blow up the Keir Starmer premiership. And you can see this now with Anas Sarwar's intervention, and then the cabinet now all piling around to publicly endorse the Prime Minister. And my God, he needs that support from his cabinet, because he is very, very vulnerable indeed. And in fact, just as Liz Kendall's clip was playing out there, her words, Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, and Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary, have also now come out. And you see that tweet there from Yvette Cooper. Later this week, Starmer will lead our delegation to the Munich Security Conference at this crucial time for the world. We need his leadership, not just at home, but on the global stage. We need to keep our focus when it matters on keeping our country safe. And really, the fate of Keir Starmer now is out of his control. It lies in his cabinet colleagues, whether they continue to back him. And critically, it lies with the Labour Party, the Parliamentary Party. There is an option that Keir Starmer could just say, look, this is too much, and could resign, but it's quite clear from the approach he seems to be taking at the moment that he has no intention of doing that, that he intends to carry on. And really, that's a message to his party that you're going to have to try and get me out. And he's going to address Labour MPs this evening at the Parliamentary Labour Party. On Wednesday, as I reported on Sunday, he will address the Women's Parliamentary Labour Party. And you saw there when Liz Kendall was talking about the Prime Minister really needing to demonstrate, in the wake of the Mandelson crisis, in the wake of victims being second place, really, to the interests of this very powerful man that could perhaps talk in a language that Trump understood. She was talking about the Prime Minister to really needing to redouble efforts to tackle violence against women and girls. So you can see the pressure coming from his cabinet as to what they want him to do. But the next 48 hours really are going to be critical as he tries to hang on. I have to say, in the past half an hour, the fact that 8-9 cabinet ministers have all come out to support him is very helpful indeed. We haven't really yet heard, though, from Wes Streeting, and we haven't really yet heard from Angela Rayner. Look, I'd say one thing that is really keeping the Prime Minister in place right now is there is not an obvious successor. Wes Streeting had links to Mandelson. He doesn't seem to be showing any appetite to call for the Prime Minister's resignation as of now. Angela Rayner still has the issues around her tax affairs unresolved. But there's no doubt that behind that black door, there is a clear crisis. The Prime Minister losing Morgan McSweeney, his chief of staff, the backbone of his operation, the guy that not only made Keir Starmer Labour leader, ran his initial leadership campaign, he then ran and masterminded the election campaign. He then went on into Downing Street to become his chief of staff. You don't get Keir Starmer without Morgan McSweeney. He's gone, and hot on his heels, his director of communications, Tim Allen. It feels like the whole operation is falling apart. And inside there, Keir Starmer really is just clinging on.
Beth, thanks so much for that. Stay with us. I think we're going to be talking to Beth in the next few moments. But just to remind you, in the last half an hour, the leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, has called for the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, to resign as Prime Minister. We've also heard from a slew of cabinet ministers, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, the Housing Secretary, Steve Reid, the Attorney General, Richard Hermer, all throwing their support behind the Prime Minister. And in the last few minutes, we've also had a statement from Downing Street insisting the Prime Minister will not quit. They say he has a clear 5-year mandate from the British people to deliver change, and that is what we will do. Hello, good afternoon. We start with breaking news this hour, and the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar, has called on Sir Keir Starmer to resign as Prime Minister. Let's listen to what he had to say in the past half hour.
I am clear that I have to do what's right for my country, Scotland. This isn't easy, and it's not without pain, as I have a genuine friendship with Keir Starmer. But my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change. It is so obvious that we desperately need change in Scotland. And in 3 months' time, the opportunity to get rid of a failing SNP government is one that is too important to be missed. We cannot allow the failures at the heart of Downing Street to mean the failures continue here in Scotland. Because the election in May is not without consequence for the lives of Scots. We have an NHS crisis where too many Scots can't access the treatment they need and when they need it. We have a housing emergency with more than 10,000 Scottish children homeless right now. And we have too many young people not feeling safe at school or on our streets or missing out on the opportunities they deserve. And we have an SNP government that is addicted to secrecy and cover-ups with devastating consequences. That's why I have to be honest about failure wherever I see it. The situation in Downing Street is not good enough. There have been too many mistakes. They promised they were going to be different, but too much has happened. Have there been good things? Of course there have, many of them, but no one knows them and no one can hear them because they're being drowned out. That's why it cannot continue. I am proud to have played my part in removing a Tory government that was doing so much damage to Scotland. And having a Labour government matters. I am proud of my Scottish Labour MPs who did the hard work, persuaded our fellow Scots, ran a historic and successful campaign, and who have spent every day since fighting for Scotland's interests. I'm proud of these Scottish Labour ministers serving at every level of government, delivering for Scotland. I want them to stay in government, because I said right at the start that my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. That's why they must continue to defend and protect Scotland's interests. Keir Starmer is a decent man, and it is no secret that I have always got on well with him, and he has dedicated his life to public service. I have also dedicated myself to public service, and I need to decide what I'm willing to accept and what I'm willing to tolerate. The people of this great country, Scotland, are crying out for competent government, for transparency, for honesty, and for delivery. They want to see politics that is open and accountable. They want to see leaders who put the national interest before themselves. That is the standard I will always apply. In 3 months, we have an election that must be about one thing and one thing only: Scotland. That is my duty, that is my priority, that is my loyalty, and that is Scotland's choice.
Well, just after Mr Sarwar finished speaking, a Downing Street spokesperson said this about Sir Keir Starmer. He has a clear 5-year mandate from the British people to deliver change, and that is what he will do. In the past hour, the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, is among a number of Cabinet members who've posted on X their support for the Prime Minister. He said Keir Starmer won a massive mandate 18 months ago for 5 years to deliver on Labour's manifesto that we all stood on. We should let nothing distract us from our mission to change Britain, and we support the Prime Minister in doing that. While heading into Downing Street in the last few minutes, David Lammy had this to say.
14 years to get here. No.
And Chancellor Rachel Reeves also threw her weight behind the Prime Minister, saying, rebuilding Britain takes time, but thanks to the decisions we've made, NHS waiting lists are falling, inflation is falling, interest rates are falling. The conditions for the economy to grow are there. With Keir as our Prime Minister, we are turning the country around. Well, our political editor, Beth Rigby, joins us now. There was a little pause, a little pregnant pause of silence from a lot of Cabinet ministers. You got the sense that they were getting their ducks in a row, but now they're all coming out to support the Prime Minister. Still not heard from Wes Streeting, though.
We have actually, Jane, heard from Wes Streeting, because I have just a few minutes ago, I actually got hold of him. He came to talk to me on the Electoral Dysfunction podcast, and we will put that out later. And this is what he told me. He said that he acknowledged that the atmosphere was febrile, but he told me Keir Starmer doesn't need to resign. It's not been the best week for the government, but he asked MPs to give Keir a chance. So Wes Streeting there, maybe being a bit more equivocal than some of his cabinet colleagues, but certainly not calling for the Prime Minister to go as Anas Sarwar has. Look, Jane, that takes, and I'm struggling really to keep up with it. It's moving so quickly. But I think we've now had about, 13 cabinet ministers now coming out to support Keir Starmer. We've had Rachel Reeves, David Lammy, John Healey, Lord Hermer, Steve Reid, Thomas Nick Simmons, Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, yet to hear from Shabana Mahmood. But really, what's going on here is a Prime Minister in clear peril, with the leader of Scottish Labour going over the top and saying that Keir Starmer has to go. It has prompted a fight back, if you like, from Cabinet. And this is really critical for him, because really, as I was saying a few minutes ago, Keir Starmer's fate now is beyond his control. It rests with his cabinet and it rests with the Parliamentary Party. And for now, for the moment, what we're seeing is the cabinet rallying around him. But there are still a number of people we haven't heard from. We haven't heard from Angela Rayner. We haven't heard from Ed Miliband. As I said, Wes Streeting saying to me a few minutes ago that he did not think that Keir Starmer needed to resign. So it's sorry, Jane, I'm just checking my messages. It's a very, very fluid situation. This is a number 10 in absolute crisis management here. The Prime Minister's lost his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, the backbone of his operation. He's lost his Director of Communications this morning, and now he's lost the support of the Scottish Labour leader. And actually, Anas Sarwar saying that he had called Keir Starmer before he made this announcement and told him what he intended to do. And Anas Sarwar said, I think it's fair that myself and the Prime Minister disagreed about it. There has been some talk about whether the Welsh First Minister, Morgan, that she might go over the top, but there's been some pushback from that statement.
Okay, Beth.
Yeah.
Okay, Beth, thank you very much for that. Well, our Scotland correspondent, Conor Gillis, was at that news conference that Anas Sarwar called just over half an hour ago. Conor joins us now. Conor, we all had an idea of what he was going to say. You put the point to him with Scottish Labour doing so poorly in the polls. Is this about saving his own skin more than his concerns about the government in Westminster?
Yeah, that's right, Jane. Good afternoon. I think we knew that manoeuvres were afoot around 11:40 this morning when a senior advisor to Anas Sarwar called me, gave me a heads up, as he did other journalists here, to summon them to this building here in Glasgow for this major moment from the Scottish Labour leader, Anas Sarwar. Let's remember, this is a man who was on course to oust the SNP from power, stop them entering that third decade in power at Holyrood. But it all came crashing down around the time of Sir Keir Starmer entering Downing Street, and the mistakes, the failures, as Anas Sarwar put it here today, where now they are looking like they could struggle for second, even third place. The polls have been miserable for quite some time for Anas Sarwar. I don't think we can understate the significance of this intervention from Anas Sarwar today. This is essentially him knifing Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, in the back. Let's remember, the pair of them have been in lockstep for so many years. They haven't had a bad word to say about each other, putting their arms around one another, handshakes on camera, all very friendly. Well, today it's certainly clear that that relationship has soured. As Beth alluded to just a second ago, the pair had a conversation, Anas Sarwar and the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, had a phone conversation, and it was clear that the pair disagreed on that. And I think today the recognition from Anas Sarwar was, if he didn't make this speech, if he didn't have this politically painful moment at the podium here in Glasgow today, then it is all but over for Scottish Labour, who have been working so hard, they would argue, over the past 5-6 years under Anas Sarwar's stewardship to try and regain power here in Scotland, because they were in the doldrums of Scottish political life for so many years in the aftermath of the Scottish independence referendum. So this was his attempt to try and set clear blue water between Scottish Labour and the chaos and carnage that is swirling around Downing Street at the moment. A few moments in that where we got an insight into Anas Sarwar's thinking. He talked about the genuine friendship, the loyalty, but he then said his true loyalty was to Scotland, not to Sir Keir Starmer. He talked about failures, that word failure for the first time. We have not heard that word used as a description for some of the policy U-turns, the chaos that has been engulfing Sir Keir Starmer's premiership over the past 18 months. So that, I think, was a key word and a key point of difference there. And he said the distraction needs to end, clearly alluding to the scandal that is Peter Mandelson and the drip feed of information that has been exposed through the Jeffrey Epstein files. He said the leadership in Downing Street needs to change. The question is, can he arrest what the polls are saying here in Scotland, slipping into third, even fourth place behind Nigel Farage's reform? And will this make a difference today? Well, I certainly asked Anas Sarwar a question during that press conference. I think we can have a listen now. One of your own Scottish Labour MPs is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you fail to become First Minister in May. And second of all, if you don't mind, last year you called Peter Mandelson an old friend when it was public knowledge that he had links with Jeffrey Epstein. How do we take you seriously on cleaning up politics when one of your own Scottish Labour MSPs is best friends with a convicted paedophile?
Let me first say that the approach of briefings I have always called out. And that's why I'm not taking the approach of briefing. I'm not taking the approach of talking to journalists in private. I'm being upfront and honest about my view and my first priority and my first loyalty being to Scotland. And that's why I'm doing what I believe is best for Scotland. And let me also be clear that Peter Mandelson is not someone or something I want to be associated with. I met him in his capacity as the ambassador ambassador to the US because that was the right thing to do in Scotland's interest. But should he have been appointed the ambassador? No. Should he be a member of the Labour Party? No. Should he have a seat in the House of Lords? He shouldn't. And it's right now that he is investigated by the police.
And that reference there to Anas Sarwar talking about Peter Mandelson as an old friend, excruciating words now given the context that we are talking about here, disgraced Lord Mandelson. Some reaction coming in from senior Scottish Labour figures to what we've been hearing internally from Anas Sarwar there. One senior MP told me this is idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It's playing right into the hands of our opponents. Another source on the other side of the fence said Anas Sarwar has the full support of Scottish Labour. It's time for a fresh start so we can focus on kicking out the SNP in May. And look, Jane, at the end of the day here, the SNP must be loving every single moment here. The more chaos, the more division that is created within Scottish Labour and UK Labour, it plays right into the hands of John Swinney, Scotland's current First Minister, and puts him on course to become First Minister once again in May this year.
Connor, thanks very much. Let's bring in the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, who joins us now. Good to talk to you today, Ms Phillipson. It's been described already in the last couple of hours as the Prime Minister's darkest day. How can he survive this? Labour's leader in Scotland, a former friend, not stabbing him in the back, stabbing him in the front, saying in front of the cameras he has to go.
Look, it was only 18 months ago that Kier secured a massive landslide victory for the party, secured a 5-year term to deliver that change. You know, change does take time, and we're all impatient for change to happen more quickly, including the voters. But Kier is getting on and doing that, and we as a government are getting on and delivering the change that we were elected to deliver. You know, just last week, we voted in Parliament to lift 450,000 children out of poverty through the changes that we are making. I announced our plans to roll out even more new free breakfast clubs across the country that will be a huge boost to working parents. That's what we ought to be focused on as a government. That's what people want to see. And whilst I have enormous respect for Anas, I've known him for a long time, I just profoundly disagree. I don't think this is the right approach, and I do believe Kier is the right person to lead our country.
Anas Sarwar made the point, and you've alluded to it there, various Labour policies that are the things you want to be talking about, you want people to see as achievements of this government, but these are all things that are being drowned out by the rest of the noise, and it's being drowned out because the Prime Minister isn't leading in the way that he should be leading, isn't it? Look,
of course it's frustrating because, you know, when I come into studios like this, when we're announcing, you know, help and support that will make a big difference to families across the country, that's what I'd rather be talking about, not talking about the awful events that we have seen in recent times, for example, around Peter Mandelson. It's why the Prime Minister is determined to change that, to make it work better in the future. But why,
but the reason,
you know,
the reason that we're talking about Peter Mandelson is because the Prime Minister employed him. That is a catastrophic error of judgment, isn't it? And you hear what Anas Sarwar says, you know, he's a decent man, a man who's dedicated his life to public service. That is irrelevant if he makes fundamentally flawed decisions when he's in charge of the country.
Look, the Prime Minister deeply regrets what happened around the appointment of Peter Mandelson and has apologised to Epstein's victims. I mean, what they experienced and what they suffered should be right at the forefront of what we think about in all of this. But this government is tackling violence against women and girls. You wouldn't find someone who is a stronger voice or has got a stronger track record on delivering for women and girls, tackling violence and misogyny than our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. The very first time I ever saw Keir Starmer on the television, I was running a women's refuge in the North East. Keir Starmer was the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I heard him talking about the changes that he was making to allow more women and girls to see justice. That's the kind of person that Keir Starmer is, and it is completely unacceptable what has come to light in terms of those emails and all of the extensive involvement that Peter Mandelson had with Jeffrey Epstein. But Keir Starmer is not responsible for that. What he is responsible for is delivering a better society for our people, a better country, and a country where women and girls are safe. That's what I know he wants to focus on. And it is, of course, profoundly frustrating that we end up talking about issues such as this. I know the Prime Minister will feel that very deeply as well, but we were elected on a mandate for change just over 18 months ago. We're getting on and doing that. There is more to do. I hear it every week on the doors. I know that people want to see more change, despite all of the progress that we've made, despite the fact that things are turning around. But I just fundamentally disagree with what Anas Sarwar has said today. Much as I respect him, much as I've known him for a very, very long time, I just think it is wrong.
But change is happening. Change is happening inside number 10. We've seen Morgan McSweeney go yesterday, Tim Allen going today. You know, I spoke to Gavin Barwell, who used to be inside number 10, and he conceded that what's happening in number 10 today will be people running around like headless chickens. The work of government is not being done by this government.
Look, I've come to this studio from the Department for Education, where I've spent most of the day talking about how we're going to improve life chances for children with special educational needs and disabilities. So I can assure you the work of government very much does go on. Of course this is difficult. I'm not suggesting for one moment this is easy. I'd rather be talking to you about that than what we've seen this afternoon. But we are focused as a party and as a government on delivering the change that people voted for. Labour governments don't come around very often. This is a profound responsibility that has been entrusted to us by the British people to deliver the change they voted for. And we have a responsibility to the country to get this right, to deliver the change that we were elected to deliver. And we won't be forgiven if we mess this up. This is a big and deep responsibility that each of us, and particularly those who are government ministers, that we carry to lift children out of poverty, to turn the NHS around, to get our economy going once more, better jobs for working people, better conditions. Every day when I'm out speaking to voters, you see the change that is happening. You hear it in their lives. You know, the woman I spoke to who was telling me that for the first time, they were expecting their first baby and her partner was going to be able to take paternity leave because of the changes that a Labour government had delivered. That is what we're here to do. That is what we should be focused on. And that's why what we've seen today just doesn't get us anywhere.
I've spoken to a Labour supporter in the last couple of hours, and his view is that you've already messed it up. It is messed up. Are you not upset about how the damage that this government appears to have done to the Labour Party?
We have made mistakes. I mean, I have been absolutely clear on so many occasions that government is hard, and we've made mistakes. We've made some big mistakes.
But we've also Starmer as your leader the main mistake?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But alongside those mistakes that we've made, last week, with one vote in Parliament, this Labour government will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, the biggest single reduction in child poverty that any Labour government, any government ever, has delivered. That is something that we should be proud of. That is something we were elected to deliver, and we will. I appreciate that change takes time. I know how people want change to happen quickly. The scale of the challenges that we faced as a country, that we continue to face, will take longer than 18 months. That's why we have a 5-year term. That's why Keir Starmer was elected as our Prime Minister for a 5-year term. And I have every confidence he will continue to deliver and to deliver for working people.
Will you still be Prime Minister by the summer?
Yes.
Bridget Phillipson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's take you away from that to the situation in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. In the last couple of minutes, the Prince of Wales has landed in Riyadh ahead of a 3-day tour. Let's bring in our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, who is there for us. Rhiannon, he is travelling on the work of the government, isn't he? But also, this trip has been besmirched by the Epstein revelations as well, because we had this unprecedented statement from William and Catherine this morning.
Yeah, incredible, really, and a surprise to all of us. We were at a briefing at the ambassador's residence earlier on this morning, and we were told that basically William and Kate wanted their spokesperson to deliver some kind of statement about the recent Epstein files being released, making them the most senior royals to comment since that recent load of documents was released. We've been playing that to you throughout the day, saying basically they said they have deep concerns about the revelations that have come out over the last week or so, and also that their thoughts are with the victims. Extraordinary, really, because it's what we're talking about rather than the purpose of why he's here in Saudi. It was about 5 minutes ago now, I'd say, that he got off the plane. He was formally welcomed by the Deputy Governor of Riyadh. He's currently in a little room just behind the camera over there, where we're told that he's being given some traditional Saudi hospitality of coffee and dates. And in some ways, I think the whole reason that they tried to address this issue of the Epstein files was to try, in a way, to shut it down so that we would move on and talk about the significance of this trip to the UK government. And it is huge. They would not be sending William here. This would not be their main priority for foreign trips for him if Saudi didn't really matter. It's integral to UK foreign policy now that we build up stronger relationships with arguably the most powerful country in the Middle East. Of course, there are controversies for some around this trip. He is this evening going to spend a great deal of time with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, a man who has been credited with really having this more open and modern vision for Saudi, but one that some would say does not go far enough. And the human rights organisations that I have been speaking to have made the point that actually, yes, they may be modernising, but they would like to be involved in those conversations because there are those who are still being persecuted for their comments about Saudi. So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting few days for William. We know that he's going to be trying to do things that he's interested in, seeing women's football. He's going to be doing some e-gaming. It's all about projecting this image of Saudi being a very modern and open country, important for the UK as well in terms of trade, and Saudi being an important strategic partner in this region. But will we stop talking about the Epstein files? It is unlikely, especially when we now know that there are these emails that appear to have emerged suggesting that during Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's time as a UK trade envoy, he may well have been passing information to the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. We now know that Thames Valley Police are assessing those claims. Again, we have to reiterate, Prince Andrew, as he was known, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, has not commented since the release of these latest files, and all along, right throughout this scandal involving Jeffrey Epstein, has consistently denied any allegations against him.
Rhiannon, thank you very much. Well, let's return to the fallout of the Epstein scandal politically and talk to Michael Jacobs, who's a professor of political economy at the University of Sheffield and also a former advisor to Gordon Brown when he was in Downing Street. Really interesting to get your thoughts today. First of all, Kier Starmer, do you think he's toast?
Good afternoon. No. The Prime Minister has the great advantage of being in office. And there is a seriously difficult process for the Labour Party to go through if it did decide it wanted to remove him. So the odds are right now that he will survive. I think what's important is what he does in surviving. If he tries to carry on without these members of his own staff that have resigned over the last few days, but just tries to carry on with the same programme, the same approach to politics that he has before, then I think Labour is in for very difficult elections coming up, the by-election in Gorton and Denton in Manchester in a couple of weeks, and then the Scottish and Welsh and local elections in England at the beginning of May. I think the Prime Minister needs to do something radically different. And the obvious thing for him to do is to respond to this huge crisis of trust in the British political system, which the last few weeks have revealed, but are not the only evidence for, and propose major constitutional reforms to the behaviour of parliamentarians, House of Commons, House of Lords, to the structure of the House of Lords, and I would say even a commitment to a constitutional convention to look at the possibility of proportional representation. I think a crisis this big needs very big responses from the Prime Minister.
But isn't the issue Keir Starmer's leadership rather than the actual structure of government?
Well, it's both. Unquestionably, the Prime Minister is very unpopular, as Labour Party members have discovered on the doorstep, and that is one of the reasons, I'm sure, why Anas Sarwar has said that he would like to see Keir Starmer being replaced. But government has to go on. And one of the things I think will happen now is that with this call for him to resign coming from Labour's Scottish leader, the MPs in the Parliamentary Labour Party will be looking very, very carefully at what that process would involve, how many weeks of instability in the British economy and international relations would be caused by it, whether or not they can align themselves on an alternative candidate. All the possible candidates have some problems attached to them. One of them, Andy Burnham, is not even in Parliament. So I think this will concentrate minds, the events of today, in the Parliamentary Labour Party. Is this really something they want to do right now? And my suspicion is that Keir Starmer, if he can relaunch his premiership with a real commitment to political reform, has a chance of remaining in place.
Have previous leaders faced this kind of attack, as Anas Sarwar has given to the Prime Minister today? Have previous leaders done that and survived?
Well, it's very rare. It's very rare for somebody on your own side to call for this. Anas Sarwar, not being an MP in the Westminster Parliament, can't initiate any change, and this clearly undermines Keir Starmer. It's being done for Scottish reasons. I think we have to acknowledge that. Anas Sarwar feels clearly, and the evidence suggests that he's right, that Keir Starmer is not a help in trying to win the Scottish elections in May. But it frankly isn't up to him. It's up to Keir Starmer's parliamentary colleagues in Westminster. And I think they have some very hard thinking to do now, whether they want to go through with a process which could end with a new Prime Minister. They need to decide which of the potential candidates that would be, and whether they think that the disruption to Parliament, to British government in the meantime, is going to be worth it.
You were a special advisor to Gordon Brown from 2004 to 2010. Did you have any dealings with Peter Mandelson over that time?
Yes, he was the business secretary towards the end of the Labour government, 2008 to 10. I was advising the Prime Minister at that time on climate and energy policy and industrial policy, which obviously intersected with the business secretary's responsibilities. So yes, we had some contact.
Were you surprised to see him returning to politics at the level that he did?
Yes, I was. Peter Mandelson had long been known to be somebody who liked associating with the rich. He had been brought down. He had twice to resign from the Blair government because of associations of different kinds with rich people. I was surprised partly because he and Gordon Brown were not friends, were not political allies. But Gordon Brown always felt that if there was somebody who could make a contribution to government, somebody who had experience, after all, Peter Mandelson had been European Trade Commissioner, had a lot of experience in that field, then he would consider them for Parliament, for the Cabinet. Gordon Brown has now said he regrets doing that. And of course, part of the reason for that is what we didn't know then, but what we apparently know now, which was that Peter Mandelson not only had this association with Epstein, which is bad enough, but was willing to leak secrets from the government to Epstein, possibly to other people, which is completely unconscionable behaviour. I think many of us had concerns about Peter Mandelson returning to government, but none of us thought that he would do that.
Do you think that the fact that there was a similar thought process going on in the Labour government at present, that they were prepared to hold their nose of what they knew of Lord Mandelson because they thought he would be useful? And is that really conscionable?
It clearly was the case. I mean, I think Keir Starmer knew that he was taking a huge risk, but he thought that risk was worth it. And until the Epstein revelations came out, he may have thought that actually he was right to do so because Mandelson got us a better relationship with Donald Trump. What I think many of us feel, and this is where what Bridget Phillipson said just now, which is that the real victims of this story are not politicians. They are the women and girls who were trafficked and abused by Epstein and his rich friends. The very fact that Peter Mandelson had maintained contact with Epstein, a convicted paedophile and sex trafficker, after that conviction should have been enough for Keir Starmer to say he's not going to be even on my long list. And the fact that they were willing to to ignore that and say, well, let's look at whether it would be a risk worth taking if it should all come out, I think does cast doubt on the Prime Minister's judgment and certainly those around him. Because I think for many of us, that should have simply ruled Mandelson out from consideration altogether.
Do you think this will ultimately bring the Prime Minister down?
I think it could do. A week is a long time in politics, and there is much water which has to flow under the bridge before that could happen. It's a difficult process, as I said, but he is in tremendous peril. I've never seen the Labour Party, Parliamentary Labour Party, so angry about their own leader right across the political views in the Parliamentary Labour Party. So he is in great peril. And as I said, in my view, the only way he can rescue his position is to do something, not simply to reset the cabinet or appoint new advisors, but actually to do something. We have a crisis of political trust. The public don't trust the system or the politicians, and the Prime Minister needs to show that he understands that by making very, very significant reforms in the way our political system works.
Professor Michael Jacobs from the University of Sheffield. Really interesting to talk to you. Thank you. Well, let's remind you of our breaking news this afternoon. The leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar, has called on Sir Keir Starmer to resign as Prime Minister. Let's listen to what he's had to say in the last hour.
I am clear that I have to do what's right for my country, Scotland. This isn't easy, and it's not without pain, as I have a genuine friendship with Kier Starmer. But my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change. It is so obvious that we desperately need change in Scotland. And in 3 months' time, the opportunity to get rid of a failing SNP government is one that is too important to be missed. We cannot allow the failures at the heart of Downing Street to mean the failures continue here in Scotland. Because the election in May is not without consequence for the lives of Scots. We have an NHS crisis where too many Scots can't access the treatment they need and when they need it. We have a housing emergency with more than 10,000 Scottish children homeless right now. And we have too many young people not feeling safe at school or on our streets or missing out on the opportunities they deserve. And we have an SNP government that is addicted to secrecy and cover-ups with devastating consequences. That's why I have to be honest about failure wherever I see it. The situation in Downing Street is not good enough. There have been too many mistakes. They promised they were going to be different, but too much has happened. Have there been good things? Of course there have, many of them, but no one knows them and no one can hear them because they're being drowned out. That's why it cannot continue. I am proud to have played my part in removing a Tory government that was doing so much damage to Scotland. And having a Labour government matters. I am proud of my Scottish Labour MPs who did the hard work, persuaded our fellow Scots, ran a historic and successful campaign, and who have spent every day since fighting for Scotland's interests. I'm proud of these Scottish Labour ministers serving at every level of government, delivering for Scotland. I want them to stay in government because I said right at the start that my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. That's why they must continue to defend and protect Scotland's interests. Kier Starmer is a decent man, and it is no secret that I have always got on well with him, and he has dedicated his life to public service. I have also dedicated myself to public service, and I need to decide what I'm willing to accept and what I'm willing to tolerate. The people of this great country, Scotland, are crying out for competent government, for transparency, for honesty, and for delivery. They want to see politics that is open and accountable. They want to see leaders who put the national interest before themselves. That is the standard I will always apply. In 3 months, we have an election that must be about one thing and one thing only: Scotland. That is my duty, that is my priority, that is my loyalty, and that is Scotland's choice.
Well, let's just bring you something related to this, and this is Ghilaine Maxwell. Now, she was meant to be interviewed today by lawmakers in America. She was being questioned during a video call from the federal camp in Texas, where she's serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking. Lawmakers are trying to investigate how Epstein was able to sexually abuse girls for so long. She has been trying to get a conviction overturned, but she has invoked her Fifth Amendment right and said that she will not be answering questions that would be incriminating. So she has basically appeared on video link and refused to ask questions by senators in front of a House committee. So no answers from Ghilaine Maxwell today, who has declined to answer questions from a House committee, citing her Fifth Amendment rights. And of course, this comes after so many of these Epstein documents were released. She's been photographed in many of them, and many emails between her and Jeffrey Epstein also published in the last few weeks. More on that as we get it. Well, just after Mr Sarwar finished speaking up in Glasgow, a Downing Street spokesperson had this to say about Sir Keir Starmer. They said he has a clear 5-year mandate from the British people to deliver change, and that is what he will do. David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, is among a number of Cabinet members who have posted on X for their support of the Prime Minister. He said Keir Starmer won a massive mandate 18 months ago for 5 years to deliver on Labour's manifesto that we all stood on. We should let nothing distract us from our mission to change Britain, and we support the Prime Minister in doing that. Heading into Downing Street in the last hour, he had this to say.
It waited 14 years to get here. No.
If you were able to make it out, he was asked if the Prime Minister should go, and he said, we've waited 14 years to get here, so no. Chancellor Rachel Reeves also threw her weight behind the Prime Minister, saying rebuilding Britain takes time. But thanks to decisions we've made, NHS waiting lists are falling, inflation is falling, interest rates are falling. The conditions for the economy to grow are there. With Keir as Prime Minister, we are turning the country around. Earlier, the Technology Secretary, Liz Kendall, spoke to our political editor, Beth Rigby. This is what she had to say about the latest developments in Downing Street.
Let's cut to the chase. The Prime Minister has lost his Chief of Staff, his Director of Communications. Tim Allen has resigned this morning. It feels like number 10 is in freefall. Can the Prime Minister survive?
Yes.
You really believe that?
I believe he can and he should, because I think I remember only too well, Beth, one of the reasons why the country elected us was because they were sick of all the changes in leadership under the Conservatives. And I think it would be wrong, after barely 18 months after our election, for people to think that they can just change the leader and everything will go right. I think that that is not the right approach. But I do believe that we need to steady the ship, but we also need to change course, because the public wants to see change in the country. They want a government and a party that they can trust, that they believe we need to clean up politics, that they believe that violence against women and girls is unacceptable. And I believe the Prime Minister should be given the space to make sure that it's not just his words, but the action we need to make sure that we deliver as a Labour government.
Do you think that the MPs are going to give him that space? Because it feels to me like he could be going at any point.
I would urge my colleagues to think about, the dog end of the Tories, where they were constantly changing leaders. That was one of the things people were very angry and fed up about in the country. They wanted clear and stable leadership. Kier Starmer should be given the space to be able to do that. He has acknowledged the decision to appoint Mandelson was a mistake. He has apologised, rightly so, to the victims. But people also want to see not just words, but actions, deeds, not words. That's what the suffragettes said. And I am absolutely convinced that the Prime Minister understands that, and he will act. He will act in the interests of the country to set us on that course.
Well, we've had a number of ministers also backing the Prime Minister. In the last few minutes, Angela Rayner has put out a message on X giving her support. She says the recent scandal around Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein was shocking and demands that both this government and our party learn the lessons and act on them. But the worst possible response would be to play party politics or factional games. Labour is only getting started on changing things for the better. Our Employment Rights Act, renters' rights, leasehold reform, free school meals and lifting kids out of poverty. I urge all my colleagues to come together, remember our values and put them into practice as a team. The Prime Minister has my full support in leading us to that end. So Angela Rayner supporting the Prime Minister. Well, earlier we spoke to Gavin Barwell, the former Chief of Staff to Theresa May.
I think the Prime Minister is in deep, deep trouble. He's lost his closest aide. And the terms of Morgan McSweeney's resignation didn't really help him, because McSweeney was saying, I advised you to appoint Peter Mandelson. That was a terrible mistake. I need to take responsibility and resign, which just begs the question, well, what about the person that actually took the decision? I find the whole thing, putting aside one's personal politics, I find the whole thing incredibly depressing, because ever since 2016, we have struggled to get any kind of stability in our politics at all. And even though I'm not a Labour supporter, I did hope that when we had an election result and a government won a big majority, we might get some of the stability that I think most of your viewers and our economy desperately need. And it's not turned out that way.
Yeah, I think that's a feeling that many who are watching the news today will be feeling, that they would just like there to be a government that was just cracking on and getting on with the job. What do you make of the events of the last 48 hours, Morgan McSweeney and then Tim Allen going today? I mean, has that sort of pretty much thrown a bomb inside Number 10?
Yeah, I mean, the Prime Minister's clearly lost two of his most important political advisors. But I think a lot of this goes back to the motion that Parliament, the humble address that Parliament passed last week, which the Conservatives drew very cleverly, very widely. It's going to require the release of a huge number of documents and communications between ministers and Peter Mandelson, special advisors. And so my guess is that one of the reasons for these two resignations is the two individuals think that material that is now going to come out is going to make their position untenable. I mean, we may well see other people similarly affected, and it's also going to drag on for weeks and months. And for you as a news organisation, it's going to provide a huge amount of stories, no doubt, but it's going to make it almost impossible for the Prime Minister.
That's a really interesting point to make, isn't it, actually? Because a lot of people will look at the two resignations and say, well, perhaps with Morgan McSweeney, this is, he feels he's proving a distraction. He feels he's not serving the government. But with Tim Allen, it was possibly read by some that this was a judgment on Kier Starmer's leadership. But what you and other commentators are saying is actually this could be because there are going to be further revelations potentially about Morgan McSweeney, but also about Tim Allen that may be to come that would have created more embarrassment for Keir Starmer. Less about Keir Starmer, more about them.
Yeah, I've just observed they're two people who historically have been close to Peter Mandelson, so it's not surprising if they've had plenty of communication with him over the last few months, and a whole load of that material is now going to have to come out. And we may well see other ministers or other advisors in the government similarly implicated. But my underlying point is, given all that material that's got to come out, and it's going to take weeks, maybe even months for it to do so, and you've got the police investigation, it's just going to be incredibly difficult for the Prime Minister to get back on the front foot and reassert his authority. It's very hard for me to see how he does that now.
Well, Gavin Barwell speaking a short time ago. Well, we've also had words from Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary. She is putting her support behind the Prime Minister. She says the Prime Minister won a 5-year mandate from the British people just 18 months ago. Labour governments don't come along often. It's a privilege to serve in one, and we must not waste a second. The PM has my full support. Let's get on with changing the country for the better. So adding her name to the long list of other prominent Labour politicians who are publicly backing the Prime Minister today. Let's just return to what's happening in America. A court there has, Ghilaine Maxwell is appearing in front of a court and has pleaded the Fifth Amendment. She says she is not going to give evidence. She is maintaining her right to silence. We can hear now from Melanie Stansbury, who's the Democratic representative for New Mexico, who's implying that by staying silent, Ghilaine Maxwell is appealing for clemency from Donald Trump. Let's have a listen.
While we are not able to speak to the specifics of what was said within the deposition until the deposition record is made public, it is very clear that she used this opportunity to not only campaign for clemency, as she has been doing, but also to send a direct message that she is hoping that people who were sitting in the deposition will transmit to the President of the United States, which is that her silence can be bought through clemency. It is very clear that that is the message that she is trying to send directly to Donald Trump himself. Directly.
More reaction to that as we get it throughout the afternoon. But let's return to the ripples of that story and how it's affecting politics here in the UK. Let's bring in Catherine Atkinson, who's the Labour MP for Derby North. Catherine, really good to get your thoughts today. We've heard from Anas Sarwar in the last hour or so. A pretty brutal assessment of the Prime Minister. Is he fatally wounded now? Should the Prime Minister go?
I think you've also heard from Cabinet member after Cabinet member giving our Prime Minister their full support. And I can certainly say that the overwhelming majority of Labour MPs that I'm speaking to have no appetite to follow the Conservative example of leadership election after leadership election. I think that's not good for our economy, it's not good for our international relations, and it's not good for stability. When people are crying out for stability, it is that stability that has enabled us to bring inflation down, to deliver 6 interest rate cuts, which means that people's mortgages are getting easier, and deliver more wage increase in 10 months than the Conservatives did in 10 years. All while lifting 500,000 children out of poverty and rolling out breakfast clubs. These are things that make a difference to people. I think that's what we need to ensure our government is focused on delivering.
Isn't the truth, though, that Labour ministers have no appetite to challenge Kier Starmer because there isn't a clear successor in the wings?
I think that they are focused on delivering change for the country, as I want them to be and as other Labour MPs want them to be. That needs to be the focus because we want to ensure that we are tackling the cost of living. That's certainly what people in Derby, where I represent, want to see. They want to see more neighbourhood police on their streets. That is what they are getting under this government. They want to see our city regenerated. That is the focus. And I think that I don't want to see any distraction from that.
Isn't it a distraction, though? We have heard other people saying that Mandelson and his appointment is coming up on the doorsteps. Can you tell me hand on heart that going round and talking to people in your constituency, that this scandal isn't coming up?
I think Peter Mandelson needs to be held accountable for his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And I do think that the lives of the women and girls that Jeffrey Epstein ruined needs to be at the forefront whenever we are discussing this. But I can tell you, hand on heart, that I've had more people raise potholes this weekend, which is something that this government is ensuring we fix, than Mandelson.
Without Morgan McSweeney, what does Kier Starmer stand for?
With Morgan McSweeney, when so many people tell you that people don't take responsibility or apologise, we have seen Morgan McSweeney take full responsibility for advising that Mandelson be appointed. And I think it's right that our Prime Minister apologise to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein for that. But I know that our Prime Minister is absolutely determined to tackle violence against women and girls. It's something that he did his entire professional life, and it's something that this government is absolutely determined to change. And I think that McSweeney was right when he said that we need to overhaul the vettings procedures, because we have to rebuild trust in politics. We have to lift standards in public life. And this Prime Minister, I think more than anyone ever before, is determined to do just that.
But the criticism of him is that without Morgan McSweeney, he is slightly rudderless, that he was the driving force behind the political direction of the government.
There is a team at Downing Street and a team around that cabinet table who are all working to deliver the change that we know our country needs.
It's a diminished team, though, isn't it? As well as Morgan McSweeney, you've lost Tim Allen today.
I think that while I totally understand that journalists in particular are very interested in kind of personalities in Downing Street, and I don't in any way diminish the hard work that they do there. But there is a big team, and they are supported by Labour MPs who are wanting to deliver for their constituents.
It's not just journalists, though. It's Anas Sarwar in the last couple of hours has said the situation in Downing Street is not good enough. It cannot continue. This is from a Labour. You know, he's not an MP, he's an SNP. You know, this is somebody at the heart of the Labour Party. Even he concedes it's not good enough. This isn't journalist tittle-tattle.
Well, I don't know Anas Sarwar. I respect him, but I think on this he is wrong. I think this is the point that we need to continue to pull together to ensure that we don't undermine that delivery. And just last week, we saw millions for children with cancer to be able to ensure that they can get the travel that they need to get to medical appointments. We saw hundreds, thousands of more schools rolling out breakfast clubs, and we saw the economy growing faster than expected. I think that is the change that we need to continue to see, and that is the change that Downing Street, this Prime Minister and all Labour MPs are determined to deliver.
But we also saw last week the Prime Minister in the Commons being challenged with a humble address by the Conservatives about Epstein, and Angela Rayner having to ride to his rescue and exert pressure on him to change the terms of what he wanted to release publicly.
Well, I think that the Prime Minister, more than anyone, wants to ensure that what comes out of this is an absolute focus on the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and the victims of all those often powerful men who have been allowed to get away with treating women and girls like that. We need to see that change. And I think that this Prime Minister, more than anyone else, will be determined to see that happen.
But why did this Prime Minister, a man with teenage children himself, re-employ somebody that he knew still had an association with a man who'd been convicted of paedophilia?
I think all of us are disgusted by what Jeffrey Epstein did and want to focus on the victims rather than anyone else. And certainly, as I've said before, when you look at what our Prime Minister did in his professional life, when you look at the focus that he had on ensuring that child sexual abuse claims were opened up and prosecuted, in changing the way that victims had been dealt with and how sexual abuse cases were handled, this is a man determined to change that. He has brought that determination into government, and there is a lot more that we need to see done. But I think he is the right man to ensure that, working with all of Cabinet and working with our support, that we see that change.
Why do you think then that he overlooked Epstein's association with Mandelson if he is somebody who cares so deeply about this subject?
I'm really pleased that we are going to see real transparency in what happened with the appointment of Peter Mandelson. I think that that is right. But I also don't think that we should in any way let Peter Mandelson get away from his responsibility for the relationship that he had with Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm noting that you're not answering the question. Why do you think the Prime Minister overlooked this relationship?
Well, I think that there is still a lot of papers still to be considered. But it was the appointment of Peter Mandelson, as has been very clearly acknowledged, was a mistake. We need to ensure that mistakes like that don't happen again. I think that's why the Prime Minister is so focused in ensuring that we drive up standards, that we have really clear appointment processes, and that we don't see this kind of mistake happening again.
Catherine Atkinson, the Labour MP for Derby North, thank you very much for joining us. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we will bring you continuing coverage of what is happening in government. We've seen another resignation from number 10 this morning. We've seen Scotland's Labour leader Anas Sarwar in the last couple of hours call for the Prime Minister to go. Cabinet ministers are lining up behind the Prime Minister. He is going to be meeting the Parliamentary Labour Party tonight. Hello, good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. Breaking news this afternoon. The leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar, has called for Keir Starmer to resign as Prime Minister. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
My first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change. It is so obvious that we desperately need change in Scotland. And in 3 months' time, the opportunity to get rid of a failing SNP government is one that is too important to be missed. We cannot allow the failures at the heart of Downing Street to mean the failures continue here in Scotland. Kier Starmer is a decent man, and it is no secret that I have always got on well with him, and he has dedicated his life to public service. I have also dedicated myself to public service, and I need to decide what I'm willing to accept and what I'm willing to tolerate. The people of this great country, Scotland, are crying out for competent government, for transparency, for honesty and for delivery. They want to see politics that is open and accountable. They want to see leaders who put the national interest before themselves. That is the standard I will always apply. In 3 months, we have an election that must be about one thing and one thing only: Scotland.
Well, just after Mr Sarwar finished speaking, a Downing Street spokesperson said this about Sir Keir Starmer. He has a clear 5-year mandate from the British people to deliver change, and that is what he will do. 2 of Sir Keir Starmer's potential successors have come out in support of the Prime Minister. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has said Keir Starmer does not need to resign. And in the last half hour, the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, has given the Prime Minister her support. She posted on X, the recent scandal around Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein was shocking, and demands that both this government and our party learn the lessons and act on them. But the worst possible response would be to play party politics or factional games. Labour is only getting started on changing things for the better. Our Employment Rights Act, renters' rights, leasehold reform, free school meals and lifting kids out of poverty. I urge all my colleagues to come together, remember our values and put them into practice as a team. The Prime Minister has my full support in leading us to that end. Well, this afternoon, the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, was among a number of Cabinet members who posted on X their support of the Prime Minister. He said Keir Starmer won a massive mandate 18 months ago for 5 years to deliver on Labour's manifesto that we all stood on. We should let nothing distract us from our mission to change Britain, and we support the Prime Minister in doing that. Well, heading into Downing Street in the last few minutes, David Lammy responded to reporters' questions.
David Lammy, it's not We've waited 14 years to get here. No.
Chancellor Rachel Reeves also threw her weight behind the Prime Minister, saying rebuilding Britain takes time, but thanks to the decisions we've made, NHS waiting lists are falling, inflation is falling, interest rates are falling. The conditions for the economy to grow are there. With Keir as our Prime Minister, we are turning the country around. And within the last hour, the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, told me she believes the Prime Minister is the right person to lead the country.
It was only 18 months ago that Keir secured a massive landslide victory for the party, secured a 5-year term to deliver that change. Change does take time, and we're all impatient for change to happen more quickly, including the voters. But Keir is getting on and doing that, and we as a government are getting on and delivering the change that we were elected to deliver. Just last week, we voted in Parliament to lift 450,000 children out of poverty through the changes that we are making. I announced our plans to roll out even more new free breakfast clubs across the country that will be a huge boost to working parents. That's what we ought to be focused on as a government. That's what people want to see. And whilst I have enormous respect for Anas, I've known him for a long time, I just profoundly disagree. I don't think this is the right approach, and I do believe Keir is the right person to lead our country.
Well, let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. So, Sam, we've had a raft of the Prime Minister's supporters saying nothing to see here, but this is not a great day for him, is it?
Oh, God, no. What a rollercoaster of a day, Jane. Look, three big developments today. First of all, you had the departure of a major figure from Downing Street in the shape of Tim Allen, Director of Communications. That was a shock. Clearly something went badly wrong, given the tone of the messages that he sent on his departure. And then you had the leader of Scottish Labour calling for Keir Starmer to stand down. Anas Sarwar, a popular figure from a similar branch, similar wing of the Labour Party to Keir Starmer, saying that in the interests of Scotland, there is critical Scottish elections in May, he should go. But then, as Anas Sarwar stood up for that well-trailed announcement, all of the cabinet now came out within the space of round about an hour and put on social media their backing. Not just the cabinet, but Angela Rayner too, saying that everybody should swing behind the Prime Minister. So a show of support. Now, was it a spontaneous and entirely independent show of support by the Cabinet? 26 individuals autonomously choosing to support the Prime Minister? Probably not. It was probably a coordinated move by Number 10. Nevertheless, clearly within the Cabinet, there is a view that Keir Starmer should continue for now. But it is inescapable that the clamour for Keir Starmer to go is increasing. Keir Starmer will end the day in a worse position than he started it. Yes, he has had the backing of people like Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner and others who maybe want to take over from him one day. But will that last? Will the momentum against him really stall? The Parliamentary Labour Party meeting that is going to be early this evening remains critical. I think Labour MPs want to size up how is the Prime Minister looking, how is he sounding. It's been really interesting. We haven't seen Keir Starmer on camera today saying anything. Is he able to project confidence? We're told he's upbeat. Does he look it, frankly, when the MPs from the Labour Party get to sit in front of him? Does he convince them that he's got a plan? Can he therefore continue, despite these big calls for him to go until at least the May elections? All of those things are in the balance. As I say, overall, yes, there was a show of cabinet support, no doubt coordinated by Downing Street to start the moment that Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, stood up. But the bigger news, I think, is Anas Sarwar calling for Keir Starmer to stand down. That is a blow, and a blow that makes it that bit harder for Keir Starmer to recover.
OK, Sam, thanks very much. Well, our Scotland correspondent Conor Gillis was at Anas Sarwar's news conference, and he joins me now. Conor, why do you think Anas Sarwar has made this intervention?
Well, he clearly has had enough, and I think following on from what Sam was saying there, given the raft of cabinet ministers, top senior Labour figures that have come out to defend the Prime Minister in the past hour, Anas Sarwar, fresh from this press conference here in Glasgow, is now looking increasingly isolated. Is this plot to oust the Prime Minister now backfiring in spectacular fashion? Well, this all began just a few hours ago. At 12:40 this afternoon, a senior advisor to Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, phoned round journalists, including us here at Sky News, and intimated that Mr Sarwar would be having something to say about the perilous position that the Prime Minister is finding himself in. Now, the backdrop to this is absolutely important. The context is key because for a very long time, Anas Sarwar was on course to oust the SNP from power, to stop them entering a third decade in power, and that all dramatically changed hugely in the aftermath of the Labour victory at the general election just a matter of 18 months ago. And from there on in, it has been disaster after disaster, U-turn after U-turn, that now has a situation where Anas Sarwar and Scottish Labour, just a few months ahead of the crucial Scottish elections in May, are now fighting potentially for third place, fending off Nigel Farage and Reform. So that is an extraordinary fall from grace for a party that were on course to potentially win and take over as First Minister of Scotland. I don't think we can underplay the significance of this intervention today. We've got Anas Sarwar knifing Sir Keir Starmer in the back. The pair of them have been in lockstep for so many years. Handshakes on camera, arms round one another, talking about how much they are such great friends. Well, look at what Anas Sarwar has done to a supposedly good friend here today. He sees the writing on the wall. Now, we understand that the pair spoke on the phone earlier on, Anas Sarwar making clear what he was about to make public, and clearly there was a disagreement between the pair. But if we go through what Anas Sarwar said during that huge intervention, during that speech today, he said it was not easy, not without pain. He talked about loyalty and genuine friendship for the Prime Minister, but he said ultimately his loyalty was with Scotland because he hopes to become the Scottish First Minister. He talked about failures for the first time. I think that word is key. We haven't had that word specifically used when talking about the U-turns that Sir Keir Starmer has made during the course of his premiership of the last 18 months. So clear division there, trying to ensure that he is aside from Sir Keir Starmer there. He said the distraction needs to end. The leadership in Downing Street needs to change. The question is whether the stark words that came out of Anas Sarwar's mouth here in the past few hours will create that clear blue water and arrest what the polls are saying and turn Labour's fortunes around here in Scotland. Now, I put a question to Anas Sarwar himself. Let's have a listen just now. One of your own Scottish Labour MPs is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you fail to become First Minister in May? And second of all, if you don't mind, last year you called Peter Mandelson an old friend when it was public knowledge that he had links with Jeffrey Epstein. How do we take you seriously on cleaning up politics when one of your own Scottish Labour MSPs is best friends with a convicted paedophile?
Let me first say that the approach of briefings I have always called out. And that's why I'm not taking the approach of briefing. I'm not taking the approach of talking to journalists in private. I'm being upfront and honest about my view and my first priority and my first loyalty being to Scotland. And that's why I'm doing what I believe is best for Scotland. And let me also be clear that Peter Mandelson is not someone or something I want to be associated with. I met him in his capacity as the ambassador ambassador to the US because that was the right thing to do in Scotland's interest. But should he have been appointed the ambassador? No. Should he be a member of the Labour Party? No. Should he have a seat in the House of Lords? He shouldn't. And it's right now that he is investigated by the police.
And Conor, we've heard a number of senior ministers pushing back today on what Anas Sarwar has said. What's the reaction been up in Scotland?
Well, I can tell you, I've had a text from a senior Labour source, and I'll quote it for you, Jane. It essentially says here, this is idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It is playing into the hands of your opponents. That's one very senior source within Scottish Labour saying that to me today. And I think that is the important point in all of this. Was Anas Sarwar doing this to try and clearly create division between him and the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, while at the same time having one eye on those polls that say the SNP is on course to win the election and enter its third decade in power? John Swinney, Scottish First Minister, the SNP leader today, will be absolutely loving every second of what seems to be the opening and firing shot of what will be a Labour civil war.
OK, Conor, thanks very much for now. Let's bring in John Curtis, renowned pollster and also Professor of Politics at the University of Strathclyde. We'll talk about Scotland in a moment, but first of all, Keir Starmer generally, can he survive this? The last 48 hours have been pretty bruising.
Well, it depends on the timescale you want to put on it. I'm not sure at the moment too many people would want to put a lot of money on Keir Starmer leading Labour into the next general election. But in the next few weeks, at least, he does have some advantages. The crucial one is that there isn't somebody who clearly is a potential successor, who is popular across the party, is popular with the public, and therefore perhaps might be somebody whom the party would be willing to fall behind in an uncontested election. That prospect doesn't seem to be before the Labour Party. And it is, in truth, going to, if there isn't a leadership election, there is going to be probably a fairly fractious and divided one. Meanwhile, two of the potential candidates, perhaps the two most likely candidates, that is Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting, have good reason not to want Sir Keir Starmer to fall now. In the case of Angela Rayner, because she still needs to await the judgment of HMRC on the arguments about the tax she did or didn't pay on the home she bought in Hove. And the case of Wes Streeting, because he is known to be closely associated with Lord Mandelson. So he would like a little bit of space between Lord Mandelson and the current importance of that subject on the political agenda and a Labour leadership contest. So given, in a sense, Sir Keir Starmer's advantage, yes, there are lots of people who are extremely doubtful about Sir Keir Starmer's ability to turn things around. But at the moment, at least, it's not clear that there's much agreement inside the Labour Party, or indeed polling evidence, to suggest that there is somebody out there who is the obvious answer to Labour's electoral problem.
But being kept in a position of power because your potential successors aren't quite ready to take over the reins, it's not an especially good place to be, is it?
No. I mean, look, the honest truth is that Sir Keir Starmer has lost a lot of basically control of his Parliamentary Labour Party. The fact that last week the government had to agree to the Conservative motion that, all the papers surrounding the appointment of Lord Mandelson and his communications with government while he was in Washington need to be released, that was a very, very clear demonstration. The fact that this afternoon members of the cabinet have had to come out and say, we should keep Sir Keir Starmer. He won a landslide. It's the first election victory we had in 4 years, etc., etc. That is a sign of weakness, not a sign of strength. He is, and unfortunately for him, there were already question marks about the future of his leadership because basically Labour are running at an average of around 20% in the opinion polls. They're about 9 points behind Reform, and they made the seventh elections look as though Scotland's going to be a disappointment, as Anas Sarwar is acknowledging. Wales could be a disaster, and Labour are also at risk of losing a lot of council seats, certainly outside of London. So he was already somebody about whom the party had doubts. And then all along comes on what might end up proving to be one of the biggest scandals of British politics of the post-war era, up there with Profumo, up there with Partygate. And he just doesn't have the political capital that enables him to negotiate this position with any degree of comfort. And as we've seen in the last 24 hours, he's lost two key members of his 10 Downing Street operation in the wake of all of this. And I think we're heading for, either the third or the fourth reframing of the number 10 operation in the light of this. This is not a very happy Prime Minister or those around him.
You talk about this huge political scandal. We talked to two Labour MPs in the last hour who both said that when they're out on the doorsteps, people want to talk about breakfast clubs and potholes. How true is that, and how much is what's happened with Mandelson and Epstein cutting through to the public and to voters, do you think?
Well, to be honest, if I had to script the answer for Labour MPs at the moment about if they're being interviewed by you or indeed by members of the public about Sir Keir Starmer, I would be saying what people are really concerned about is the cost of living, etc., etc. It's a political stock in trade when a party is in difficulty. I think certainly on the limited evidence we've got so far, it isn't clear that the Mandelson affair, although between 80 and 95% of people say they're aware of it, has done that much damage to either Labour's standing in the polls or Keir Starmer's standing in the polls. But of course, that is because Labour's standing in the polls and Sir Keir Starmer's standing in the poll is so bad already. And to that extent, at least, therefore, I think so far public opinion is concerned, it's the conclusion that the public had reached before the Mandelson story broke roughly about a week ago today that matters. The fact that they had already formed the judgment that he wasn't necessarily, in their view, up to the job, including many people who voted Labour in 2024, rather than that we should now be looking for there to be some dramatic impact on Labour's standing or Sir Keir's standing with the public. The damage has already been done, and it's that damage that makes it very, very difficult for Sir Keir Starmer to actually be able to deal with and withstand the storm he now finds himself in the middle of.
What impact do you think Anas Sarwar's intervention today will ultimately have?
Well, the question we've been asking ourselves was, so what's going to be the follow-up? And what we're now 2 hours on, as far as I'm aware, there isn't any follow-up. There was some speculation whether Ulan Morgan, the Welsh First Minister, whether she was going to come out. No sign of it. Nobody in the cabinet so far following up. So the truth is, this is probably somebody who is reckoning that their party in an election, which is just a few weeks away, is heading for a horrible car crash, has now desperately twisted the wheel of the steering wheel, not knowing at all whether or not he's going to avoid the car crash, but doing the one thing he thinks he might be able to do to try to turn things around. And we'll wait to see whether either Sir Keir Starmer does eventually go, or indeed whether it does anything for Labour's chances. But the truth is, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Anas Sarwar to escape what is the deep cloud of Sir Keir Starmer's unpopularity that's hanging over Scottish Labour's chances in the Holyrood election on May the 7th.
Fascinating times. I know you'll keep continuing to guide us through it. John Curtis, always good to talk to you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, Prince William is in Riyadh. We'll be telling you why after the break. To the House of Commons, Darren Jones, Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister, is giving an update on standards in public life.
Of women and girls. The series and sequencing of events across the last week has rightly made clear to us all that for too long and too often, influential people in positions of power, overwhelmingly men, have been able to avoid proper and just scrutiny because of the perverse power structures that incentivise their belief that rules do not apply to them. And if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, members chuntering from the benches opposite, whilst I am talking about the victims of sexual abuse and abuse of power, should know better and should recognise that they should be quiet and listen when we are talking about the victims and the justice they deserve to seek. Peter Mandelson's disgraceful behaviour raises a number of questions about the ability of the current standard system to catch those few who seek to break our rules. This damages all of us across the House. The vast majority of public servants, whether officials or elected members, come to serve the public, not themselves. This House, indeed this building, is full of people working hard, unsociable hours, making significant personal sacrifices in order to try and make a difference to people's lives, to do what is best for their country, to fight for their communities, to use their position in this place to give a voice to those whose voices are too often not heard. The issues associated with Peter Mandelson, however, show that we must go further to ensure that no one can ever again behave in this way. Since entering government, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered on our manifesto promises to strengthen the role of the independent advisor, and we have set up the Ethics and Integrity Commission, whilst also publishing ministers' interests, gifts and hospitalities more frequently, and reforming severance payments to ensure that they are proportionate and fair. This is significant and important reform after years of repeated ethics scandals under the last administration. This includes restricting payments for ministers leaving office following a serious breach of the ministerial code, and requiring repayment of severance for those found to be in breach of the business appointment rules. Mr. Speaker, it's also why the government has introduced the Public Office Accountability Bill, a landmark piece of legislation to tackle injustice, so that when tragedy strikes, the state is called to account. In response to the latest revelations in the past week, the Prime Minister has confirmed that the government will bring forward legislation to ensure peerages can be removed from disgraced peers, and that Peter Mandelson will be removed from the list of Privy Councillors. And we are changing the process for the relevant direct ministerial appointments, including politically appointed diplomatic roles, so that in cases where the role requires access to highly classified material, the selected candidate must have passed through the requisite national security vetting process before such appointments are announced or confirmed. But, Mr. Speaker, we recognise we need to go further. We will work with the newly established Ethics and Integrity Commission to ensure that it achieves its aims of promoting the highest standards in public life. We will consider whether the current arrangements for the declaration and publication of financial interests for ministers and senior government officials are sufficient, and whether in the future regular published financial disclosure forms or other additional transparency measures should be used. We will look closely at our system for providing transparency around lobbying, and, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we should consider again the use of non-corporate communications channels within government. Revelations from the Epstein files have shown that it has been far too easy to forward sensitive information via unofficial channels. There is a lack of clarity about the use of non-corporate communication channels within government, which has raised concerns about the security of official information, as members on the benches opposite know from their former ministers who also forwarded information from the government via private email accounts to people when they shouldn't. The government recognises the consistent calls for a strategic review of these channels, the role they play in government, the legal framework in which they sit, and whether the current codes of conduct and guidance relating to them are effective. Mr. Speaker, this work will focus on the issues for government, but will complement a range of work being carried out in both this House and in the other place. The government is committed to the principle that second jobs for members of Parliament should be banned outside of very limited exceptions, such as maintaining professional qualification. The Committee on Standards is currently conducting an inquiry into second jobs, and we are working with the committee to deliver meaningful change as quickly as possible. The House is considering the legislation currently before Parliament to introduce a duty of candour, and the Prime Minister has been clear that we will bring forward legislation to enable the removal of peerages from those who brought the House of Lords into disrepute. And, Mr. Speaker, the government will ask the Lords Conduct Committee to expand its work reviewing the Code of Conduct in the other place to consider whether standards issues, including the rules relating to peers and lobbying, need to be reformed. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to provide the House with an update on the response to the humble address motion passed by the House last Wednesday. The government is committed to publishing all relevant documents in line with the motion agreed by the House and is working at pace to do so. As the House agreed on Wednesday, papers which the government believes should not be published on national security or international relations grounds will be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. The Prime Minister wrote to the chair of the committee on Friday, acknowledging that it is important that documents are made available to Parliament as soon as possible. And as the Prime Minister has set out, the government is committed to being as transparent as soon as possible and in full compliance with the motion. The Prime Minister has asked the Cabinet Secretary to liaise with the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I will ensure that the House is kept updated on this work. Mr. Speaker, we have all been appalled at Jeffrey Epstein's disgusting crimes and Peter Mandelson's despicable behaviour. It is utterly contrary to what the Prime Minister stands for and the values at the heart of this government. We are resolute in our commitment to fighting men's violence against women and girls and supporting their victims. Delivering on this mission is a critical part of our response to the terrible misogyny at the heart of the Epstein scandal. We also recognise that Peter Mandelson's behaviour has posed difficult questions about our safeguards against corruption. I have set out today, Mr. Speaker, the steps the government is taking to ensure that the British public can have confidence in the integrity of public life, and I will continue to update the House, as I said last Monday and today, on these matters as our works develop. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shut up a minute. You can't have points of order and just beginning the debate. That's the rules of the House. I'm not going to change it, especially for you. Neil O'Brien, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's authority is gone and his government is starting to collapse. But the PM's decision to appoint Peter Mandelson raises massive questions about standards in public life, questions which the Minister's statement today just doesn't answer. Mr. Speaker, advisers advise, but ministers decide. And on that basis, can the Minister explain why it was right for Morgan McSweeney to resign, but not right for the Prime Minister to resign? Morgan McSweeney might have provided the advice, but it was the Prime Minister who made the decision to appoint the best friend of the world's most notorious paedophile to be His Majesty's ambassador in Washington. And the PM did this despite knowing that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's house while he was in jail for child prostitution. The problem is not the structures or the processes. The information was there. The warnings were there. The problem is that the Prime Minister had all of that before him and yet chose to ignore it. He cannot keep blaming others. He cannot blame the process. He must start taking personal responsibility. For the record of this government on standards is truly extraordinary. First, the Prime Minister was embroiled in the freebies scandal. £107,000 in gifts given to him since 2019 and a personal donor being given a Downing Street pass. Then, the Prime Minister was reprimanded by his own ethics advisor over the appointment of a non-disclosed Labour donor to be the football regulator. His Transport Secretary, an ex-cop, had to resign over misleading the police. His anti-corruption minister had to resign over corruption. His homelessness minister had to resign for making people homeless. And then his deputy prime minister, housing minister, had to resign over a £40,000 unpaid tax bill on her house. No wonder even the leader of the Scottish Labour Party now says that the PM must go. Mr. Sarwar says, and I quote, "There have been too many mistakes and that he has no choice but to be honest about failure where I see it." He is right. Now, let me turn to some specific questions. First, can the Minister confirm whether Peter Mandelson received a golden goodbye severance payment signed off by the government? Why has the government refused to answer this question since September? It's been reported that the golden goodbye was between £39,000 and £55,000, more than the average person earns in a year, Mr. Speaker. This is grotesque. And what steps is the government taking to retrieve this incredible payment for resigning in disgrace? It sounded from the Minister like he was saying he couldn't do it. I have to remind the Minister, at the moment at least, they are actually the government. They can take action. Second, will the government agree to a full investigation into Peter Mandelson's behaviour while he was our ambassador? On 27th of February, Mandelson arranged for the Prime Minister to meet Palantir, a client of Global Counsel, his own company. It was not recorded in the Prime Minister's register of meetings. It only emerged later. Palantir were then directly awarded a £240 million contract by the government. I make no criticism of Palantir. My point is simply, why wasn't it recorded? How many more such lobbyist meetings with the PM were there? And what other inside information was being shared? Will he agree, yes or no, to a full inquiry into Mandelson's time as our ambassador? Third, let me ask about another New Labour veteran put forward for a public office despite his known association with a paedophile. Number 10 have said that they investigated Matthew Doyle's relationship with a convicted paedophile, Sean Morton. Number 10 gave Doyle, the PM's former Director of Communications, a peerage after purportedly examining this matter. But they have never clarified whether their relationship continued after Morton's conviction. If Doyle cut ties with Morton upon his conviction, why doesn't the government just say so? So I asked the Chief Secretary to clarify this, and will he agree to publish all the documents relating to that appointment? Fourth, the Chief Secretary told the House on the 2nd of February that a review of the decision to appoint Mandelson was underway. What form will it take? Will a statement be laid before Parliament? When? Will Mandelson be interviewed as part of that review? Will it include the potential involvement of hostile intelligence services? And finally, has the government substantively responded to the ISC's request for more resourcing so it can do its job properly in reviewing the papers that are about to be released? Mr. Speaker, no amount of process or fiddling about with procedures can compensate for a Prime Minister who lacked the judgment to act on information put before him. The Prime Minister was warned about Mandelson. He knew, but he decided it was a risk worth taking. And as the leader of the Scottish Labour Party pointed out today, it's not just the Mandelson affair. Time and time again, the Prime Minister gets it wrong, from the winter fuel payment to the family farm tax. And just like with the grooming gangs inquiry, the PM has once again put his own political interest ahead of the interests of victims. Mr. Speaker, at the start of his statement, the Minister says the PM's choices in this case go to the heart of who he is. And that is what we are worried about, Mr. Speaker. The PM's head of communications has resigned. The PM's chief of staff has resigned. The leader of the Scottish Labour Party says the Prime Minister should resign. It seems like more and more people, even in the Labour Party, are now coming to the same conclusion as the public. This country deserves better.
Minister Durham-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind the honourable gentleman that the public had their say at the last general election and elected a landslide Labour majority and put the party opposite into a historic defeat. And might I say that one of the reasons, in my view, Mr. Speaker, that the public booted that lot out of office was because of the repeated failings in standards and ethics, from the PPE contracts to dodgy friends to lying to Parliament to the sex misconduct scandals. And he says to me, why is it that ministers that have breached the code have resigned? Because we fixed the system. The reason we have an independent ethics advisor who can't be directed by the Prime Minister, as was the case under the previous party, is because it is independent. And when ministers have been found to break the code, they have gone, because that should be the consequence for doing so. The honourable member has asked me about what the Prime Minister knew at the time of Peter Mandelson's appointment. The Prime Minister has answered this question repeatedly, Mr. Speaker. The information that has come out since his appointment has made it clear that Peter lied to the Prime Minister about the state of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And had the Prime Minister had known then, at the point of appointment, what we all know now, with the privilege of hindsight, he would not have appointed him in the first place. He asked me a number of questions about the process, I think, which flow from the humble address. As I've already informed the House, Mr. Speaker, the government is working with the leadership of the Intelligence and Security Committee to ensure that we can comply with the humble address and cooperate with transparency to release the documents in the way that we have said we will, in compliance with the Met Police investigation and other constraints which are currently being managed. And we will ensure that the Intelligence and Security Committee is given all the available support it needs to be able to service the House effectively in line with the humble address.
Is that it? Where should we go? Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his speech and for telling us that relevant direct ministerial appointments, including politically appointed diplomatic roles, where they have access to highly classified material, will have to pass the requisite national security vetting process before such appointments are announced or confirmed. I know that it may sound a little surprising to members opposite because they probably didn't hear what he said because they were barracking the minister so much. But I mean, that's to be welcomed. However, the Foreign Affairs Committee has believed that Peter Mandelson should come in front of our committee before he was sent to Washington, and we were right. And we shouldn't have been prevented from seeing him. In the past, political appointees to ambassadorial roles have nearly always appeared before the committee, but only at the Foreign Office's discretion. We don't want discretion anymore. We would like it written into the rules that before someone is appointed to an ambassadorial role, or the chair of the British Council, or the director of the BBC World Service, we would like those political appointees to appear in public before the Foreign Affairs Committee and to answer our questions.
Can I thank the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee for her question? She raises important points about the process, particularly for the appointments of ambassadors and the delay between announcement appointment, and also the host country then accepting their appointment to formally appoint them to their role. That's why we've made it clear today that the security vetting process will now have to be concluded before announcement and confirmation. She asks me about the role of pre-appointment hearings. I know that the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office has already informed her committee that the committee is entitled to invite ambassadors to appear before them to answer questions. And of course, we continue to keep all other pre-appointment hearings under review.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Svart.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for advance sight of his statement. We must remember that we're having this debate today because of the courage of the women and girls who spoke out against Jeffrey Epstein and those connected to him. Their bravery has forced us to confront uncomfortable truths around power, accountability and the standards we must demand from those in public life. There are many questions swirling around this place about judgment, rightly. And while you can't legislate out poor judgment, you can put in place a better system that leaves as little to chance as possible. And successive governments have failed to do that. From Partygate to ministerial code breaches that went unpunished, we have witnessed a systematic deterioration of standards, and the current system is broken. The ministerial code lacks legal force. We need structural reform, and I welcome some of the measures that the Minister has mentioned in his remarks today, including the ability to boot out peers whose behaviour falls below the standard we should all expect. The ministerial code must be enshrined in law with genuine sanctions for breaches. The ministerial code must extend beyond its current parameters to include senior public servants like ambassadors, and we agree that vetting standards must also be made tougher, and they should include trade envoys like Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor. We must also ban those who've served in any capacity for a current foreign administration from donating to political parties, think tanks or campaign organisations, and we must end government by WhatsApp. All ministerial instant messaging conversations involving government business must be placed on the departmental record. These should be published quarterly alongside emails, letters and phone calls to ensure greater transparency. We should also protect whistleblowers through a new Office of the Whistleblower with legal protections and criminal sanctions on ministers who fail to report wrongdoing. Just this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, I met the lively and engaged Year 12 students from Hazel Grove High School. When the next election rolls around, they can all vote. They deserve better than the broken system, and we should all be working hard to restore the public's trust in politics.
Chief Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her statement and remarks. I think we all agree that we don't just need effective rules, but effective enforcement for people who break those rules. And these issues have highlighted the fact that there is more work to do. And I look forward, as does the government, in working on a cross-party basis to make sure, as she said, that we bring justice for victims who are affected by the abuse of power.
Absana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In December 2025, Palantir won a 3-year contract worth £240 million from the government. This contract, which is 3 times larger than any that Palantir has previously won, was awarded without tender. Will the Minister ensure that there is full transparency of how this decision was made and who was involved? And does he agree with me more widely that resignations under the last government meant that true accountability could be evaded and obscured, and that all our constituents wanted from us and this government was the change that we promised to deliver?
In the first part of my honourable friend's question, I can assure her that all procurement rules have been followed, but if there is any suggestion of wrongdoing, we have powers under the Procurement Act to take action if required. On the second part of her question, I agree with her that the public were calling for change at the last election, partly because of the repeated scandal issues that happened under the last administration, and that's why, as I've set out today, we've already taken action to make the Ethics Advisor independent, institute the Ethics and Integrity Commission, and as I've set out in my statement today, we will go further.
Select Committee Chair Simon Hoare.
Madam Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Chief Secretary the following points? He said in answer to an earlier question the documentation would be released in compliance with the Metropolitan Police. Can he ensure that his department, number 10, and the Met understand what parliamentary privilege means and assert it on behalf of this House? Secondly, he's mentioned the bill which would remove Mandelson's title is in preparation. Now, that's a short bill. Could he tell us when he expects to see it introduced in this place and guarantee a one-day process for all stages of the bill? And his statement today is entitled Standards in Public Life. Knowing that Mandelson was a friend of Epstein, forget the extent, and all of Mandelson's baggage, could the Chief Secretary finally explain to the House why Mandelson was ever on the short list of people being considered to be appointed to probably our most important ambassadorial role?
Secretary.
Can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for his questions? On his first question around privilege, I don't for one second question the supremacy of Parliament or the basis of parliamentary privilege. All I meant to say was that the government is in discussions with the Met Police, who have launched a criminal investigation, and that it's important that we work with them to ensure that information is released that doesn't then affect their criminal investigations. The Cabinet Secretary and others are in discussions with the Met Police about that, and we hope to be able to say more soon. On his question on the bill, as I informed the House last week, the government's preference is to bring forward legislation that could be applied to any peer who is subject to breaching the rules and bringing the other place into disrepute. We have begun the work at looking at the scope and ability for that bill to be brought forward to the House. I've been informed that that has not been, that a bill of that nature has not been brought before Parliament since 1425, and that there are the 1970 bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may have a few moments, was about a collective group of peers who had been, I think, collaborating with the Nazis around the Second World War. This issue is different. This is about standards.
We're going to step away from the House of Commons there. Darren Jones, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, talking about standards in public life, saying that a Lord's Conduct Committee is looking at reforms needed there, that the Prime Minister is getting the papers to the Intelligence and Security Committee about Lord Mandelson's appointment as soon as possible. But in response for the opposition, Neil O'Brien said the Prime Minister's authority is gone. His government is starting to collapse. If it is right for Morgan McSweeney to resign, why is it not right for the Prime Minister to resign too?
Given his commitment to...
Well, a short while ago, we had an interview with the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Lucy Powell. Here it is.
The Integrity Commission has been set up.
The Prime Minister has my full support as the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and I know he has the vast majority of colleagues' full support as well, because we've got a country to run and we've got change that we're trying to deliver and we've got elections that we're trying to win, and the last thing we need right now is all this speculation looking inwards on ourselves. Yes, we've got to do better. Yes, we've got to take the fight to reform. Yes, we've got to show people whose side we're on. But we're all focused on that as one Labour team with Keir as our leader, and I think that's been made really clear today.
When's the last time you spoke to the Prime Minister, and what sort of mood was he in?
I've spoken to him today. I spoke to him over the weekend, and we speak quite regularly. And he's in a good mood. He's well, look, he's upbeat. He knows that he's got to show people that he understands why people are upset, why people are frustrated because of appointing Peter Mandelson in the first place. But I think he's really up for showing people that he gets it. He understands that he needs to change. We all need to change the way that we're working to be more inclusive, to hear more voices and to do better at what we're doing. But Keir's one of the most resilient, stoic people that I know, and he's not easily knocked down, I can tell you that. And I think he's showing, and he'll show tonight at the PLP, he's showing that he's up for that fight, the fight for the future of our country and the fight to bring about the change that people voted for.
I mean, he's fighting for his life at the moment. Do you think he understands the scale of the challenge he's got?
Well, politics is difficult right now. It's a difficult time. We've got some big elections. I've been really focused on this by-election as well. I've been up in Manchester, which is so important that we don't let reform in through the back door up in Manchester. He's faced tough times before, and I'm sure he'll face tough times in the future. But what people should understand about Kier is that he withstands pressure really well. In fact, he sort of thrives off pressure, and he wants people to understand that he is so sorry about what happened with Peter Mandelson, sorry to the victims. It was a mistake, and he's said that, and he's apologised for it. But he also wants to show people that he gets it, and he understands the changes that need to follow from that, and so that people see that we understand it.
We've spoken to some MPs today who say that in the background there are people trying to sound them out to back leadership campaigns. Are you hearing those sort of things? Are you involved in any of that?
Well, look, what I would say to colleagues is we all need to come together as one Labour team behind Kier, because the times that we are in, the challenges we face in this country right now, around the world right now, as the party of government, it is absolutely vital that we stand together and we face out and we deliver what people voted for, the change that people voted for, and want to see their lives improved, want to see us standing strong on the world stage. And all this sort of Westminster parlour games, all this sort of tittle-tattle is a distraction from that. And there are plenty of people who want to write that as the story of this Labour government, but I want us to write a different story, a story of us delivering change on the ground and doing what we said we would do. And it's incumbent upon each one of us as MPs to tell that Labour story.
Just finally, do you think Keir Starmer will still be Prime Minister by the end of this year?
Absolutely. And I think what you've seen today is that the Prime Minister commands a lot of support here in Parliament and across the PLP, across the Cabinet. We've got the Parliamentary Labour Party meeting tonight. I will be sitting next to the Prime Minister and we'll all be showing our full support for what he's got to say tonight.
Lucy Powell, thank you.
Thank you.
Lucy Powell there, who was, of course, sacked by Keir Starmer from the Cabinet. Well, many Cabinet colleagues have given messages of support for the Prime Minister. I spoke to the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, earlier and began by asking her how he can survive.
It was only 18 months ago that Keir secured a massive landslide victory for the party, secured a 5-year term to deliver that change. Change does take time, and we're all impatient for change to happen more quickly, including the voters. But Keir is getting on and doing that, and we as a government are getting on and delivering the change that we were elected to deliver. Just last week, we voted in Parliament to lift 450,000 children out of poverty through the changes that we are making. I announced our plans to roll out even more new free breakfast clubs across the country that will be a huge boost to working parents. That's what we ought to be focused on as a government. That's what people want to see. And whilst I have enormous respect for Anas, I've known him for a long time, I just profoundly disagree. I don't think this is the right approach, and I do believe Keir is the right person to lead our country.
Anas Sarwar made the point, and you've alluded to it there, various Labour policies that are the things you want to be talking about, you want people to see as achievements of this government, but these are all things that are being drowned out by the rest of the noise, and it's being drowned out because the Prime Minister isn't leading in the way that he should be leading, isn't it?
Look, of course it's frustrating because, when I come into studios like this, when we're announcing, help and support that will make a big difference to families across the country, that's what I'd rather be talking about, not talking about the awful events that we have seen in recent times, for example, around Peter Mandelson. It's why the Prime Minister is determined to change that, to make it work better in the future. But why,
but the reason that we're talking about Peter Mandelson is because the Prime Minister employed him. That is a catastrophic error of judgment, isn't it? And you hear what Anas Sarwar says, he's a decent man, a man who's dedicated his life to public service. That is irrelevant if he makes fundamentally flawed decisions when he's in charge of the country.
Look, the Prime Minister deeply regrets what happened around the appointment of Peter Mandelson and has apologised to Epstein's victims. What they experienced and what they suffered should be right at the forefront of what we think about in all of this. But this government is tackling violence against women and girls. You wouldn't find someone who is a stronger voice or has got a stronger track record on delivering for women and girls, tackling violence and misogyny than our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. The very first time I ever saw Keir Starmer on the television, I was running a women's refuge in the North East. Keir Starmer was the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I heard him talking about the changes that he was making to allow more women and girls to see justice. That's the kind of person that Keir Starmer is, and it is completely unacceptable what has come to light in terms of those emails and all of the extensive involvement that Peter Mandelson had with Jeffrey Epstein. But Keir Starmer is not responsible for that. What he is responsible for is delivering a better society for our people, a better country, and a country where women and girls are safe. That's what I know he wants to focus on. And it is, of course, profoundly frustrating that we end up talking about issues such as this. I know the Prime Minister will feel that very deeply as well. But we were elected on a mandate for change just over 18 months ago. We're getting on and doing that. There is more to do. I hear it every week on the doors. I know that people want to see more change, despite all of the progress that we've made, despite the fact that things are turning around. But I just fundamentally disagree with what Anas Sarwar has said today. Much as I respect him, much as I've known him for a very, very long time, I just think it is wrong.
Bridget Phillipson talking to me a short time ago. Right, let's get a look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
There will be further potentially disruptive rain this week, and it's going to turn colder, with wintry hazards possible until the weekend. Before then, southern Wales, central southern England, Northern Ireland and the north of Ireland look wet to end the afternoon, while the southwest will be showery. Elsewhere, there'll be a chance of some drizzly outbreaks, but northwestern Scotland looks clear and dry. It'll be rather murky tonight with fog in places. Central and southern parts will mostly dry up, although southeast England will see some increasingly light and patchy rain for a time, while Cork and Kerry will turn wet later on.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up in the news at 5 with Mark Austin, we're going to be looking at what is happening at number 10 Downing Street. The Prime Minister is under enormous pressure after Anas Sarwar has said today that he thinks the Prime Minister should step down. We've heard lots of Cabinet Ministers supporting him. What's going to happen this evening? Stay with Sky News to find out.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report. And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what? A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. 60 minutes of news, analysis and interviews. We begin right now with the top stories this hour. A major blow to Keir Starmer as the leader of Scottish Labour says failures at the heart of Downing Street mean it's time for the Prime Minister to go.
The distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
But as the Prime Minister prepares to try to win over angry Labour MPs, tonight senior cabinet colleagues rally behind him. Also ahead, police consider if the former Prince Andrew should face a criminal investigation over links to Jeffrey Epstein. As the King is heckled again over his brother's behaviour, Prince William says he's deeply concerned by the continued revelations. Plus, as the pro-democracy campaigner Jimmy Lai is jailed for 20 years, we speak to Lord Patten, Hong Kong's last British governor. Good evening. We begin with the Prime Minister preparing to give the biggest speech of his political career tonight. Sir Keir Starmer will face his MPs in Parliament, knowing he has to persuade them that he is the right man to continue to lead the government. It comes just hours after the leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, said the Prime Minister had to go. Complicating matters even more for Sir Keir Starmer is an exodus of key figures in Downing Street. First, his Chief of Staff left the job, and less than 24 hours later, his Director of Communications also quit. But in the last few hours, senior cabinet members have rallied in support of the Prime Minister. We'll be live to a tense Westminster in just a moment. First, this is how Anas Sarwar delivered his devastating blow to the Prime Minister.
My first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
Well, minutes after that blow from Scotland, senior Labour figures expressed support for the Prime Minister. Angela Rayner, seen as a leadership rival, urged MPs to come together, saying Starmer had her full support. Cabinet colleagues also rallied round, including the Chancellor, the Foreign Secretary and the Deputy Labour leader, Lucy Powell.
The Prime Minister has my full support as the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and I know he has the vast majority of colleagues' full support as well, because we've got a country to run and we've got change that we're trying to deliver and we've got elections that we're trying to win, and the last thing we need right now is all this speculation looking inwards on ourselves. Yes, we've got to do better. Yes, we've got to take the fight to reform. Yes, we've got to show people whose side we're on, but we're all focused on that as one Labour team with Keir as our leader, and I think that's been made really clear today.
Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. So, Sam, a day I am sure Keir Starmer will want to be over. How much trouble is he in?
Keir Starmer may have ended the day with a vote of confidence from every single member of his cabinet. But my goodness, Mark, it is not a day in which he ends up net being the winner. The two biggest things that happen. One, the leader of Scottish Labour has called for him to stand down. That's because the National Labour Party is dragging down Scottish Labour. And here we are weeks before the elections to Holyrood in May. And Anas Sarwar believes that Keir Starmer's polling, his reputation is so catastrophically poor, he will make the drag down the party in those polls, and even the chaos of a leadership contest in the intervening period between now and May would be preferable to having Keir Starmer as the national leader of our government. The second major thing that has happened today is another big departure from the building that you can see on your screens, 10 Downing Street, with the surprise exit of Tim Allen, who was one of the biggest political figures inside that building, Executive Director of Communications, one of Keir Starmer's most senior staff. Complete surprise that he went out the door. And it looks as if it was bad blood with Tim Allen posting on his WhatsApp, on his social media, a sort of slightly sniffy image of him and out of office of a golf course to suggest that he was out that black door and gone for good as quickly as possible, with a short, terse statement saying Keir Starmer would now be able to rebuild his number 10 team, and we don't know the cause of that exit. So it is as febrile as it has been. We have 4 days until recess, 4 days until MPs go scattered to the winds. But there is one more challenge for today, Mark, and that is the Parliamentary Labour Party. Keir Starmer must face them in a little over an hour's time. He will be in the Commons explaining to them how he thinks he can pick things up, how he will deal with the sleaze challenge that has been left behind since Peter Mandelson. Now, one of the remarkable things about today is, having been on the ropes, having been in trouble, we actually haven't seen Keir Starmer at any point today. We've had endless words released that he is alleged to have spoken. He is alleged to have spoken, with lots of fighting talk about the need to overhaul processes and the like. But nobody's been able to look in the whites of his eyes. The meeting in that committee room will be vital. Keir Starmer will be able to weigh up the views of people in the room. Will they back him? MPs will listen to his plans, assess his confidence, assess his words, assess his plan, and see whether or not they have confidence in him. Certainly the Scottish Labour leader does not, and that is a massive blow to his authority. So close to an election, somebody who appeared so close frequently was shaking hands with him, doing joint events, Anas Sarwar and Keir Starmer. Now he has cut that cord, saying it's in the best interests of the Scottish Labour Party to have Keir Starmer stand down. Now the question is, do the rest of the Parliamentary Party make the same break? Today, the Cabinet has rallied around, but the question mark is, for how long?
Sam, thank you very much indeed. So why did the leader of Labour in Scotland, Anas Sarwar, decide to go for the Prime Minister? Our Scotland correspondent Conor Gillis was at that news conference. You watched Anas Sarwar with this devastating intervention. What led to this, Conor?
Well, look, the pair have been the best of friends, the best of allies for so many years. But tonight, if we follow on that theme of what Sam was talking about there, Anas Sarwar may have thought this was a political moment, a political opportunity earlier on today to create clear blue water between Scottish Labour and the UK party. Well, is Anas Sarwar now looking more isolated than ever, given the UK Cabinet has rallied round the embattled Prime Minister, and has this plan to oust the Prime Minister from office backfired? Well, this story started to unravel 11:40 this morning, according to my call logs, is when I got a call from a senior special advisor to Anas Sarwar, essentially summing us at Sky News and all other journalists into the building you see here behind me in Glasgow for an impromptu and emergency press conference. And rumour was swirling around as to what could come in that. And it was clear very quickly that Anas Sarwar's position was that enough was enough. Let's remember, Anas Sarwar, had been on course for so long to potentially oust the SNP from power, to stop, to arrest that moment of the SNP entering that third decade in power. Well, most recently, the polls have been suggesting that is not going to happen. They may even be fighting for third place. What a turnaround that has been. And we can't underplay the significance of this intervention today, because, as Sam was saying, both Sir Kier Starmer and Anas Sarwar have been so close politically and personally as well, throwing their arms around one another, photo opportunities, shaking hands over so many years now. We understand the pair spoke on the phone today, where Anas Sarwar broke that news, clearly to much disappointment from Sir Keir Starmer. And I think Anas Sarwar recognises that if he didn't have that intervention today, if he didn't stand up and say he doesn't have confidence in the Prime Minister, then essentially it's all but game over for his chances of doing well politically in the upcoming Scottish elections. A couple of things within that speech. He said it was not easy, not without pain, to say what he had to say today. He talked about a genuine friendship and loyalty, but ultimately he said his loyalty was with Scotland. He talked about failures. failures. And the use of that word failures, I think, is key in all of this, given how close a bond the pair have had over the last few years, through all the trials and tribulations, through all of the U-turns that's created a political mess for Anas Sarwar here in Scotland. The use of the word failures today. And he said the distraction needs to end. He said leadership in Downing Street needs to change. The question is whether that now tonight is backfiring, given the Cabinet is rallying around Sir Keir Starmer at Westminster. And it's certainly something that I asked Anas Sarwar about earlier on today. Let's have a listen. One of your own Scottish Labour MPs is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you fail to become First Minister in May? And second of all, if you don't mind, last year you called Peter Mandelson an old friend when it was public knowledge that he had links with Jeffrey Epstein. How do we take you seriously on cleaning up politics when one of your own Scottish Labour MSPs is best friends with a convicted paedophile?
Let me first say that the approach of briefings I have always called out. And that's why I'm not taking the approach of briefing. I'm not taking the approach of talking to journalists in private. I'm being upfront and honest about my view and my first priority and my first loyalty being to Scotland. And that's why I'm doing what I believe is best for Scotland. And let me also be clear that Peter Mandelson is not someone or something I want to be associated with. I met him in his capacity as the ambassador ambassador to the US because that was the right thing to do in Scotland's interest. But should he have been appointed the ambassador? No. Should he be a member of the Labour Party? No. Should he have a seat in the House of Lords? He shouldn't. And it's right now that he is investigated by the police.
So clearly tonight there is division between Scottish Labour and the UK party. But as one senior Labour source has said to me tonight, this is playing right in to the opposition's hands. The opposition here in Scotland clearly being the SNP, who must be rubbing their hands at this chaos division that's swirling around Downing Street, and now tonight Scottish Labour as well.
OK, Connor, thank you very much indeed. Well, the Prime Minister is, about 50 minutes away from a very big moment for him. He's due to address the Parliamentary Labour Party in the next hour, and that could be, make or break. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, joins me now from Parliament's central lobby. And this address to MPs, John, I mean, fair to say, one of the most important speeches of his political life.
Yes, will he say to his would-be opponents, put up or shut up? That was what John Major said all those years ago when he was facing mutiny on his backbenches. But here today, so far, there's anger at the move by Anas Sarwar. I've just been talking to a very senior Labour MP, just come out of the chamber, who said that desperate stuff from Anas Sarwar. I remember a few weeks ago, not so long ago, talking to Douglas Alexander, the Scotland Secretary, and he was saying that what Labour have to do in Scotland in those Holyrood elections is convince Scottish voters that those elections are about the record of the SNP government, not Keir Starmer's government here in Westminster. Well, clearly, Anas Sarwar takes the view that that approach has failed, and that's why he's done what he's done today. Another Labour MP has told Sky News, called it the Andy Burnham effect. It's had the effect, actually, of uniting the Cabinet behind Sir Keir Starmer in the way that Andy Burnham's moves at the Labour Party conference, when he talked about people urging him to stand, rather backfired on him. Well, we'll see how genuine those shows of messages of support are. As for the PM, yes, Committee Room 14, 6 o'clock. He addressed the PLP 2 or 3 weeks ago. Traditionally, the leader of the party does it at the beginning of the year. This, of course, is what you might call an emergency meeting. Now, the business in the Commons today is quite light. The Tories tell me, actually, they're going to help keep some things going so more Labour MPs can get to the PLP meeting. Now, quite often the PLP is like it's a rally, really, for loyalists, and there'll no doubt be a carefully orchestrated banging of desks and applause and so on. How many of the PM's critics will turn up? Well, it's quite likely that some of them will, because he does face critical questions at these meetings from time to time. But clearly he felt the need to do this. Of course, as Sam Coates was explaining, it's a moment of real peril for him, potentially. Most politicians here take the view it's a question of when rather than if he will go. But there is a prevailing move. I talked to one veteran Labour MP, well-known figure, who said to me it would be absolute madness now to have a leadership election in the way that the Tories did every few years when they were in government. And of course, the other view that MPs loyal to the Prime Minister are saying is that who's the alternative? Who is realistically the successor in waiting? Angela Rayner, tax affairs still not sorted out. Wes Streeting, popular with many, but of course it's claimed he's too close to Peter Mandelson, Lord Mandelson as was. Andy Burnham, blocked from a return to the House of Commons. Well, that takes you down to people like Ed Miliband as a possible candidate. The latest idea is John Healey, the Defence Secretary, as a caretaker leader. But that's the thing. If they want to get rid of... one of the things MPs always say, if you're going to have a coup against a leader, you've got to have a candidate ready and waiting, a bit the way that Gordon Brown was ready to succeed Tony Blair. So it might be desperate for the Prime Minister, but it's also the rebels really can't agree on who the candidate to replace him should be. And obviously he'll come out fighting, put up or shut up, perhaps he'll say, but we shall know in an hour or so. We shall see him enter the room, see how his mood is. No doubt he'll say he's upbeat, but not sure about that. MPs are still talking about last week's Prime Minister's questions where his hands were shaking at the dispatch box. So we'll ask MPs if he's doing that tonight.
Yeah, John, it's interesting. You mentioned John Major right at the beginning there and this back me or sack me. I mean, didn't he limp on for quite a while afterwards, didn't he?
He was challenged by John Redwood, and from memory, the numbers were something like 120-something to 70. So I can't remember the exact figures now. I will look them up in the next hour. Yes, he went. Obviously, he carried on until the 1997 general election. Had 2 more years. That contest was in 1995. But then, of course, Tony Blair won a landslide in that general election.
Yeah, OK, John, thank you very much indeed. Let's just step away from Westminster for just a moment, because Thames Valley Police have confirmed that it is that they are assessing claims that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor shared confidential reports with Jeffrey Epstein during his time as the UK's trade envoy. It comes after an email from November 2010 that was in the latest release of the Epstein files, which appeared to suggest that Andrew forwarded Epstein visit reports for countries in Southeast Asia that he went to as part of his official duties. Sky's Olivia Guthrie has more.
We've had a short statement from Thames Valley Police that says we can confirm receipt of this report and are assessing the information in line with our established procedures. And this is after those emails emerged from the Department of Justice in America that appear to show that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor shared confidential reports about his time in Hong Kong, China, Singapore and Vietnam with the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. One of those reports he shared just 5 minutes after he himself had received it from his special advisor, and he also appears to have looped in Jeffrey Epstein into confidential reports about the investment opportunities in a reconstruction of Afghanistan. Now, all of this took place while he was the UK trade envoy, and the government guidance on that role is very clear. It says that there is a duty of confidentiality not to share sensitive commercial or political information about relevant markets. Now, there has been no response from Andrew today to these new allegations, although he has always denied wrongdoing. These emails have emerged after we have also seen images from the Epstein files that appear to show Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on all fours over a young girl. Although it must be said that appearing in images in the Jeffrey Epstein files doesn't necessarily imply any impropriety. It certainly doesn't look good for Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew. He has now been moved out of Royal Lodge and is now on the King's Sandringham estate. He has been stripped of all of his royal titles, and he had to pay millions in compensation to Jeffrey Epstein's victim, Virginia Giuffre. It is really important, however, that we continue to reiterate that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor denies any wrongdoing in any of these issues, and we have put these revelations from today to his team, but we are yet to hear back.
Olivia Guthrie there. Well, Andrew's relationship with Epstein is continuing to cause problems for the royal family. On a visit to Lancashire, a member of the public shouted a question to the King about Andrew as he was greeting crowds. It's difficult to pick up exactly what was shouted at the King, but it appears that the heckler said, how long have you, or asked, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? The rest of the crowd booed after that question was asked. As for Prince William, he's begun a visit to Saudi Arabia at the request of the government as he left Kensington Palace. Kensington Palace released a statement saying that the Prince and Princess of Wales have been deeply concerned by the continuing revelations surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. And these are the latest pictures of Prince William with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. They're visiting a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Atu Reif, one of the world's largest mud brick settlements. The site also marks the ancestral home of the Saudi royal family. Let's cross to Riyadh, bring in our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. Good evening, Rhiannon. So the King heckled again, and this significant statement today from William.
Yeah, if we kind of think back to October last year, the whole point of the King stripping Andrew, his brother, of his titles, of his home, was meant to make this distraction go away. And of course, the very opposite has happened when we've seen the release of these new Epstein files over the last week. But it was still, for me, extraordinary, the fact that we were having a briefing at the ambassador's residence this morning, and a spokesperson from Kensington Palace deliberately said in the middle of this briefing, look, I've got a statement for you regarding the Epstein files. That usually in the past wouldn't have happened, but I think there was this deliberate sense that they had to address this one. Everyone's talking about it. The amount of information that's been exposed is too huge to move on from this issue without addressing it ahead of his trip here to Saudi. Has to be said, though, it is the first public statement we've ever had from William and Kate regarding Epstein, which makes it so big. We do know that last year William did agree with everything that the King did in terms of stripping Andrew of his titles and his home. But also, I think some will say, well, what have they actually said? Has it moved the dial at all? Do we know any more about how the royal family are feeling? And in some ways, no. They were repeating that line about sympathy for the victims. But I think at least it was an acknowledgement that, look, if they wanted to try and move on with this trip here to Saudi, something had to be said. As you showed there, we had the pictures most recently of Prince William hanging out with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And those pictures, both here in Saudi and back in the UK, the government will be hoping get some level of attention. This is a really important relationship. The whole reason they've sent William here is because they believe that kind of royal to royal relationship is vital if we are to keep Saudi on side. Of course, it is a controversial trip for some. Of course, Saudi in recent years has modernised, it's opened up. Mohammed bin Salman seen as responsible for that new vision for Saudi. But of course, others saying that that pace of change has not been swift enough in some areas, that they would like to see more progress, especially on the issues of human rights. But yeah, seeing those two men together, two future kings, it really kind of implants in your mind how powerful both individuals are. People will listen to what they say, they act on what they say, and with Prince William at the moment, that's why people are watching so closely what he has to say about the Epstein files. Yeah, OK, Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Let's get more now on the crisis
for that is what it is, inside Downing Street. The Prime Minister has been under pressure as two of his closest aides quit in the space of 24 hours. Tonight, though, his cabinet members have rallied behind him. I'm joined now by a man who served as David Cameron's Director of Communications inside Number 10, knows a thing or two about dealing with or trying to deal with crises in Downing Street. Sir Craig Oliver, thanks for being with us. So it's pretty clear Keir Starmer is battling for his political life. The support of his cabinet, obviously important. Do you think he can survive, at least in the short term?
I think he's almost certainly gone in the medium term. The thing that's saving him in the short term is it's not immediately obvious who might replace him. And of all the candidates, would any of them do any better? In fact, there may be deep concern that they may actually scare the markets, that kind of thing. So I think there is some trepidation around that. But in the medium to long term, I don't think there's many people who think that this is sustainable.
What do you think will be the atmosphere in Downing Street? When Number 10 becomes a bunker like this, you lose your chief of staff, who's very important to you. You lose your head of communications. Give us a sense of what will be going on.
I think it will be extraordinarily lonely for Keir Starmer. And the reality is, as a chief of staff or a director of communications, you spend very, very long periods of time with the Prime Minister every single day. You are there to make sure that you understand exactly what the Prime Minister's thinking and are able to filter through to him what is going on as well. Those are both very pivotal roles in Number 10. So for both of them to go at a time of crisis is incredibly hard, because how do you control this situation? So I suspect that it's a lonely situation. I think there's a sense of things running out of control. I imagine it's fairly febrile. There'll be loads of rumours coming in and trying to work out what is real and what isn't real. And I think also knowing that this meeting with the backbench MPs tonight is going to be absolutely crucial. If that goes wrong at all, then it could end very, very quickly.
So what will he be wanting to say to these MPs? What can he say to the MPs, do you think, that could persuade them to back him, at least for the time being?
I think it's pretty clear that he's going to have to show to them he gets it, that this was a massive unforced error and that it never should have happened. And as a result of that, the government, everybody is on the back foot massively. And there's key by-election coming up, key local elections coming up. So I think he's going to have to demonstrate he understands the magnitude of this. I think he's also going to have to appeal to them. Look, the chaos of getting rid of another prime minister, we've had 4 or 5 in a very, very short period of time. The chaos of that is not good for the Labour Party, and it's certainly not good for the country. A lot of people looking at the UK at the moment and saying that this was once a bastion of stability. Why isn't it stable now? I think the markets will be looking at Labour and saying, are you really going to switch this person who's seen as quite centrist for somebody who's more left? And if you do that, how are they going to react to it as well? So there are real consequences to switching another prime minister.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it said today that on the one hand, the whole thing smacks of chaos. On the other hand, it does present a chance for a reset. I guess the question is, how many resets can Keir Starmer get away with?
I don't buy that. I think that's really clutching at straws here. The reality is, as you say, there's been any number of resets. I think my old job, Director of Communications, I think there's been 5 of them in the last 18 months. I mean, that is an extraordinary degree of chaos. The levels of U-turns that have been happening with this government. And the idea that somehow you're just going to magic up some new formula that's going to last for the rest of this term. But it is very depressing, I think, for anybody who cares about politics. We've got another 3.5 years of this administration. At the moment, it looks like it's drifting and being battered about by events. And I think anybody who cares about this country doesn't want that. They want to have a stable government that is driving forward and pushing forward. And yet we seem incapable of actually delivering one at the moment.
Because I suppose really since 2016, 2 major traditional parties, if you like, have shown themselves incapable of governing successfully. I mean, that's bad for British politics.
It is bad for British politics. And I think the danger is that we put all the spotlight on politics and the politicians. The reality is we are living in a world which feels like it's on fast forward. The way that social media is impacted, the way that populism is impacted, dare I say it, sometimes the way that the agenda of the media is, which is constantly critiquing from weakness, obsessed by the saga, not particularly interested in the policy detail. That is all problematic. It all swirls together and creates a dynamic in which some people are asking questions about how can we create a governable situation. We really are going to need somebody who's got charisma and the depth of analysis and a drive to push it forward. And those people come along very, very rarely and aren't immediately evident in our politics.
Well, and then just in 30 seconds, I mean, is it all a bit of a gift for reform in that sense?
I think it is a gift for reform at the moment. The thing about reform is that they've not actually really been tested. Yes, they've had some local government situations. They've never been tested in government. So it's very easy to say, look, join us because it'll all be perfect and we'll be brilliant at this. We have to remember that this is a party that doesn't even have a shadow cabinet, and its policies are changing all the time. So the idea that I think that reform will come in and be able to change the country and deliver seems highly unlikely, but it does feel at the moment that it is a gift to them, offering easy solutions to very complex, difficult problems.
Sir Craig, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. Let's bring in Greg Cook, former head of political strategy for the Labour Party. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. So what are your thoughts? I mean, how much trouble do you think Keir Starmer is in this evening?
Well, I mean, it's clearly not been my party's finest hour today. Now, I can well understand the frustration which Anas Sarwar must feel about, how it seems to him that his campaign to beat the SNP has been derailed by what's happening at Westminster. But I do think, if the party is going to embark on something as momentous as changing the Prime Minister, it needs to be done in an orderly fashion. And right at the moment, the party is in the middle of a very, very important by-election campaign. A lot of my former colleagues are up there flogging their guts out, along with, party members and MPs and so on, trying to ensure that a sensible, decent candidate gets elected in Gorton and Denton. And this will have done nothing to help that. And there was no reason why this needed to be done today. If we're going to have these discussions, it's primarily a matter for the Cabinet and then for the PLP, and it could easily have been done in an orderly fashion after we've seen the result of that by-election. I think it was a mistake on Anas's part. It sounds like there's been a bit of a rallying round the Prime Minister as a result of it. And I think the points, I agreed with much of what Craig Oliver just said about the issue being that there isn't an obvious successor, certainly not one that could be slotted in easily. There would almost certainly have to be a vote of the party members. It could get very messy indeed. And these are not, small hurdles, and they're not hurdles that are going to go away at any point soon. So, the Labour Party's not got a tradition of getting rid of its leaders in the way that the Tories perhaps have over the years. Many of you may remember the Brown era, the 2007-2010, and may have forgotten that there were constant attempts to remove Gordon Brown. We had resignations by cabinet ministers on the night of the May elections once. We had very senior cabinet members just 6 months before the general election apparently engaged in the plot to try and remove him. And the fact was, because there wasn't an agreed successor, Gordon Brown was able to carry on. And I think that may well turn out to be the case with Keir as well.
Right. So, I mean, this meeting in, half an hour or so with MPs tonight, what does he have to say? Same question I asked Craig Oliver, really. What do you think he has to say to persuade them to back him? Because there's considerable anger on the backbenches.
It's probably less what he has to say than just his, a sense that they're getting confidence and leadership from him. I don't think, there's anything new he could say that's going to change many of their short-term views about him. And we're not here talking about, this is one of the fascinating aspects of this. We're not talking about great issues of policy here. Most of the alternative prospectuses which I've heard from potential leadership candidates have been effectively about moving the Labour Party to the left. Well, actually, by most criteria, this is a pretty left-wing government already. It's engaged in what most people would regard as a tax and spend economic policy. There aren't, other than, what seems to be the totem issue, which is whether or not we have punitive taxes on the wealthy. There doesn't seem to be a great alternative programme for government. We're talking really about, intangible things like charisma and empathy, which Keir is seen as lacking, and political skills, because we're talking about somebody who didn't enter politics until he was in his early 50s, and he hasn't brought with him as most politicians who've reached his rank have, a sort of coterie of close associates who've been with him through thick and thin. He's never really been a backbencher. It's all a very unusual situation for him. All of that kind of goes towards why he seems sort of slightly awkward in his position sometimes.
Yeah, and even if he does survive today, which it now looks clear he will, it may survive this week. But would it be fair to say you think he's on borrowed time?
Well, I mean, the pressure's not going to go away, and there may be some huge misstep which makes it inevitable that he has to actually resign. I suspect today's events have made it less likely that there'll be a move to get rid of him after the Gorton and Denton by-election, whatever the outcome. I think moving against him after the local elections and the Scottish and Welsh elections, when there's a lot of time to prepare expectations and so on, that's much harder than people think. I actually think he could carry on for quite a long time yet.
Right, interesting. Greg, thank you very much. And hopefully you'll stick with us and we can chat again in the next hour. Thanks very much. Now, let's get a look at the weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
And there will be further potentially disruptive rain this week, and it will turn colder with wintry hazards possible by the weekend. Before then, Northern Ireland and the north of Ireland look wet this evening, while southwestern Britain can expect some increasingly light and patchy rain. Elsewhere, there'll be the chance of some drizzly outbreaks, but northwestern Scotland looks dry and clear. It will be rather murky tonight with fog in places. Central and southern parts will mostly dry up, but Cork and Kerry will turn wet later.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, we'll keep an eye on that door in Downing Street as the Prime Minister is expected to leave Number 10 and head to that parliamentary face-to-face with Labour MPs.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Next tonight, Ghilaine Maxwell, the convicted ex-girlfriend and associate of Jeffrey Epstein, has declined to answer questions by the US Congress on the Epstein files. She'd previously indicated her plans to remain silent, saying she'd only testify under oath if she was given criminal immunity. Despite that, Maxwell appeared virtually from the Texas prison where she's serving 20 years for sex trafficking. Our US correspondent James Matthews joins me now, and I understand another part of her argument is that she hasn't been able to see or read the Epstein files.
That's right, Mark. Yeah, you know, this argument, it cuts both ways in terms of how it's being perceived. Her supporters, well, her lawyer, actually, he's saying, look, if she's granted clemency, if she gets out, only then will she be prepared to speak fully and honestly. He describes her as the woman who knows all the secrets, and that would be divulged. So clearly she's still banging this drum, trying to get out of that prison cell. She went to give evidence, or gave it remotely, to the House Oversight Committee. It was in a committee room on Capitol Hill. She was described by those present as robotic, unrepentant, say the Democrats, said that she didn't show any remorse, and what she did was plead the fifth. She said, look, if I tell you anything, then it will impact on legal proceedings. She's still launching this, still trying to appeal against her conviction, even though that has been through the Supreme Court, and she remains in that cell in Texas. She has, of course, previously been in New York, in a cell in New York, and we have pictures of that, actually, from the Epstein files. Certainly they're taken from 2020, so we assume that's the New York prison, and you see her in her orange prison garb, with what looks to be her prison meal, lying down on her bed with orange material over her face, presumably to keep out the light. So that's Ghilaine Maxwell as she was in 2020. Today, she is the woman trying to get out of prison. And of course, the suspicion amongst Donald Trump's opponents, Democrats on that committee, is that he is lining her up for a release, whether that's a pardon, clemency, or whatever you call it. He's trying to get her out of jail, and they think that it's a process that may well come to pass. So they're not happy with what they heard, and they're not happy with Donald Trump, who's declined to commit to whether or not she will stay in jail or get out. But there was something interesting, Mark, not to do with Ghilaine Maxwell, but to do with the royal family. We know all about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, of course. I asked the question of Ro Khanna, a Democratic member of the House Oversight Committee. I said, well, do you still want to hear from Andrew and indeed from Peter Mandelson? His answer to that was yes, but he wants to hear from somebody else, and that is King Charles. Have a listen to what he had to say.
Well, the king has to answer what he knew about Andrew. And just stripping Andrew of a title is not enough. I mean, Andrew needs to come before our committee and start answering questions. I mean, look, if you have allegations of raping a young girl, I don't think the appropriate punishment is you no longer get to be a prince. There's got to be more than that.
Do you think the royal family must have known something they're not telling us?
They need to answer, the king and queen, and I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand the British custom, but what's up with this, that you're going and someone's asking the queen a question, the queen is offended that she's being asking a question? I mean, come on. She wears the same clothes, she eats the same food, she's just a human being. She needs to answer the same questions anyone does.
Well, there you go. That's Ro Khanna from the House Oversight Committee. Not questions that they want to hear necessarily in Buckingham Palace, particularly as King Charles has a state visit here to the United States in a few months.
OK, James, thank you very much indeed. Right, let's have a look at the sport with Mike.
very much.
A footballer's life is all about moving. I never had a problem with that because I was the one that was progressing in my football career.
The Crazy Gang's welcoming committee were making sure their new arrival enjoyed a warm welcome.
I'd had a small arthroscopy operation, and at that particular time there was a lot of clubs interested in me.
But in a last-minute twist, Wimbledon learned John Hartson would not be moving as Spurs.
John Hartson was last week tipped to be on his way across South London for £5 million. That seems a dead deal.
I don't want to do any more medicals, to be honest.
I can't pass a medical because of this knee.
A downbeat John Hartson was rushed out of Ibrox today, having been given the worst possible news.
We did not believe he was at the correct fitness at that particular time to go straight into Champions League.
Very seldom you see a player in the building walking around at a club and the deal isn't done.
I'm starting to question myself. I'm starting to think, well, where do I go from here?
The best medical he ever failed. I knew about his injuries, but that didn't matter to me because I think John had played 20 consecutive games for Coventry.
I was going to an absolute giant in Celtic Football Club.
Another season, another club for John Hartson.
So I've proved that my knee's fine and my fitness is good.
This was my complete say. I think he wanted to prove his fitness, and I think he wanted to prove Rangers wrong.
And here's Hartson!
Celtic fans hold John in the highest regard.
Incredible serenity.
Celtic Football Club, to me, is a very special place.
These are the two strikers that have grabbed George Graham's eye, and at quite a cost. John Hartson, the teenager, arrives at Highbury in return for a cheque to the tune of £2.5 million.
It's just brilliant for me, it's just a dream come true really to come to a club as big as Arsenal.
A lot of my career I've moved around. When you get offered to go and sign for big clubs, a footballer's life is all about moving and, resettling, but I never had a problem with that. I went to Luton at 16 on a YTS scheme, progressed, and there was quite a few clubs interested in me at that time.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. And we are just waiting for Kier Starmer to leave Downing Street. He's going to Parliament, to the Commons, to speak to Parliamentary Labour Party, Labour MPs. Much anger among those MPs over the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And of course, in the last 24 hours, we've seen the resignation of Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, a man who took the blame for advising Keir Starmer to appoint Peter Mandelson to the job of ambassador to the United States. And the question, of course, that's arisen since that resignation is if the man who advised that decision had to resign, then what about the minister, the Prime Minister, who actually enacted that decision? So we're going to keep an eye on that door. It's a big moment, this, for Keir Starmer at the end of a day he will want to see the back of. Not least because the leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, has called on him to go. But since then, he has had the backing of the vast majority of his cabinet, and now he will want the backing of his MPs. Let's talk to Greg Cook, former head of political strategy for the Labour Party. And Greg, what sort of mood do you think the MPs will be in?
Well, obviously a very febrile one, I would imagine. It's been a very, very difficult few days and weeks for the party. They're facing, many of them are facing very difficult elections in a few weeks' time in their own areas. And they're looking, to state the obvious, they're looking for leadership from the Prime Minister and a sense. Firstly, I think that, he's up for the fight, as it were, that he's looking forward and there's something for them to fight for, and that he is going to be in control of events. So, I think, as I said before, it's probably less the specific things which he says to them as just the sense which they get from them that he wants to continue and he's going to continue, and that of course helps the whole process from his point of view of staying in office, because if they get a sense that he's going to stay and fight if there's any challenge, it probably makes it less likely there's going to be that challenge.
OK, Greg, we'll be back with you in due course, but we just want to talk about the pro-democracy campaigner and British citizen Jimmy Lai, who has been jailed for 20 years in Hong Kong after being found guilty of national security offences. The 78-year-old has always denied the charges he was convicted of. Here's what his son told us earlier today.
I think if more isn't done to fight for his release, he will very likely die in prison. He's got heart issues, he's got diabetes. The last 5 years he's been kept in solitary confinement. I mean, these are inhumane conditions for any prisoner. Yeah, I haven't seen my father in the last 5 years. I hear how his health has deteriorated only through other people, how he's lost 10 kilos over last year alone. And it's incredibly heartbreaking, but it's kind of these bittersweet moments where you know that though his health is failing him, his spirit and his faith is still strong, and he's still holding on.
There, well, that was the son of Jimmy Lai. Well, the news comes despite Sir Keir Starmer raising his case during his trip to China last month. Let's bring in Lord Patten, who served as the last governor of Hong Kong, also a man steeped in British politics. And just before we talk about Jimmy Lai, you've seen a few prime ministers come and go. How much trouble, as we wait for Keir Starmer to leave for this meeting with his MPs, how much trouble is Keir Starmer in, do you think?
A lot. I mean, I'm not particularly happy about that. I think he's a very decent man and does his best, but he's not very good at politics. But his disaster has been triggered, of course, in the first place by the fact that he appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador in Washington. Peter Mandelson has been round the course 2 or 3 times before, and each one, my mum used to say, mark my words, it'll end in tears. And it always has, and it has done again, although this time it's a sort of tsunami of tears. It's just awful for Keir, and I think it's very unlikely that he'll last until the Labour Party's Liverpool conference in September. It's a bit unfair on him because it's not immediately apparent what we do next in order to save the country. What is plain is that the visit to China, all the glad handing in China, accomplishes absolutely nothing because the Chinese party government is engaging in epic scale of espionage against us, and actually thinks that it can walk all over the promises that were made to Hong Kong. Jimmy Lai is now being sent to jail, maybe for the rest of his life, precisely because he behaved as though the joint declaration between Britain and China about the future of Hong Kong has been torn to shreds by this pretty awful Communist Party government.
Yeah, I mean, he's a British citizen, a leading pro-democracy figure in Hong Kong, 20 years in prison. His son has described it as a death sentence.
I think that's probably entirely what was intended by the sort of police state in Hong Kong, which simply does what it's told from Beijing. But it's certainly no longer the case that Hong Kong is a place under the rule of law. It's a place run by pretty inadequate and stupid policemen. And any attempt to exercise freedom of speech, after all, Jimmy Lai's being sent away probably for the rest of his life for actually trying to behave like a journalist, which he was, trying to behave like somebody who can have reasonable communications with people from other countries. And for that, he's going to be locked up in solitary confinement. Yeah. He's a very active practicing Catholic. And he's survived this?
Just hold on, Chris. We're just hearing, we're just watching Kier Starmer leave.
Sure.
Just bear with us a second.
Sure.
He's in the car, not answering questions. Just going back to Keir Starmer, you said something very interesting at the beginning, that you thought that he was rather ill-suited to the job of Prime Minister.
There he goes. Well, sometimes if you can't stand the sight of blood, you don't become a doctor. And if you don't like people very much. And if you don't get on very well with the sort of the compromises, the nudging and winking that's necessary in politics, perhaps unhappily, then you probably shouldn't go into politics. He was a very good head of our public prosecution service. He was a very good lawyer. The paradox is, I think he was one of the founders of the very good law practice, which has actually been on looking after Jimmy Lai's interest in this country, doing it brilliantly. So the Prime Minister must know quite a lot about that case. It sort of brings the two things together, both his own character and his ridiculous belief that talking to Xi Jinping would mean that immediately they'd release Jimmy Lai, which I'm afraid was never going to happen.
And just on Starmer's immediate future, I mean, key members of the cabinet are standing by him. But once this pressure builds, I mean, you've seen it before, I'm sure. Does it have a momentum of its own?
Yeah, I haven't really seen it before because I've never seen anything quite like this before. I mean, this is epic stuff and not very helpful for the country or for its image around the world. But I imagine that what we'll see in due course is even more pressure after the Gorton by-election and after the local elections and the elections in Scotland and Wales, if it lasts that long. There are some perfectly credible candidates to take over, but my God, it's a difficult job. And I think they would have to take as a sort of agenda the very sensible things that Gordon Brown was saying the other day about needing to clean up our act in politics. But there are good people around. One who's not mentioned very much is Yvette Cooper, who's, I think, a terrifically attractive politician. But at the moment, they haven't got much opposition, apart from the dreadful Farage, who was responsible, of course, for us leaving the EU. And as Dominic Lawson said in a wonderful piece in the Sunday Times, as a collection of policies hung around his neck, which would have bankrupted us.
Right. Well, look, let's finish with Jimmy Lai, which is what you came on to talk about. Yeah. And Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper, you just mentioned, says the government intends to rapidly engage further with China. But Kier Starmer, as we know, has just been to Beijing. What do you think the British government can do or could do to get his release?
Well, first of all, of course they raise the case of Jimmy Lai. What they never tell us is what they say and what the Chinese say back, because the Chinese don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to this appalling abuse of the life of one of the most important dissident activists around the world, with huge support from Washington to Brussels to Australia, Canada, and here. And I think that what's really important is that we should make it clear that we can't welcome a closer embrace with China if one of our citizens is being treated like this. I mean, the idea that we can go on as though we could have a really good and close relationship with them is for the birds. And one of the distractions in British policy is always the assumption that you can only do business with China if you give them the mandate of heaven, if you clean their boots, and it's simply not true. So I hope we won't give that impression still. And we should remember, which is not unimportant, that foreign policy is not just about your national interest in economic and security terms. It's also about self-respect. And I'm afraid the way we're behaving with China doesn't show much of that. And as for this huge embassy, which is going to be built in the middle of London, I don't think it'll ever happen, actually, because I don't think it'll get through the planning system. But there was a very, very good Mact cartoon the other day with people hanging over a sort of embassy wall with binoculars, and under the wall it said "Neighbourhood Watch Scheme," which is exactly what worries a lot of Hong Kongers who are living here and making, and the government should be congratulated for this, making a terrifically important contribution to our economy, to our society. Right. People who simply want to bring up their children in freedom.
Right. Well, listen, Lord Patton, I appreciate you coming on. We're just coming up to 6 o'clock, so we've got to leave it there. But thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Mark.
And as we come up to 6 o'clock, we have breaking news, and it is, it involves Thames Valley Police, who have said that they're assessing claims concerning Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in regard to the alleged sharing of confidential data when he was a trade envoy. Well, there has been a statement from Buckingham Palace which says the King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect of Mr Mountbatten Windsor's conduct. While the specific claims in question are for Mr Mountbatten Windsor to address, if we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them, as you would expect. As was previously stated, Their Majesty's thoughts and sympathies have been and remain with the victims of any and all forms of abuse. Let's speak now to our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills, who is in Riyadh on that visit with Prince William. And, well, we had that statement from William this morning, and now a statement from Buckingham Palace, which says that they stand ready to, if approached by Thames Valley Police, to support them, and also making this point that, while the specific claims in question are for Mr Mountbatten Windsor to address.
This is huge, and I have to say it does feel seismic. In the last 6 months or so, we have, of course, got used to statements being released by the palace and being more upfront, if you like, when it comes to Andrew and how he's been embroiled in the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. We had 2 last year, the second of which the King completely stripped his brother of his titles and of his home. But the fact that you now have the royal family specifically saying, when they come to addressing the issues that Thames Valley Police are looking at the moment, the palace saying we stand ready to support them as you'd expect, is just quite an extraordinary statement. The fact that it's also come as Prince William embarks on a hugely important trip on behalf of the UK government, trying to cement relationships here in Saudi, that in itself says so much about this statement. When royals are on tour, nothing is done to distract from the important business they're doing on behalf of the UK government. And the fact that Buckingham Palace have now felt the need to put out another statement regarding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, responding for the first time to the latest release of the Epstein files, is absolutely extraordinary. In some ways, not entirely surprising, though, when it comes to that ongoing distraction that this has continued to be for members of the royal family. The King, again today, out and about, trying to draw attention onto the community of Lancashire, the work that's going on there, and instead that was again completely overshadowed by the fact that he was shouted at from the crowd. What did you know about Andrew and Epstein? It happened last week when I was on another visit with the King when he was in Essex. This has all become too much of a distraction. They were hoping that by stripping him of his titles, by moving him out of that home on the Windsor estate, it would be enough to move away from it. This statement shows that it simply is not the case, that they can ignore it. And this, to me, does feel like a new chapter when it comes to communication from the royal family. In the past, I think they would have tried to ignore this, but the amount of detail and information that has been exposed in these recent Epstein files means that they simply cannot ignore it. And that is why you had a statement both from the Prince and Princess of Wales this morning, and now this amazing, extraordinary statement that's coming from Buckingham Palace, saying that while the specific claims in question are for Mr Mountbatten Windsor to address, if we're approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them as you'd expect.
Yeah, and Rhiannon, just on that point, where it says, while the specific claims in question are for Mr Mountbatten Windsor to address, do you get the sense that that is the palace or that is the King urging him to do just that? Because, of course, he hasn't really addressed the specific claims other than by this sort of blanket denial of wrongdoing.
And you know what? I think you have hit the nail on the head. That has been the difficulty for the royal family. This morning we had the statement from the Prince and Princess of Wales saying that they've been deeply concerned, thoughts with the victims. We've heard that message loud and clear, that the palace stand by the victims in this. But there's constantly been this question of, well, what exactly are the family saying to Andrew? Are they encouraging him to speak to the authorities. And as we've seen those files released, and of course we've been showing you more and more details as the days have gone on in terms of the allegations against Andrew, the noise around the fact that people believe he should speak to the authorities, even as a witness, even to explain what he saw, what he knew when he was in Epstein's company, that noise has got so loud. And yet the royal family haven't necessarily stood up and responded to whether or not they believe that he should speak. So I think this statement is the closest you're potentially going to get, where they are saying the specific claims in question are for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address. Of course, we wait to see whether or not he decides to take that action or not. Many people will point to that dreadful Newsnight interview that he did in 2019 and the fact that it was an absolute disaster. If he has lawyers around him, you wonder what advice they'd currently be giving him. There is jeopardy if he speaks or if he doesn't speak. If he speaks to the authorities, it may be seen that he is showing some kind of sympathy to the victims. If he speaks, though, he may also face more uncomfortable questions in public. But yeah, this statement from Buckingham Palace has come out of the blue. And as I said, it does feel like a new chapter in terms of communication and also the royal family just saying, look, we appreciate the noise around this and we appreciate that you expect us to speak up. And there you go. There's that statement from Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, and just before you go, Rhiannon, I mean, the obvious question, really, what do you think the chances are of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as he's now known, actually, answering the questions of the authorities, whether at Congress or whether the police, the FBI, or so forth? What do you think the chances are?
Do you know what? I've reported on this story for a very long time. Back in 2020, the US Justice Department were trying to get a mutual legal assistance treaty to encourage the UK authorities to help them speak to Andrew as a witness. That kind of application failed. Also, I think you kind of need to look at the fact that at the moment there have not been any allegations that have hit the bar of criminality. Now, if that happens, then immediately it hits a red button in terms of the authorities being able to request that he speaks to them. At the moment, that hasn't been the case. And of course, we have to say that he has always vehemently denied any of the allegations against him. And certainly since the latest drop of these files, we haven't heard anything from Andrew or those who represent him. But yeah, there is, as I said, jeopardy. Does he speak and show some kind of sympathy towards the victims? Would that open him up to more questions that would be uncomfortable for him, but also for the royal family? And also, you have to remember, there are two distinctive sides to this story. I think for a very long time, people have been focused on the sexual nature of this story, inevitably because he was friends with the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. But also I think what we've seen today is the financial side of this story, what some would describe as the financial scandal. These emails that show that as a UK trade envoy, it appears that he may well have been passing information to the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Then, of course, there are other avenues where the likes of the police, the FBI may decide that they want to and need to speak to Andrew. And again, this is the problem for the royal family. There are so many aspects of this story which are so out of their control. But I think what they are trying to do is acknowledge that they realise that silence isn't enough. But also what they consistently keep doing is trying to bring this back to the victims. The latest statement saying Their Majesty's thoughts and sympathies have been and remain with the victims of any and all forms of abuse.
OK, Rhiannon, thank you very much. And it is an extraordinary statement. Let me just read it to you one more time. The King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect of Mr Mountbatten Windsor's conduct, while the specific claims in question are for Mr Mountbatten Windsor to address. If we're approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them, as you would expect. As was previously stated, Their Majesty's thoughts and sympathies have been and remain with the victims of any and all forms of abuse. That statement just in from Buckingham Palace. Right, it's a busy evening. Let's return now to Westminster for a moment. And as we speak, the Prime Minister is about to address Labour MPs to make his case as to why he should remain a leader of, well, both the party and the country. He left Downing Street a few moments ago.
Prime Minister, your message to the country tonight?
Is time running out for you, Prime Minister?
Prime Minister, can you survive this?
Are your days numbered, Prime Minister?
So a grim day for the Prime Minister. The good news for him is that a number of Cabinet colleagues have expressed support. One of those who have declared backing for the Prime Minister is the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. He's been speaking to our political editor, Beth Rigby.
I've got these messages here, and I've only just, to be honest, Wes, I'm literally just reading them shortly before you came in, but there is a lot of genuine intimacy here and friendship. You know, Wes to you, to Peter, great pitch, lovely photos in the time. Peter sends you a kiss. There's well done on the BBC. This is Peter Mandelson to you in June 25. I'm literally reading them as I go along. Well done on the BBC, very good kiss. Are you planning to visit the US this year? You hope so, exclamation mark, kiss. Are you embarrassed by that? I mean, that's quite an intimate friendship, isn't it?
No, look, an intimate friendship. With Peter Mandelson, look, I'm very happy to...
But there are dozens and dozens of messages here.
And people will be able to read them. What I felt I saw over the weekend was this implication that somehow I had something to hide and that there were going to be very embarrassing or damaging messages coming out. Now, do I resile from friendship with Peter Mandelson? Yes, absolutely, given his behaviour and what he's done. Do I resile from those messages? No.
How embarrassed are you by these WhatsApps between you and him?
I'm embarrassed to have known Peter Mandelson. I hope that, more than anything else actually in those messages, I hope I haven't caused either embarrassment or discomfort for my Cabinet colleagues.
That was Wes Streeting talking about his embarrassment over his links with Peter Mandelson. And he was being talked of, John Craig joins me, Johnny's being talked of as one of the potential leadership contenders were Kier Starmer to go. And as we speak, Kier Starmer, well, I suppose you could say, fighting for his political life with Labour MPs.
Yes, and Wes Streeting is in the room, I can confirm. He got there quite late, actually, after the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister arrived around about 6 o'clock. My goodness, he had a face like thunder. He looked furious. He didn't even say good evening to either MPs or journalists in the corridor. There were questions thrown at him by journalists. Absolutely no response whatsoever. Head down, went straight into the room. He did get a very good reception from the MPs in there, and he's been speaking for quite a few minutes now. The room upstairs is packed. I mean, I've been covering these meetings for years and years and years, and it's one of the most packed meetings of the PLP I have seen. There are grandees from the Blair years, like David Blunkett and John Reid in the room, Neil Kinnock's in the room. Just about the entire cabinet are there, including Wes Streeting, who arrived quite late. And just a few minutes after the Prime Minister, along the corridor came the Red Queen, Angela Rayner, in a very bright pink trouser suit, surrounded by a few of her supporters. Big smile on her face, but a great contrast, really, from the very grim face of Sir Keir Starmer, who is, as we speak, addressing them. He will take questions. The room is absolutely packed. I wouldn't be surprised if the meeting goes on for quite a while because of the seriousness of the Prime Minister's situation. MPs I've spoken to are mostly supportive of the Prime Minister. They're furious with Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, for his intervention today, calling for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Desperate, said one senior Labour MP. And the general mood from the loyalists is the last thing we need right now is a leadership election with all the rancour and bitterness that would cause. And a lot of them are saying there is no alternative. Who's it going to be? Angela Rayner's still got her tax affairs to be sorted out. And as we've heard in Beth's interview with Wes Streeting, there are his links with Peter Mandelson, which, while he has a lot of supporters amongst Labour MPs, will, I would have thought, have damaged him. One of the ironic things about today is that Andy Burnham's been spotted around Westminster. He's been here for a meeting of all the Metro mayors, so he's nowhere near the PLP meeting. That is going on now. Packed room, big cheers for the Prime Minister when he went in, but my word, he looked very angry.
John, just stay with us. I just want to play the comments by Anas Sarwar that you were talking about. Let's listen to the blow that he dealt to Kier Starmer this afternoon. Let's have a listen.
My first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
And it was after that, John, that, well, one by one, cabinet ministers came out and spoke of their support for Keir Starmer.
Every one of them, I think I'm right in saying, without fail. Shabana Mahmood was one of the last because it was Home Office questions. She was on her feet in the chamber between 2:30 and 3:30. But they have indeed all backed him, as has Lucy Powell. She's in the room, as you might expect, as deputy leader. Big contingent of senior Labour peers as well, including those grandees, Blunkett, Reid and Kinnock. And of course, I had a chat with John Reid. Of course, he and Blunkett were amongst the big hitters, of course, who used to defend Tony Blair when he was in trouble. And there are those who think that Sir Keir could do with a few big hitters, a few bruisers like John Reid to defend him against attacks from the likes of Anas Sarwar. Now, just on Anas Sarwar, I spoke to Douglas Alexander, the Scotland secretary, a retread as they call him, because he lost his seat when the SNP won all their seats in 2015. He's back now as Scotland secretary, big ally of Gordon Brown. He said the thing we've got to do in the Scottish elections at Holyrood in May is convince voters that these elections are about the record of the SNP government in Edinburgh, not Sir Keir Starmer's government here. Well, clearly that strategy is not working, and that's why Anas Sarwar has come out with what he's said today. There is anger amongst Labour MPs. They point out that when he went over to America, he described Peter Mandelson as a friend. He was asked about that by our colleague Conor Gillis earlier today, but I think his intervention today has really stirred up the whole leadership issue. But there are those here in Parliament who think that it's had the similar effect to Andy Burnham, rather overreaching himself at the time of the Labour conference last autumn. One MP told Sky News, talked about the Burnham effect, when, of course, Andy Burnham, just before the Labour conference in Liverpool, talked about how MPs were urging him to stand for the leadership. And, of course, that had the effect of loyalists rallying round Sir Keir. Well, one assumes that all those statements from the Cabinet are genuine. It is a pretty strong endorsement of the Prime Minister. You think back to previous leadership crises for Prime Ministers and party leaders. You think back to Boris Johnson. Well, he had the resignations of Sajid Javid and Rishi Sunak. There's none of that yet. Margaret Thatcher, the famous night in 1990, it was ministers like Ken Clarke told her she had to go. So at the moment, the Cabinet is rallying round. So the Prime Minister will be pleased about that. But my hunch is that he's absolutely furious with Anas Sarwar because he really has stabbed the Prime Minister in the back today.
Yeah, worth pointing out, John, that we're not going to see this speech from Keir Starmer. We're not going to see the interaction with Labour MPs, but we will certainly hear about it. John Craig there speaking about Lucy Powell at the beginning of what he was saying there. She spoke a little earlier. Let's have a listen to that.
The Prime Minister has my full support as the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and I know he has the vast majority of colleagues' full support as well, because we've got a country to run and we've got change that we're trying to deliver and we've got elections that we're trying to win, and the last thing we need right now is all this speculation looking inwards on ourselves. Yes, we've got to do better. Yes, we've got to take the fight to reform. Yes, we've got to show people whose side we're on, but we're all focused on that as one Labour team with Keir as our leader, and I think that's been made really clear today.
So they're rallying round. John, so this meeting that's going on now, I mean, what's the format? Keir Starmer speaks and then there's questions. I mean, how does it all work?
That's exactly right. What happens, the Parliamentary Labour Party meets every Monday, 6 p.m. And what normally happens is a cabinet minister, sometimes other speaker, gives a speech. So you'd have the Education Secretary on schools policy, the Chancellor from time to time on the economy, Home Secretary and so on their subjects. And then there's questions. The Prime Minister, the leader of the Labour Party, normally speaks first thing in the new year. He spoke the second Monday of term in January. And this one, of course, is an unscheduled one, an emergency meeting, if you like, where he wanted to come and talk to the PLP. And yes, there'll be questions, and we will find out in an hour or so whether any of those were hostile. We will probably be briefed on the words. Yes, it's in a Commons committee room. It's committee room 14, which is the biggest one upstairs. But I can tell you it's absolutely packed. With, of course, Labour have got over 400 MPs. I'm sure they're not all there. I mean, for example, I did not see some of those MPs on the left of the party that we occasionally call the usual suspects, the Prime Minister's critics. There's an awful lot of Labour peers always come down for the PLP as well. And as I say, the likes of Neil Kinnock, former leader, are in there. They are likely to be supportive of Sir Keir Starmer as he faces this battle to survive. We shouldn't underestimate how serious this is. And I think it's intriguing that Angela Rayner has turned up all smiles. You remember last Wednesday, that debate on Peter Mandelson and the Epstein files. It was her deadly intervention that forced the Prime Minister into a climb down, and some described her intervention as twisting the knife. She would no doubt claim she was trying to be helpful and avoid the government being defeated, but she clearly is a senior figure that everybody's keeping their eye on at the moment. There's all sorts of stories about her building up a war chest to challenge for the leadership and so on. But she's still got to be cleared by the HMRC over that stamp duty breach, which led to her quitting the government, and of course she quit also as deputy leader of the party. That's why Lucy Powell is now the deputy leader. She's in the room. Wes Streeting is in the room. The two high-profile favourites to enter the leadership race if Sir Keir is toppled or quits. They're in the room. I'm not sure they'll speak. You never know. They may well do. They have Mr. Streeting has, talking to Beth Rigby, I believe, backed the Prime Minister, as have all the Cabinet. The Cabinet are all there. None of them missing, I don't think, and including the Lords, Leader of the Lords, Chief Whip in the Lords. Everybody's there, packed out, and including the Prime Minister's would-be, you might say, assassins, you might say rivals, but they're all in the room.
OK, John, well, you mentioned Angela Rayner. It's worth pointing out she did issue a statement, along with many other cabinet ministers. She's not in the cabinet, clearly, but other cabinet members. She said, "I urge all my colleagues to come together, remember our values and put them into practice as a team. The Prime Minister has my full support in leading us to that end." So publicly, she's being supportive.
If I was being cynical, I might say that suggests that she's not ready to make a challenge for the leadership because, of course, she's still waiting to be cleared by the HMRC. There are plenty of Labour MPs who would like to see the PM go, who think now is not the time, that they should wait until after the May elections. The other test at the polls, of course, is a by-election in Gorton and Denton on the 26th of February. And then, of course, those all-important elections, English local government elections, although many have been controversially cancelled or postponed, and, of course, the big elections for the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Senedd. And Anas Sarwar has thrown an absolute hand grenade, not only into the Labour leadership, but into those elections as well. I suspect the SNP will be absolutely gloating over what Anas Sarwar has done today.
OK, John, keep an eye on things for us. Thank you very much indeed. Let's just bring in Greg Cook, former head of political strategy for the Labour Party, who we've been talking to throughout the programme. And Greg, it's clear that Keir Starmer's instinct is to battle on. Do you think that's the right instinct?
If that's what he wants to do, then absolutely, yes. And I think, you know, that's the message we've been kind of getting from his conduct over a period of months. He's got absolutely no intention of quitting and not seeing this through. And he sees himself as having been elected to do a job, and he's going to do it. Perhaps that's, you know, in a way, it's kind of the flip side of the, you know, this consensus that he doesn't get politics in inverted commas, but actually he's not kind of sensitive to all the machinations which are going on, such as at the moment. And I think there's a lot of kind of assumptions around in the commentariat and amongst journalists and so on, that you've got to put an unpopular leader. A lot of MPs think that they might do better without him, that therefore he will go at some point. But it really isn't as straightforward as that. If he decides he wants to stick around, the only way, unless, as I say, something happens that's so, you know, has to be at his door and it's so bad he has to resign, would be if he was no confidence by the cabinet. And I suspect if that was the case, he probably would stand down. Or if one of his rivals broke cover and produced 80 or so endorsements for a challenge against him. And I think neither of those latter two things are going to happen unless the cabinet and the PLP have got a fairly good idea of what's going to come out at the other end of it, and that it's something that they think is going to be helpful to them and they support. And I think the stalemate, you know, my observation would be the stalemate over, you know, at the moment it's Streeting and Rayner, the one or two other people potentially on the horizon who might join that. I think that will pertain indefinitely. You know, and as I say, the Gordon Brown managed to survive for 2 years against 2 or 3 very serious plots, ironically with the support of Peter Mandelson, convincing all his old New Labour buddies that they shouldn't be supporting David Miliband. Gordon Brown got through to the end because in the end, you know, there wasn't a process there that was simple enough for the PLP to think we can do this quickly, it will help us. And behind all of this, of course, is that you know, we've seen the experience of the Tories when they changed their leaders so frequently in power, and particularly, you know, with Truss, and then particularly with Sunak. Sunak arguably did steady the ship, but it got absolutely no electoral benefit from it whatsoever. And the one asset which Kier has got, which nobody can replicate, is that he's got an endorsement from the electorate. And, you know, an unelected leader up against Nigel Farage is going to be a tough one.
But isn't the other side of that the country will see a government limping on, a prime minister limping on with sort of various plots that he might survive, but it nevertheless is not good news for the Labour Party if you know, you just have a party more concerned about plotting than about the direction of the country and policy.
No,
that's the perception.
That's obviously bad for everybody, which is why, you know, one would hope that Kier and, you know, his new team, he's going to have a new director of communications, he's going to have a new chief of staff, will, you know, be looking at this as an opportunity to have, you know, horrible cliche, but a proper reset. You know, up to now, the government has been very, very focused on trashing the legacy of the Tories. It's producing, you know, umpteen sort of retail policies on the cost of living and so on. And one of the things I suspect is going on is that the electorate really can't see the wood for the trees. And maybe, you know, at some stage there can be a step back from that, and Kier can address the country and put all these kind of issues in the big context of the the challenges which have been created over the last 20 years by the bank bailout, by Brexit, by the pandemic and so on. And perhaps people drag people's eyes above the kind of party political fray so that they see there is some actual purpose behind it all.
Yeah, and just finally, Greg, I mean, John Craig talking about the meeting, it's packed, all cabinet seem to be there. What do you think the mood of that meeting will be right now?
I think it'd be rally round the leader, I suspect. You know, I don't know who, in the absence of Morgan McSweeney, I'm not sure who'll be actually organising it, but I imagine there'll be, you know, a number of MPs will be heading straight for the microphone to say what a commanding performance Kier gave and how, you know, Anas has kind of stepped out of line and so on, and we're all behind Kier, certainly even for the meantime. You know, obviously the questions aren't going to go away, but I think it will keep things going on Kier's behalf for the next few days at least. OK, Greg, appreciate you coming on the programme this evening. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, let's just step away from Westminster for a moment, because there is this other breaking story this hour, this statement from Buckingham Palace, which says that the King stands ready to help Thames Valley Police in its assessment of allegations against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And it is quite the statement. I'm joined now by the Royal Historian, Professor Kate Williams. Good evening, and thank you for being with us. And if we are approached, says the statement, by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them as you would expect. And then before that, it says, while the specific claims in question are for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address. So, I mean, it is quite a statement.
Yes, it is a very significant statement, and I think it had to be the case that something had to be said. We saw Charles being heckled last week, saying, what about Epstein? And William and Kate did come out earlier today talking about how they were concerned about the victims. The simple fact was that something had to be said, because increasingly people were saying, yes, Andrew did all these bad things he's being accused of, but also, were there cover-ups in the palace? Did people know? And, who knew when and what? And obviously Charles is king now. He's been king for quite a few years. He was, I think we can certainly say he was certainly taking control of a lot of affairs at the end of the late Queen's reign. So what does he know and what does he know about? And it's interesting, isn't it, that there's various police there've been various police connections due to what Andrew had done. There's the Metropolitan Police, the question about whether or not he asked his detectives to dig up dirt on Virginia Giuffre. She went to the Metropolitan Police about the accusation that, that she was trafficked, and with him in London, in Annabelle's. And there is also this more recent allegation come over the last few days that a woman was taken to Royal Lodge for Andrew, and she was also a trafficked woman. So there are these allegations, and on top of that, there's the fact that he seems to be passing on confidential information to Epstein while he was trade envoy, and also that he was still passing on this information after he told Emily Maitlis at the BBC at the Newsnight interview in 2019 that he'd broken off the connection. So clearly Buckingham Palace is saying here it's what Andrew did, it's about him to answer the questions, but I think they're making it very clear that we're not going to protect him anymore. There's no more protections. Virginia Giuffre, she said in her memoir, Nobody's Girl, she said that she was given an NDA not to speak about the allegations of what she suffered at Andrew's hands over 2020-22, which was the Queen's Jubilee year. So it looks like the royal family is saying no more NDAs, no more cover-ups. Andrew is going to answer these. And if we're asked to supply anything, and that could be anything from logs as to who came where, when, or police logs, or household logs, or emails, then it suggests that they will supply them.
So you think this is clearly urging Andrew to support the investigations and to address, as it says here, the specific claims, because that's what it seems to be saying?
It's an interesting question, isn't it? Because Andrew obviously doesn't have to speak to Congress. People are asking him to speak to Congress. But we've seen Andrew, when he thinks he's defending himself, I mean, really, he's only going to make matters worse for himself when he talks about what he's been involved in. But certainly, I think the royal family are here. I think what they're trying to do above all is separate themselves from Andrew, from saying, this is him. He has got nothing to do with us. And if we are asked, we will supply. Because the thing is, the royal family and the security are very, very strict. It is very clear who is going where and when. So if a trafficked woman was taken to Royal Lodge and she said she was later taken to Buckingham Palace, those records will be there of people coming in and out, and those records will have been taken. And these are things that all add up to the criminal investigation into Andrew. And, people say to me, oh, but, there's no crime committed against Miss Chiffre because she was over 16. Well, that's not the point. It was the point that she was trafficked by Epstein. That's why it is a crime that she was assaulted. So there are many accusations against Andrew. Obviously, just a few days ago, he was evicted from his house, Royal Lodge, and sent off to Norfolk, really much in the cover of darkness. I think the royal family are really trying to say here very clearly, we are not associated. We're not going to cover up. There's going to be no, suggestions that we're going to cover up or stop anything. And if we are approached by the police, then we will speak to them. So this is a very significant intervention. But I think it simply had to be the case that something had to be said. I mean, you were just covering, in great detail and excellent detail there, the possibility that these Epstein files could bring down Keir Starmer, a man who's not even in the Epstein files as far as we know. He's not even mentioned there, but it could bring him down. I mean, the same is possibly true for the royal family. They've made a point, especially Queen Camilla and Duchess Sophie, of talking about the importance of victims. Now, we can't have that at the same time as Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor being accused of involvement with a trafficker and indeed taking on trafficked women himself. I mean, that's just impossible, and the royal family needed to distance themselves. But I think the question is, over the next few days, is will they have done enough?
Yeah, that's a point well made. Professor Williams, thank you very much indeed. Let's go back to Westminster and I was going to say our other story. I mean, these are linked, obviously, these stories, but the pressure on the Prime Minister has grown throughout the day. Let's just remind you of what the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has been saying. He's been talking to our political editor, Beth Rigby, in the last hour or so.
I've got these messages here. And I've only just, to be honest, Wes, I'm literally just reading them shortly before you came in. But there is a lot of genuine intimacy here and friendship. Wes to you, to Peter, great pitch, lovely photos in the time. Peter sends you a kiss. There's well done on the BBC. This is Peter Mandelson to you in June 25. I'm literally reading them as I go along. Well done on the BBC. Very good kiss. Are you planning to visit the US this year? You hope so, ! Kiss. Are you embarrassed by that? I mean, that's quite an intimate friendship, isn't it?
No, look, an intimate friendship. With Peter Mandelson, look, I'm very happy to...
But there are dozens and dozens of messages here.
And people be able to read them. What I felt I saw over the weekend was this implication that somehow I had something to hide and that there were going to be very embarrassing or damaging messages coming out. Now, do I resile from friendship with Peter Mandelson? Yes, absolutely, given his behaviour and what he's done. Do I resile from those messages? No.
How embarrassed are you by these WhatsApps between you and him?
I'm embarrassed to have known Peter Mandelson. I hope that, more than anything else actually in those messages, I hope I haven't caused either embarrassment or discomfort for my cabinet colleagues.
That was Wes Streeting speaking there about his embarrassment about his relationship with Peter Mandelson. Wes Streeting, by the way, we're told by John Craig, at the meeting that is taking place right now of MPs, Kier Starmer addressing Labour MPs in Parliament. Joining me now is Anne McElvoy, of the co-host of the podcast Politics at Sam and Anne's and executive editor at Politico. Sorry, I'm just waiting for it to move. And also Rachel Sylvester, political editor of The Observer. Thanks to both of you for being with me. And I mean, Anne, first of all, he seems to be running out of advisors. Is he also running out of road, do you think?
I think he is running out of road, but he did, in fairness to the Starmer camp, who we're dying to hear some words like that, after this absolutely bruising few days. I think if you looked at when we lost, that Tim Allen was out of Downing Street as head of communications following Morgan McSweeney as chief of staff, it really did look like the last days of Rome. But this afternoon, I do think that Anas Sarwar intervention and the way it was phrased, as we all sat there, I think poised for was this going to be the coup de grace, but the fact that it was so strongly focused on Scotland, and it sounded as if just the way it had been delineated by Mr. Sarwar, that he really found that the Prime Minister had been an inconvenience to Labour in Scotland, which is fine as far as it goes. But I think that would probably make other cabinet members, and various degrees we'll come on to perhaps in a moment, also with Rachel, as they phrased it in different ways. But I think they can make the argument that Keir Starmer does govern for the entire country. And I think that did leave that Sarwar attack probably floundering a little. Now, of course, as soon as I look at my phone again and see that Wes Streeting still seems to be saying while he's supportive of the Prime Minister, the Health Secretary is very much at the centre of this, and that interview that Beth did, he doesn't seem happy with the way that Number 10 briefings have been conducted. So I think it's still and the undertow is still very uncertain and very toxic.
So, Rachel, what are your thoughts? I mean, it did seem, as Anne said, that things were unravelling pretty fast earlier today. And then we had this stream of cabinet members and Angela Rayner coming out in support. I mean, where do you think things stand at the moment?
I think Keir Starmer is safer this evening than he was at lunchtime for the moment. But whether that's days or weeks or months, I think it's too soon to say. I think one of the issues which came across really in Wes Streeting's interview with Beth there is that neither Wes Streeting nor Angela Rayner are really in a strong position to pull the trigger at the moment. So Angela Rayner is waiting for the HMRC to conclude the investigation into her tax affairs. And Wes Streeting has felt forced to publish all his WhatsApp messages with Peter Mandelson because some in the Labour Party are saying that his friendship with Mandelson undermines his candidacy. So I think even though Starmer is very weak, he's strengthened by the fact that neither of the two main rivals are yet ready to really come for him. And you saw that really reinforced today with all those cabinet ministers and Angela Rayner coming out very clearly to support him. So that was a moment of maximum danger when Anas Sarwar did call for him to resign, the most senior Labour figure. But then it backed off because nobody came out to support him and no candidate came forward to say, OK, I'm now running. So I think the underlying fundamentals are still pretty bad for Starmer, and most Labour MPs are now still saying it's a matter of when, not if, there's some kind of challenge. But for tonight, he's safe.
Yeah, and I mean, do you think another part of this is why would anyone want to take over before this by-election but more significantly, perhaps the local elections? It's just, I suppose these things are all about timing.
I mean, you can translate some of those messages of support and their various nuances into here's why I'm not ready yet. Rachel's just laid out Angela Rayner's situation, but notice that in Angela Rayner's remarks, she goes into this list of things that she cares about a lot, that she thinks were her legacy: employment rights, tenants' rights, leasehold reform. And she says, well, we've got to give Kier Starmer to go on and get the chance to deliver what I wanted. Now, some of those things are just clear things that Labour wants, but some of them, like employment rights, for instance, are actually still quite tetchy. And Peter Kyle and others who've taken over aspects of what Angela Rayner used to look after in terms of employment and business reforms don't entirely see eye to eye with the way she approached it. So I think she very cleverly said, we need Kier to stay on and do what I wanted. I wish I could argue like that when I'm in my family. Please, no, everybody. It's quite clever, but it does show a vulnerability when you're able to do through that similarly. Whereas Streeting, he said, here, I've got my messages out. They are a bit, they're a bit cringy the way they are. If you're close with someone and you're going to and fro, and then it's sort of laid out for the wider world, that's not nice. But, as he is saying at the moment, there's nothing in there that would really incriminate him. So in a sense, he's giving himself a clean bill of health. Everyone has another agenda here.
Yes, I'm just looking at what you were talking about, Angela Rayner's statement. The worst possible response would be to play party politics or factional games. Labour is only getting started on changing things for the better. Our Employment Rights Act, as you said, renters' rights, leasehold reform, free school meals, lifting kids out of poverty. But the Prime Minister has my full support in leading us to that end. So, yeah, an interesting statement. And Rachel, it's not straightforward, is it, to remove a Labour Prime Minister? What are the different ways that this could happen?
Well, in order for there to be a challenge, that 81 MPs need to rally behind a candidate. 80 people and then the candidate themselves need to come out and say they want this other person to be an alternative leader to Keir Starmer. There could also be a no confidence motion in the Commons where they wouldn't have to then nominate a particular leader, or you could have the cabinet ministers coming out and saying, actually, now we've lost confidence in Starmer. What I think is clear is that his authority is pretty much gone among the Labour MPs and the cabinet. You saw there Angela Rayner's support very conditional. But the problem is that they can't agree who they would prefer to replace Starmer. And each faction, if you like, is worried that the other side would win. So the centrist, centre-right of the Labour Party are nervous of Angela Rayner, and the soft left and the left are nervous of Wes Streeting. So the problem is you've got this sort of stasis where neither side wants to jump for fear of something worse following Starmer. And meanwhile, the voters are looking on thinking, what are these people doing? This sort of, it's yet again politicians talking about themselves and this sense of chaos at Westminster.
Well, you see, that's an interesting point, isn't it? I mean, Anne, I heard it said today we're almost becoming like Italy. 5 prime ministers in, 5 or 6 years or something. I mean, is there a sense in which the voters will be looking on and thinking, well, Labour hasn't been able to do it, the Tories didn't do it, and this is where someone like Reform, could laugh all the way to the ballot box?
I think, in Italy, in fairness to Giorgia Meloni, she's been a model of stability compared to what's been going on here. So I think Italy had that reputation, but I think that's one thing Meloni has actually done. She has grip power. She has held on to it already for a modest but pretty stable amount of time. But absolutely, to your second point, I think that the voters will likely be aghast. I'm sure we're going to see that. There will be a revenge will be wreaked in the upcoming elections, in that by-election coming up very shortly, and also in the May elections. I think also, we have not yet seen the fully calibrated Reform response. We've seen Kemi Badenoch be very on the front foot. I think, in fairness, she's had some really, quite piercing moments when she's really gone into battle against Keir Starmer and his reputation. I'm interested that we haven't actually heard more from Reform, and I wonder what's coming there. I think it is part of a whole strategic pivot that they can make. They've now got a very open goal in terms of this whole story. They need to make sure that, that their own associations don't lead them into trouble. But the fact is they've been on the outside of this kind of gilded world of elite politics and connections, largely of business, although they also have many people, who have some sort of questionable backgrounds in business. But, they seem to me to have the outsider position that is absolutely ideal if you want to come in for the attack. The question will be, how do they use that on the political battlefield?
OK, and just finally, and briefly, if you could, Rachel, I mean, we had Chris Patten on earlier saying that he just felt sorry for Keir Starmer because he was fundamentally ill-suited to being Prime Minister. Do you think there's something in that?
I think he's a really decent man, but he hates politics. And part of the job of being Prime Minister is that you are actually a politician. So I think he's got to decide whether he really wants to do that job or not. And if he does, he's got to take the politics with it.
Yeah. Rachel and Anne, thank you as always. Appreciate it. Thank you. Right, let's just get more now on this breaking news on Andrew, former Prince Andrew. In the last hour, Buckingham Palace has put out this statement regarding a possible police investigation into Andrew and his financial dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. It says the King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect of Mr Mountbatten Windsor's conduct, while the specific claims in question are for Mr Mountbatten Windsor to address. If we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them as you would expect. As was previously stated, Their Majesty's thoughts and sympathies have been and remain with the victims of any and all forms of abuse. I'm joined now by a royal commentator, Richard Palmer. Good evening. Thanks very much for being with us. And, well, first of all, what do you make of that statement?
Hi, Mark. I think it's a really strong statement that will meet quite a lot of the criticism that is the King and the royal family have been facing over the last few days. Because I think there has been a contrast between the way that Downing Street has responded to the allegations against Lord Mandelson, but also former Prince Andrew. I mean, remember, Keir Starmer said that Andrew should testify to the US Congress Committee. And there's been a certain amount of reticence in the royal household, I think. They were trying to stick to a line from last October when Andrew was stripped of his royal titles and honours. And I think there was a growing feeling certainly among royal watchers, among public and perhaps among politicians, that the palace needed to say something more to address these further revelations that have come out in the last couple of weeks from these documents.
Yeah, I mean, it seems this statement is about this potential criminal investigation by Thames Valley Police, but when they say the specific claims in question are for Mr Mountbatten Windsor to address, do you think that is urging him to, speak out about what he knows?
Yes, I think so. The King has been reluctant to go on record publicly and urge his brother to speak out, but certainly people speaking on his behalf have been saying it's a matter for his conscience. I think this does go further than anything previously, and it will add to pressure on Mr Mountbatten Windsor. There is a problem for the royal household, though, because clearly there were people who were in Andrew's office who carried on dealing with Jeffrey Epstein long after Andrew had said he'd stopped talking to him. So there will be questions inevitably about who knew what at the palace and when they knew. This is a really difficult situation for the King and for the rest of the royal family. I mean, I think if you think of anybody who had a family member who was facing allegations against them, there would be a certain, for many people, there would be a certain amount of loyalty to that relative. But obviously, it's a family firm that represents the nation. It's an institution that needs to react to public anger over all of this. But it's also an institution that has been trying to protect its collective reputation and trying to isolate Andrew from the rest of them, so that maybe he is obviously he is the person who faces the most serious questions, but also his ex-wife faces some questions as well. And in the last few days as well, we've seen that his two daughters were a bit more closely involved with Jeffrey Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein's clients than we previously imagined. OK, Richard, thank you very much for coming on. Let's go straight back to Westminster and a final word with John Craig in just a moment, because the Prime Minister is speaking to Labour MPs. This is this was the moment he left number 10 to head to Parliament.
Prime Minister, your message to the country tonight?
Is time running out for you, Prime Minister?
Prime Minister, can you survive this?
Are your days numbered, Prime Minister?
Stern-faced, and no words there from Keir Starmer. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, joins me now. So just before we go at the top of the hour, John, what's happening, and do we know what Keir Starmer is saying?
He was exactly the same when he arrived upstairs Committee Room 14 for the PLP meeting, stern-faced. I thought he had a face like thunder. He didn't say a word, not even a good evening. He just head down and ploughed through the crowds of journalists, police, party workers and so on, and into the room via the chairman's entrance. He obviously has been defending his record, pleading for more time, possibly saying to his opponents, would-be challenges, put up or shut up. Inside the room are, indeed, Angela Rayner in a bright pink suit, and looked very cheerful when she arrived. Wes Streeting arrived pretty late, and there's a full turnout from the Cabinet, grandees from the Blair years, and even further back, Neil Kinnock's in there. From the Blair years, Blunkett, John Reid, a lot of Labour peers there, and the room is absolutely packed. There was loud applause for the PM when he walked into the room. Every now and again you hear bits of applause, presumably when he's answering questions. However, one MP, Clive Lewis, I think we could probably call him a maverick. He's certainly a critic of the Prime Minister. He came out of the meeting a short time ago and said, a lot of people have been persuaded to turn up for Little Bighorn. Well, that got all of us journalists thinking, oh, what happened to Little Bighorn? Wasn't it? I think it was Custer's last stand, wasn't it? So I don't know if this is Starmer's last stand. I think given the show of support from the Cabinet today, he's probably bought a little bit of time. He will be furious at what Anas Sarwar has said. A backbencher has told Sky News it's a Labour tradition to have a deeply unpopular leader refuse to do anything about it, lose the next election. It would be nice to try something else sometime, but too few have the sense or the backbone to act. Come May, there will be a leadership election. It'll be very messy at this rate. The problem for the plotters, the assassins, is that there is no obvious successor. It's not like when Gordon Brown took over from Tony Blair. Labour MPs are split. There are supporters of Angela Rayner. There are supporters of Wes Streeting. But yes, it could be a messy contest.
OK, John, thank you very much indeed. There we are. That was the News Hour. Thank you very much for watching. Coming up next, it is the Politics Hub with Matt Barbett this evening, and he will be concentrating on that meeting between Keir Starmer and the Labour MPs. All that at the top of the hour.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what? Historic day here today. Congratulations. This is a huge moment. But what happens now?
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Richard and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
Tonight, the Prime Minister pledges to go forward, but is he standing on the edge of a political precipice? Labour's leader in Scotland, Anas Sarwar, becomes the first high-profile party figure to call on the PM to go, voicing his anger about his handling of the Mandelson scandal.
The distraction needs to end, and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
Well, the Prime Minister has been addressing his Labour MPs for over an hour now here at Westminster as he attempts to quell the crisis over his leadership. I'll have the very latest from here in the House of Commons.
But there's a boost for the Prime Minister as his cabinet, including a front-runner to replace him, rallies around with expressions of support.
Let's give Kier, just give Kier that chance. Let him set out how he's going to lead us forward.
Earlier, though, another blow for the Prime Minister as his Director of Communications, Tim Allen, became the second of his senior advisers to quit. But can any spin doctor really heal the malaise facing this government? And as leadership speculation hits boiling point, we'll look at what some of the rumoured contenders were up to over the weekend. All and more with Tandesi and Baroness Nicky Morgan. They'll be with us for the next hour. It is Monday. I'm Matt Barbett, live from Westminster. This is the Politics Hub. Good evening. Survival is hardly the most ambitious of targets for a Prime Minister, but right now Sir Keir Starmer looks to have achieved that pretty modest goal, despite another tumultuous day for his leadership. Here's the glass-half-full version. His cabinet is united in sticking by him, insisting that he is the right man for the top job. No rival candidate has come forward, despite widespread disquiet about his handling of the Lord Mandelson scandal. Here's the glass-half-empty version. The most high-profile Labour member yet called for him to go today, with Scottish leader Anas Sarwar saying a change in leadership is needed in Downing Street. And he lost his second top aide in just 24 hours, with Communications Chief Tim Allen standing down. That's hot on the heels of his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, who resigned over the weekend. So the Prime Minister's future is on a knife edge, and this evening could shift it one way or another after he addressed Labour MPs in Parliament. We'll have the latest on that in a moment. Tan was there as well. But first, here's our political editor, Beth Rigby, and a warning that Beth's piece does contain some flash photography.
The distraction needs to end, and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
Take that in. Labour's Scottish leader calling time on Kier Starmer. Anas Sarwar, the first senior figure to break cover, plunging the Prime Minister into the greatest moment of jeopardy yet.
The situation in Downing Street is not good enough. There have been too many mistakes. They promised they were going to be different, but too much has happened. I need to decide what I'm willing to accept and what I'm willing to tolerate. Thank you.
Starmer in number 10, now intolerable for Anas Sarwar. This a body blow for a Prime Minister already reeling from the departure of his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, on Sunday, and his Head of Communications, Tim Allen, shortly before Sarwar broke ranks. With number 10 in freefall, this moment could have marked the end for Starmer. But he was thrown a lifeline by a cabinet in no mood now for a coup. An hour after Sarwar called for Starmer to resign, the entire cabinet had endorsed him to stay in a flurry of tweets signalling their support. Would-be leadership contenders also rowing in behind Starmer. Angela Rayner tweeting, "I urge all my colleagues to come together, remember our values and put them into practice as a team. The PM has my full support." Wes Streeting also reluctant to call time on Starmer. Does Keir Starmer need to resign?
No, let's give Kier, just give Kier that chance. Let him set out how he's going to lead us forward.
The Health Secretary also trying to give himself a chance at any future tilt at the Labour leadership, deciding to publish his last 6 months of correspondence with Peter Mandelson and telling me he has nothing to hide. I've got these messages here. And I've only just, to be honest, Wes, I'm literally just reading them shortly before you came in. But there is a lot of genuine intimacy here and friendship. You know, Wes to you, to Peter, great pitch, lovely photos in the time. Peter sends you a kiss. There's well done on the BBC. This is Peter Mandelson to you in June 25. I'm literally reading them as I go along. Well done on the BBC. Very good kiss. Are you planning to visit the US this year? You hope so! ! Kiss. Are you embarrassed by that? I mean, that's quite an intimate friendship, isn't it?
Like, do I resile from friendship with Peter Mandelson? Yes, absolutely, given his behaviour and what he's done. Do I resile from those messages? No.
How embarrassed are you by these WhatsApps between you and him?
I'm embarrassed to have known Peter Mandelson.
There are plenty more in the party not just embarrassed, but angry that Mandelson was let back in.
What this has been, Beth, is unfortunately a centuries-long story that the voices of women and girls were, ignored by a few rich and powerful men who felt they could act with impunity.
It feels like number 10 is in freefall. Can the Prime Minister survive?
Yes.
You really believe that?
I believe he can and he should. But I do believe that we need to steady the ship, but we also need to change course, because the public wants to see change in the country. They want a government and a party that they can trust, that they believe we need to clean up politics, that they believe that violence against women and girls is unacceptable. And I believe the Prime Minister should be given the space to make sure that it's not just his words, but the action.
I cannot overstate to you how pivotal today has been. Had some in the Cabinet decided not to back Starmer, well, he would have faced a leadership challenge or perhaps been forced to resign. That didn't happen, but he is badly, perhaps fatally wounded from all of this. But with no one in the Cabinet going in for the kill at the moment, well, that means that Starmer can at least try to battle on.
Prime Minister, your message to the country tonight?
His cabinet and party now in control, and Starmer's work cut out to persuade them to let him stay. A Prime Minister grateful for the reprieve, but under no illusions it may not last. Beth Rigby, Sky News, Westminster.
Standing by this evening is our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's had his ear to the door of the PLP meeting. Our Scotland correspondent, Conor Gillis, is in Glasgow and asked questions of Anas Sarwar earlier. But first, let's get the latest from our political editor, Beth Rigby, who's here with me in the studio. But Beth, when you were on the South Coast with Keir Starmer last week, he came out fighting. But really, it's gone from bad to worse since then, especially the past 24 hours. Anas Sarwar putting the boot in two of his senior aides, going as well.
Oh, it has been a roller coaster this past 48 hours. And when I speak to people in number 10, I mean, they are shell-shocked at what has unfolded. You had Morgan McSweeney, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, resigning yesterday. Cabinet Minister said to me after that resignation, the gravity of the situation that Starmer was in meant that there was no option but for McSweeney to go, that it was, to quote them, inevitable. This morning, you then had Tim Allen, his Director of Communications, resign. And at this point, I was actually in a school with Liz Kendall, and I thought, are we going to get to the end of the day and Keir Starmer is facing leadership challenge and under huge pressure to resign? It felt that febrile and that precarious. Then Sarwar coming out, going over the top, to call for Starmer to resign. That was a huge moment because it was the first senior Labour figure to say he's got to go. And of course, Anas Sarwar is facing very, very difficult elections in Holyrood, in the Scottish Parliament elections, and he is trying to distance from Starmer. But at that point, we hadn't really heard from any cabinet ministers. Sure, I'd spoken to Liz Kendall that morning, and she had publicly backed Starmer. But we didn't know what the Cabinet were going to do. And at that point, when Anas Sarwar goes, if other people go, he's a goner. Yeah? It doesn't mean he doesn't fight a leadership challenge, but that is how, on a string, on the edge it felt. And then what happened, fascinating, what happened when Anas Sarwar made his speech and was giving that press conference is the tweets started coming from the cabinet, and I was on air, and by the time I was speaking, there was half a dozen tweets. And then the full cabinet within an hour had back Starmer. Wes Streeting came on to our podcast. He's a leadership contender potentially. He said he didn't think the PM should resign. Then Angela Rayner, another potential challenger, said he shouldn't resign. And at that moment, the Prime Minister basically had a reprieve. But I just cannot overstate to you, that is how precarious. 11 o'clock, 2 p.m. this afternoon, I had no idea whether we would be sitting here tonight in a leadership challenge to the Prime Minister, with a Prime Minister potentially having to resign and everything that flows from that. So it really has been a very, very stressful 48 hours. So if I'm feeling a bit stressed by it, I can't imagine what the Prime Minister and actually his team in Number 10 are feeling. It has been absolutely fraught. I think that's fair to say, isn't it, and absolutely fraught.
I'm not going to hide the fact that it has been a shambles. How could we have got in this invidious position of being in any way linked to the Epstein scandal, which is the abuse of children, of women, of girls, and the actions of some sordid, very rich individuals, the likes of Jeffrey Epstein, the likes of Ghilaine Maxwell and others. And that is really so disheartening for many of us as Labour MPs. Never in our wildest dreams would we have imagined that we could in any way be connected with that. But I think, that's one thing that many of us are really, really concerned about. But on top of that, many of us are also wanting the Prime Minister to pull the party together. He stood on a platform of unity, of integrity. And we can't be accused by others of having some sort of mates, jobs for the mates or jobs for the boys type scenario. It's got to be based on merit, and that is crucial. And in terms of unity, I think the pulling of the parties is incredibly important, because we've got different people going in different directions. And, I've just come from the Parliamentary Labour Party today, and that was, my question to the Prime Minister as well, that we've got, what's he going to do to make those structural changes, those cultural changes that really is going to make us proud, Labour MPs, and proud of this government.
Tam, we'll ask you more about that Parliamentary Labour Party meeting in a second. Glad you hot-footed it here to speak to us. Nikki, quick word from you on all of this, because the word psychodrama has been bandied around recently. This seems to have hit a whole new level.
It really does. I mean, I think just hearing Beth talking about the last 48 hours, and then actually hearing in Tan's voice. And look, I mean, I've been there, I've seen leadership contests up close and all the rest of it. It's incredibly frustrating for MPs and for the party supporters. And I can hear in your voice the sort of the frustration, but also the tension. But more broadly, I'm sure we'll explore this. It's just not good for politics generally. Anybody who cares about democracy, the way Westminster's working, all the things that government departments should be doing, this is massively distracting.
We certainly will explore it through the course of the next hour. Let's go to Central Lobby, where our chief political correspondent, John Craig, has been gauging the mood after Keir Starmer's address to the PLP this evening. What are they telling you, John?
Well, the Prime Minister's mood was pretty furious. I mean, he had a face like thunder when he arrived. And I can tell you, the meeting's still going on. It's almost an hour and a quarter now since it started at 6 o'clock. He strode down the corridor, head down, didn't even acknowledge all of us in the corridor. Normally party leaders and prime ministers say a polite hello, and occasionally there's a bit of banter with journalists in the corridor. None of that. And he went straight in. It's fair to say he got very good round of applause when he walked in. The room was absolutely packed. Labour MPs, grandees from the Blair years, and even further back, Neil Kinnock's in the room. David Blunkett, John Reid from the Blair years, Tony Blair's former gatekeeper, Angie Hunter, Gordon Brown's gatekeeper, Sue Nye, both arrived together. Lots of Labour peers in the room as well. Clearly, Labour MPs, whether they were ordered by the whips to turn up, I don't know, but certainly they all did turn up, most of them. Anyway, some of those you might call the usual suspects were not there. The real critics of the Prime Minister. One MP, I think we can probably fairly call him a maverick, Clive Lewis, a critic of the PM, said afterwards, a lot of people have been persuaded to turn up to Little Bighorn. Well, I think I'm right in saying, wasn't that Custer's last stand? Well, it looks as though this is not yet the Prime Minister's last stand, because he has bought some time. There's a lot of fury amongst MPs, and indeed, clearly the Prime Minister shares that fury with Anas Sarwar for what he's done today. Some are likening what Sarwar's done to Andy Burnham before the Labour conference, when he said that Labour MPs were urging him to stand for the leadership. But he did get a good show of support from his cabinet. In the room are the two people talked about as the likely leadership candidates. Angela Rayner arrived after the Prime Minister, pink trouser suit, looking quite cheerful, smiling, saying hello. And Wes Streeting's also in the room as well. Also in the room, John Healey, for example, talked about by some people as perhaps a caretaker leader at some point. Full turnout from the cabinet, and the PM clearly is taking a lot of questions, because here we are, 7:15. That meeting's still going on. Normally the PLP lasts anything from half an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. This is a long meeting. The Prime Minister is obviously fighting for his life in there, appealing for unity, obviously begging for more time to carry on. And so far, the messages we've heard from cabinet members, and indeed people like Lucy Powell, the deputy leader, and indeed Angela Rayner, she publicly backed Sir Keir today, even though it's claimed that she's preparing to mount a leadership challenge. So it looks as though he lives to fight another day. What he doesn't want, obviously, is any more senior figures like Anas Sarwar turning against him. So far, the cabinet are behind him. He'll be pretty relieved about that, because previous leadership crises for various prime ministers over the years, particularly I'm thinking of Boris Johnson. I remember there was a dramatic night when first Sajid Javid quit, then Rishi Sunak quit, and of course the famous night when Margaret Thatcher was toppled. Various cabinet ministers went into a room here in Parliament and told her the game was up. That has not happened to Sir Keir. He lives to fight another day. He's still upstairs in Committee Room 14 fighting. The meeting is still going on.
A long meeting at the start of a long week, John. It's only Monday evening. Thank you very much indeed for the time being. Our Scotland correspondent Conor Gillis was at Anas Sarwar's speech and joins us now from Glasgow. And you got a couple of questions in as well, didn't you, Conor? Why do you think he did what he did today? What did he explain himself?
Yeah, good evening, Matt. I think the big question tonight is whether this day of drama here in Scotland and at Westminster has backfired or is backfiring on Anas Sarwar. Is he tonight looking more isolated than he potentially thought he would be when the call came in at 11:40 this morning from a senior advisor to Anas Sarwar, summoning us here to Glasgow for an impromptu emergency press conference where it was clear that Anas Sarwar and Scottish Labour were thinking enough was enough. Let's remember, Anas Sarwar and his party north of the border here had been on course to potentially oust the SNP from power, to stop them entering a third decade in power at Holyrood. Well, there has been a dramatic change in fortunes for them ever since Kier Starmer began his premiership just over 18 months ago at Downing Street. And as Beth was saying, we cannot underplay the significance of this intervention from Anas Sarwar today. You have got key allies, friends, knifing each other in the back. They have been in lockstep for years. Photo opportunity after photo opportunity, handshakes, arm around one another. That relationship has been front and centre, and they have not deviated from the script for so many years until today. But that friendship ended at lunchtime today In a 20-minute phone conversation, we understand the pair had, and clearly there was disagreement about the direction of travel. And I think a recognition from Anas Sarwar that if he didn't make this intervention today, then essentially the game was already almost over in terms of his plight, in terms of his plot to get into power here in Scotland. But would it be so much worse if he didn't distance himself from the embattled Prime Minister? And he was at pains during that speech to say this was not easy, this wasn't without pain. He talked about the genuine friendship and loyalty, but Anas Sarwar was clear. He said his loyalty was with Scotland. He also talked about failures under Sir Keir Starmer's premiership. We haven't heard that word, failure, being used when it comes to the U-turns and various other chaotic moments of Sir Keir Starmer's time in Downing Street. I also asked a couple of questions to Anas Sarwar here this afternoon. Let's have a listen. One of your own Scottish Labour MPs is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you fail to become First Minister in May? And second of all, if you don't mind, last year you called Peter Mandelson an old friend when it was public knowledge that he had links with Jeffrey Epstein. How do we take you seriously on cleaning up politics when one of your own Scottish Labour MSPs is best friends with a convicted paedophile?
Let me first say that the approach of briefings I have always called out. And that's why I'm not taking the approach of briefing. I'm not taking the approach of talking to journalists in private. I'm being upfront and honest about my view and my first priority and my first loyalty being to Scotland. And that's why I'm doing what I believe is best for Scotland. And let me also be clear that Peter Mandelson is not someone or something I want to be associated with. I met him in his capacity as the ambassador ambassador to the US because that was the right thing to do in Scotland's interest. But should he have been appointed the ambassador? No. Should he be a member of the Labour Party? No. Should he have a seat in the House of Lords? He shouldn't. And it's right now that he is investigated by the police.
Clearly tonight there is division between Scotland and the Westminster Labour groups. There is no coming back from this in terms of that relationship with Sir Keir Starmer and Anas Sarwar. One final note, one senior Scottish Labour figure texted me earlier on saying this is playing right into our opponent's hands. The SNP clearly loving every single second of this. Tonight, John Swinney saying Sarwar is an opportunist and that he is prepared to use every opportunity for his own self-preservation. This election, in just a few months' time, has ramped up several notches today, Matt.
Certainly has, Conor. Thank you very much indeed. Let's bring back in our duo for this evening, Labour MP and Chair of the Defence Committee, Tan Desi, and former Conservative Education Secretary, Baroness Nicky Morgan. And Beth is, of course, still here as well. Do you think he's going to ride this out, Tan?
Well, there are differing opinions, but as far as I am concerned, that I don't think that this is the time to have that chaos and instability of a leadership contest. And it was good to see that Keir, as a Prime Minister, came out and he was very emotive. He apologised to the Parliamentary Labour Party and I think to the country as well that this is not where he wanted to be, that he had been lied to. And the likes of me just want to see cultural and structural changes so that the Parliamentary Labour Party is listened to, that our views are important, that we want to make sure that this Labour government succeeds. And I think that's the key, because we need to deliver for our country. We don't want to get involved in factional infighting. It's that time to actually deliver for our, including my Slough constituents.
A lot of people would argue that he's the cause of that factional infighting. Do you really think he's the man to bring about the change you want to see?
Well, he has said that he is going to institute those changes, whether it's in the Number 10 operation, whether it's in the in that how he's
had a lot of time to do that already, hasn't he?
That's what he has promised. So look, I will take him at his word. What I want to see is that we don't get into a scenario where we descend into just all-out warfare or factional infighting. Yeah. We need to deliver for the country, because otherwise people will rightly say including in Slough, why have we elected a Labour government? What is the Prime Minister doing? What is the government doing? So that is what I want to do. I want to make sure that we're talking here, not about this infight. I want to talk about those extra NHS appointments. I want to talk about the free breakfast clubs that people in Slough are now benefiting from. I want to talk about defence and security issues. And when we've been here before, we're talking about this existential crisis for our European continent, rather than all of this drama around Mandelson. And, look, that, by the way, pains all of us.
Yeah.
As a parent of 2 young children, as somebody with young nieces, it makes my blood boil. We could be linked to somebody like Mandelson, and where the systems and processes failed us.
Nikki, if you didn't know it was Tan speaking there, some of the things he was describing, you'd think he was talking about the Conservatives, wouldn't you? At a certain point in time.
Well, the tone of what Tan said and the kind of I want to go back.
The factionalism,
well, I want to go,
the
also the desperation to go back. I want to go back to what the party's doing for the country, not talk about this. Yeah, it has a horrible ring of familiarity, and I think that people thought that come the 2024 general election, that hopefully had all, the country had moved on from all of that. And I think what's really interesting is, what Tan is saying, because I was reflecting, I was listening to all the coverage earlier on. This actually is not about factional infighting. As far as I can tell, you'll know more about the Labour Party factions than I will. The thing in this is about judgment of the person at the top, and whether the political judgment in appointing Peter Mandelson, given everything else that he's done in his past. This time Tuesday last week, a very senior Labour Party person in the House of Lords said to me, it's almost unbelievable, the Peter Mandelson thing, if it wasn't so utterly predictable. And you just kind of think, actually, how is it that the Prime Minister ultimately made that judgment? So, I'm afraid, Tan, I think I've been in a position, all the structural changes and everything else, yes, there could be better people who are employed in number 10 and everything else, but the fact is it ultimately goes to judgment at the top. And we've seen it, I'm afraid, with some Conservative Prime Ministers, and now we've got it with this, where actually you've got to have somebody who's got, a good judge of character, good judgment overall.
Tan, can I just ask you, because I've lived through reporting this past couple of days, how have you felt? Did you think there was a moment that Starmer might have to go?
No, look, this is an existential crisis for the Prime Minister, for our party, for our government. And, this has been fraught. I had to go back after Thursday, went back to Slough for a whole bunch of meetings. I don't want to be standing there, when I'm visiting the dementia clinic, or when going to the local hospital, or local Labour Party members had to address on Friday night answering these sort of questions and apologising on behalf of us in Westminster.
Yeah.
Well, that's not something that I came into politics. I don't want to be associated with that. What I want to be talking about is, look, we promised this, we've delivered, right? We said we would do this, we put the national minimum wage up, we put more money into NHS, into our schools. But unfortunately, we just keep getting veered into different directions, and that is what needs to change. And I think that's the sentiment that I was trying to bring out in our meetings and indeed in other discussions.
I'm sorry, Tan, I'm going to have to veer you back to this. In fact, veer you up to Scotland, because you know Anas Sarwar.
Yeah.
Why did he do what he did today? Because, as Connor explained there, he did phone the Prime Minister to tell him what he was going to do, so he didn't knife him in the back, he knifed him in the front.
Well, look, Anas is a friend. I want to put that on record. As someone who has lived and worked in Scotland for 3 years, I'm not as close to the political scenario. He's obviously in the middle of an election, a very important election for Holyrood. And I have not spoken to him for several months. And indeed, last time I went there was, I think, in the middle of Rutherglen and Hamilton West by-election.
Yeah.
When I went to his house, we looked at what was going on. And look, I know that he's coming overall from a good place, that he wants to succeed. But at this present moment in time, I don't agree with him. That I think the country doesn't need that instability, doesn't need that chaos.
Yeah.
We just need to get our ducks in a row. We need to make sure that we are focusing in on the platform, which was integrity and unity.
But Nikki, does it look disloyal of Anas Sarwar? And actually, he's inadvertently distancing Holyrood from Westminster with this, which, funnily enough, is exactly what the SNP would like.
Well, I'm afraid it does look disloyal. And, people don't like divided parties. I think we can absolutely understand the politics of all of this, which is that, Anas Sarwar has decided that he needs to be able to say and be seen to be able to be critical of the Prime Minister of Westminster. But unfortunately, parties do people like them to hang together, even in the difficulties. And there's no doubt, as we've heard already, the SNP are going to absolutely enjoy all of this.
Can I just ask one more thing?
Of course you can.
Tan, you look quite upset to me. You actually look upset tonight. And someone's messaged me that was in the meeting with the Prime Minister, and they said he was very honest and raw. Did he seem upset tonight? Can you sort of tell us how you're feeling and how he seemed?
Yeah, look, without divulging, exactly what was said in the meeting and who said what, he was very emotive. I think that passion came through. That he accepted his mistakes. The apology was very heartfelt, or at least that's what it felt to me. That didn't stop me from asking a critical question, because I want to see changes, and I want to see us moving forward so that we are seen in a good light. I want to go back to Slough, and I want people to say, well done. I love not just you, Tan, but I love the government. We're doing great. This is what we voted you in for. But there's uneasiness there, and the Prime Minister has got to get rid of that uneasiness for himself and the rest of us. And that's why these are difficult times for us.
But, one of his closest aides in Morgan McSweeney has gone. Tim Allen, who's, been in the trenches with New Labour previously, is now on a golf course somewhere, judging by his out of office. People are saying this looks like they're leaving a sinking ship.
Well, I don't know whether we can characterise it as such, because, if the Prime Minister is saying that he's going to institute changes, and maybe those are the start of those two changes. And what we've said is that the number 10 operation is important, but so is the Parliamentary Labour Party. Some of us have been saying again and again...
So that's just been overlooked, do you think, in the past year and a half?
Some of the wounds have been self-inflicted in the last year, and some of us, in the confines of a private room, especially with the whips, we've been saying, and when we saw the clear-out of the whips office, for example, that wasn't something that I liked, because those individuals, it was apparently some accusation from some advisors within Number 10 saying, these people are becoming some sort of trade union wing of the Labour Party, of the Parliamentary Labour Party. No, they are literally taking the message that some of us have been feeling, whether it's in terms of PIP, whether it's in terms of winter fuel payments and so on. So we need to make sure that the Parliamentary Labour Party, the mandate that we have, that the views that we have, that they are respected.
Tan, thank you very much indeed for the time being. Let's get more now with the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Lucy Powell, who's in Central Lobby. Or, Lucy, am I talking to the next leader of the Labour Party?
You're talking to the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and I think what we saw tonight very, very clearly and resoundingly was how much support there is for Keir Starmer as our leader in the PLP. I've never known a meeting quite like that one that there was this evening. I think there were maybe 3, 4 or more standing ovations for Keir, including when he entered the room, because, look, I think we all recognise it's been a difficult week, difficult few days, most importantly for the victims of Epstein and that the web of power and corruption and of abuse that he weaved across the world, actually, and how that sort of impacted on this Labour Party and people feeling that somehow we're all as bad as Epstein or Peter Mandelson. And it's been a difficult week, but MPs from across the Labour Party, in their dozens and dozens, wanted to come along this evening to show that the Prime Minister has their full support, and he spoke very passionately from the heart, and I think that was very reassuring.
I'm interested in your support for him, and he hasn't really supported you. He shuffled you out of the cabinet, and he didn't want you to be Deputy Leader of the Labour Party either. So why has he got your support in being Prime Minister still?
Well, look, you're right to say I'm not a formal member of the government. I'm not on the payroll. I don't have my job through any patronage of the Prime Minister. I'm directly elected by the PLP and party members. I have my own mandate. And the Prime Minister has my support because I happen to think that's the right thing for the country, and that's the right thing for our party too, because we have got a country to run and we've got things that we need to change, that we were elected to change. And we can only do that as one team working together to get that kind of change in. Yes, of course, we have made mistakes and we need to do better. And Keir and I have spoken a number of times, not just in recent days, but since I was elected, about some of the ways that we need to improve how we're working, the cultural aspects, and making sure that we're more inclusive and collaborative, and that we hear more voices, but also in telling a much stronger story about whose side we're on in this Labour government. And he's been very receptive to working with me on those issues. And I also happen to think that him continuing to be the Prime Minister of this country with the full support of the PLP is absolutely the right thing. So I'm not saying it because anybody's asking me to say it, because I'm not bound by that. I'm saying it because I think it's the right thing to do.
So it sounds a bit like having your cake and eating it here, because on the one hand, you wanted to stay as Prime Minister, the government to continue, but you also want him to compromise the agenda that he won an election on for the sake of the wider Parliamentary Labour Party. You want both things at the same time?
Well, not at all, no. I think that, and he spoke about this evening very powerfully and clearly, that he recognises that the way in which we operate and the Labour Party's operated in a government does need to be more inclusive, it does need to be more plural, it does need to bring in all the sort of talents of the Labour Party into that as well. We have a manifesto.
Does it need to be more left-wing? Is that what you're saying? Does Labour need to move more to the left? No.
It's not what I'm saying at all. We've got a manifesto that we were elected on, some of which we've delivered, some of which is now being enacted and coming on stream, that's going to make a real difference to people's lives, whether that's more decent pay at work and rights at work, whether that's more security as a renter, whether that's bringing down mortgage rates, all of those things that we are doing that are coming on stream now. We've got more things in our manifesto that we were elected to do, and we need to get on with doing those. But we need to tell that much stronger Labour story about whose side we're on and how the change that we are delivering is really in the interests of ordinary people, and that we are taking on those vested interests. And I think we can all accept, and Keir would accept this just as much as me, that we haven't told a strong enough story about that, and we haven't, in the way that we've operated at times, we haven't always made the right decisions, which is why we have made some mistakes. So we do, it's absolutely fine to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. I think the key is, do you learn from those mistakes, and what changes do you make to make sure that they don't happen again? And I think what we heard from Keir this evening was, him owning those mistakes and him being really, really clear about how he wants to address them and make sure they don't happen again.
Lucy Powell, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on the Politics Hub. As we heard a bit earlier, Health Secretary Wes Streeting has also thrown his weight behind Kier Starmer. He was speaking to Beth, who's just vacated the spot, for her Electoral Dysfunction podcast, where he was asked about his relationship with Peter Mandelson.
I've got these messages here, and I've only just, to be honest, Wes, I'm literally just reading them shortly before you came in, but there is a lot of genuine intimacy here and friendship. Wes to you, to Peter, great pitch, lovely photos in the time. Peter sends you a kiss. There's well done on the BBC. This is Peter Mandelson to you in June 25. I'm literally reading them as I go along. Well done on the BBC, very good kiss. Are you planning to visit the US this year? You hope so, ! Kiss. Are you embarrassed by that? I mean, that's quite an intimate friendship, isn't it?
No, look, an intimate friendship. With Peter Mandelson, look, I'm very happy to...
But there are dozens and dozens of messages here.
And people will be able to read them. What I felt I saw over the weekend was this implication that somehow I had something to hide and that there were going to be very embarrassing or damaging messages coming out. Now, do I resile from friendship with Peter Mandelson? Yes, absolutely, given his behaviour and what he's done. Do I resile from those messages? No.
How embarrassed are you by these WhatsApps between you and him?
I'm embarrassed to have known Peter Mandelson. I hope that, more than anything else actually in those messages, I hope I haven't caused either embarrassment or discomfort for my Cabinet colleagues.
If you scan the QR code that's just on the screen right now beneath the trio, you can listen to that extra episode of the Electoral Dysfunction podcast with the Health Secretary. It's out now. Well, the turmoil in number 10 and in the machine there continued today after another of Keir Starmer's top aides quit. The PM's Director of Communications, Tim Allen, stepped down from his role after around only 5 months in the post. He follows in the footsteps of Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, who, as I'm sure you know, announced his resignation yesterday. Mr. Allen said he was leaving to allow a new number 10 to be built, new number 10 team. And he made it very clear he's officially left Downing Street, changing his WhatsApp profile photo to an image of a club and a ball with the words "gone golfing." I wonder what his handicap is. Let's bring Tan and Nikki back in right now. Let's just return to what Lucy Powell was saying. She's talking of a reset. She's talking of what you said, of having the Parliamentary Labour Party more involved. But by the same time, this is the same, in a lot of instances, the same bunch of people who have scuppered quite a bit of the government's agenda, especially on things like welfare reform. So how's that going to work?
Well, it's not a case of scuppering. Look, we are on team level. We want the UK government to succeed. We love our country. We want to make sure that the government is not
but only if they compromise on
unintentionally
policy,
that
then.
they are not making mistakes. So the whole point
mistakes are subjective, though, it seems, in this situation.
Ultimately, look, we, as the Parliamentary Labour Party, we have the mandate. We are the best foot soldiers for any Prime Minister. We're the ones, Nikki will know, when you're an MP, you're constantly going back to the constituency, you're getting thousands of emails. So on behalf of my Slough constituents, I have to say, look, I'm not in favour of this particular policy. I don't want to make my Slough constituents poorer, and therefore I won't be voting for this. I think that there needs to be a change. And what we're saying is, if there are enough of us taking that message back, it's not for advisors, it's not for the number 10 team to suddenly be saying, yeah, don't worry, yeah, get rid of the whips, whoever is not giving a particular stance. It's not about, yes, sir, 3 bags full. It's about doing what is right for the country. Okay. And if there are individuals who haven't got their own merit, who are simply just saying yes, 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 and we can't have some sort of clique in charge or a groupthink scenario.
Right.
We passionately want the government and the Prime Minister to succeed. So it's not about scuppering any of his plans. In fact, I think in hindsight, we have helped the party, we have helped the country to make sure that the right decisions are duly taken. And I think that has been borne out by some of what we've done, whether it's in terms of PIP or the welfare proposed cuts, that we want to ensure that we don't make a mistake, which then ultimately we then have to do a U-turn on later on down the line.
We're not going to talk about U-turns. We'll be here all evening, Tan, if we do that. The thing is, Nikki, surely they would have learnt a lesson from the Conservatives in this, because you keep the party together until you don't again.
Well, yes, you would have thought so. Look, I mean, the Conservative Party demonstrated, Conservative MPs have got very good at choosing a leader, deciding that they weren't so keen or something went wrong, and therefore changing these. I mean, I will also say to Tan and colleagues, it's much harder to change leader. There's lots of speculation. It takes time, and it really is also kind of, it takes a lot out of you as a constituency
A much more
MP.
process with Labour, by the way.
A different process and everything else. So I think anyone who thinks this is going to be easy, unless, of course, the Prime Minister himself chooses to stand down, in which case you trigger a leadership contest and everything else. But I mean, I think, again, it's worth going back to, I know you don't want to talk about all the U-turns, but, the reason I think that Keir Starmer is in a weakened position already going into this crisis with Peter Mandelson is because there have been a number of changes of policy, and because there was already a feeling of frustration, I think, amongst Labour MPs and Labour supporters and everything I've picked up in Westminster with how number 10 was performing. And so actually, if you have been fairly steady-footed going into something like this, then I think actually most of your MPs and you, Tan, would give the Prime Minister and his Chief Staff the benefit of the doubt. But the trouble is, you couldn't do that because of everything that happened before.
Hold that thought, Tan. Hold that thought, because we'll come back to you. We're going to cross back to the central lobby where John is still for us. John Craig, our Chief Political Correspondent. Any more on the mood there, John? Is the meeting still going on?
No, it's finished now, as you know, because you interviewed Lucy Powell after it finished. Yes, we've had a bit of intelligence about what the Prime Minister had to say. The other interesting fact, I think, is he took 44 questions. 44. No wonder the meeting went on so long. Anyway, I can tell you that, according to Number 10 sources, he started by saying that he took full responsibility for the Mandelson appointment. That decision was wrong, he said. He paid tribute to Morgan McSweeney, 25 years of service to the Labour Party. He paid tribute to the work he did for the party. We wouldn't be here without him today. That's something he said before. He said it in Prime Minister's questions last week. He's talking about change and far beyond who sits where in Number 10. Now, a bit of an admission here. He said relations with the Parliamentary Labour Party have not been open or inclusive enough. Turning in on ourselves is turning in on the country. He said he'd fought to change the Crown Prosecution Service when he was DPP. He fought to change the Labour Party. And he said he wasn't prepared to walk away from his mandate or the country. And he talked passionately, that's something that Lucy Powell said, I think, about having the most working-class cabinet behind him. He finished by talking about the fight against reform and politics against grievance. As long as I have breath in my body, I'll be in this fight. And he did also refer to Anas Sarwar's brutal attack today. He said he talked about recognising concerns about things that have not gone right. Anas has shared his thoughts today. Well, I think he's done more than shared his thoughts. I mean, he's launched an absolute missile at the Prime Minister's leadership, which has rocked the Labour Party. It's forced cabinet ministers to declare their loyalty to the Prime Minister. And clearly, I guess the government will be pleased that they will probably feel that this meeting went well. As far as we know, there were no really hostile questions, although we might learn about some in the next few minutes, I suppose. And I can tell you that as well as all the Labour grandees, all the cabinet, the two would-be candidates for the Labour leadership, if Sir Keir does go, Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner were in the room. Wes Streeting arrived a bit late. Angela Rayner arrived after the Prime Minister as well, resplendent in a pink trouser suit, looking cheerful, smiling, saying hello to people. The Prime Minister, I can tell you, arrived with a face like thunder, didn't speak to anyone in the corridor, and he slipped out of the meeting, avoided any questions, whilst cabinet ministers who were spilling out of the room were chatting to journalists in the corridor.
John, thank you very much indeed. No word on the Prime Minister's outfit, but I suspect it was probably a navy blue suit. The ongoing turmoil in Number 10 is sure to feature heavily on our late-night programme. The Wrap, it's on at 10. Here to discuss all of today's big stories, or big story, and the best of tomorrow's papers will be Daily Mirror columnist Kevin Maguire and the former Conservative Special Advisor, Salma Shah. Still to come right now, though, on the Politics Hub, the PM remains in the top job, but who could be his successor? John named a couple there. We'll take a look at the runners and riders.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
Big stories don't always come from big cities. I'm Lisa Dowd and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent.
You are not getting in this elevator, okay?
The judge made it very clear that she could see no justifiable reason why Sakulas wasn't here facing British justice.
I promised I would get him justice.
Free, wherever you get your news. This is what they're up against. The wind is the really big problems. It is back-breaking work and the smoke is thick. It's been working well. Water levels are dropping, but no one knows what impact further rain will have. What would you do if this place wasn't open? This is the exact spot in Nottingham where their 19-year-old son, Barnaby Webber, lost his life.
I just think it's so cruel and so harsh.
It's really scary. We're terrified.
In this community, I'm told that everybody knows someone affected by COVID.
Hopefully this will be the last wave.
Sky News gets the full story first. Change seems tantalisingly close in this corner of the UK. Wales was the first to introduce the plastic bag charge. It's legal to let go.
Set the speed and take the hands off.
It's almost driverless, but not quite. Hans is a highly trained police dog. The force is incredible. It's really frightening, actually. This is my patch, my specialism. It's also my home.
Now, I think we can say that Keir Starmer has survived another day, but questions about what and who comes next, they're probably not going to go away. Is there a clear successor to the PM? No one has really stuck their neck out, but there are a number of names being discussed as in contention. We've already heard from a couple of them. We heard from Health Secretary Wes Streeting earlier, and among the other names in the offing is the former Deputy PM, Angela Rayner, of course, who popped up in a video at the weekend enjoying getting her hair done.
You've got a nice natural flick in it as well, haven't you? So it looks nice with the layers. Yeah. Right, we'll get your colour mixed and then we'll freshen you up. Woohoo! Yes. How does that look for you?
That is amazing.
That is a decent glow up, I think the youngsters would say. Meanwhile, Armed Forces Minister Al Carnes is another name on the rise. He took to X yesterday, first of all posting this photo with a message, "Have a great morning, everyone, ... By 5 in the evening, sporting a Belstaff gilet. Carnes had, it's a fashion show tonight, isn't it? Carnes had popped down the pub to enjoy, with a customary X-post, a quiet beverage on a Sunday afternoon. Hashtag support your local. Let's go through the runners and riders then as things stand. With Andy Burnham blocked from returning to Parliament or even trying to run in that by-election, Angela Rayner is, of course, up there, considered to be on the soft left of the party. She's been vocal of late, but still has to settle her tax affairs. Wes Streeting has been widely tipped to throw his hat in the ring. Streeting hails from the right of the Labour Party, previously working for the Blairite think tank Progress. Also around there in the party is Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, a darling of the blue Labour crowd. Former leader Ed Miliband's name is also out there on the soft left, and he was, of course, rejected by the electorate in 2015. All three current cabinet members backed Keir Starmer today. And yes, that ex-Royal Marine Commando Al Carnes, who we just mentioned, has only been in Parliament since the last election in 2024, but is a name that has been circulating on the rumour mill. Let's bring in our duo for this evening, Tan and Nikki. And I tell you something about Al Carnes, Tan. He can do chin-ups like you would not believe. That man is fit and healthy and clearly raring to go.
Oh, no, definitely. I think he missed the defence questions because he was out there doing his reservist role in Norway. Well, this is all good banter, and it's good to be discussing this, but rather than any runners and riders, I think the key thing is for the Prime Minister in particular to be delivering. I think that is the key thing that most of us are discussing. Well, we're not really seeing... I mean, these individuals, by the way, none of them have messaged me, the likes of me, or as far as I can ascertain from other MPs. So...
But hang on a minute, but prior to this scandal, there'd been briefing. There'd been, people slightly moving away from the party line that suggested they had their own ambitions.
Well, that's why those suggested briefings and the way that things were apparently briefed from the number 10 team or from this team or that team, that was so counterproductive to what we need to deliver. I'm glad, by the way, that John mentioned that the Prime Minister said that he wants to be all-inclusive, because that was part of what I wanted to hear from him as well.
Yeah.
So I think that is why people want to concentrate on that, especially amongst the MPs, rather than think about some sort of leadership election. Because as Nikki pointed out earlier, that just takes so much out of the party, and I don't think that's what the country wants either. They don't want this. Well, it's all good. Well done to Angie, by the way, with her hair. I'm going to sort out my TikTok. I've got to talk with my team to get that sorted out. But then again, I think apart from my turban and the tie, I don't think I can get those hair and stuff. As I said to your makeup artist...
It's a great colour today, though, by the way.
I love you too, Matt. But as I was saying to your makeup artist, that don't worry about it. I think I'm past that sort of stage. Is to just do a bit of touching up, and I think, as my wife says, you are definitely past that stage.
But no, that's cruel. Fair play to her. Glow up at the weekend. It's fine.
Oh, good.
Nikki, let me bring you back in on this because leadership content. It's part and parcel of politics that people are always speculating who could come next. I mean, you might win a stonking majority and the next day someone's got their eye on the big prize. Of course they have. This is just part and parcel. I know people will think, it's the Westminster bubble obsessing about this kind of stuff, but it happens. We can't ignore it.
Well, it is Westminster's favourite game, which is sort of constructing fantasy cabinet, and this is sort of fantasy leadership. I mean, I'm watching very closely because Angela Rayner was my deputy when I was, shadow when I was Education Secretary, and Wed Streeting was on the Treasury Select Committee when I chaired it. So I think they will both be very interesting people to watch. I mean, it's, as I say, it's a favourite thing to do, a bit of speculation. And what's interesting, I'm old enough to remember, of course, leadership contest started when the telephone lines went in. Well, these days, digital, we don't need telephone lines, but everyone watching around Westminster to see which buildings have suddenly got very busy with lots of, parliamentary interns suddenly wanting to help.
You say about the phone lines going in, there had been an Angela Rayner for PM or for leader, I don't know what the name of the website was, registered, which I think her team have denied, and it was perhaps a work in progress that was never meant to go anywhere. So perhaps that's a bit of a dead end. Let's just come back to Al Khan's new guy on the block, really. What do you know of him? I mean, impressive military career, I think a colonel in the Royal Marines, as I said there, keeps himself fit. And I was speaking to someone in Welsh Labour today, and they mentioned his name too. Certainly seems to be people coalescing around him.
No, I don't think there's any coalescing going on around anybody. That is not
something.
Are. I
mean, it seems to be.
No, definitely. Look, I am in an inordinate amount of WhatsApp groups and Signal, streams going along, and that definitely has not registered with me. And I'd like to think that I am fairly well connected within the Parliamentary Labour Party, and indeed within the wider MPs, because in order to, as Nikki and I was discussing, you've chaired a committee, I've chaired a committee. It is a sophisticated electorate. To get their votes to become a chair of a committee, you need to have built up relationships. So I don't think that's anything that anybody's discussing. But no, he also cares passionately about our country. To be awarded with a military cross, I think that the key for Al and others, including John Healey and others, is to do the most important job at the moment. It's not about all this speculation. It's about defence, and it's their primary duty of the government. And I am sure that Al, John and others, Luke, Pollard, etc., and Louise, that they will be doing that, because otherwise they'll be taken to task by the likes of us on the Defence Committee.
15 seconds for a final thought from you, Nikki.
Well, firstly, I'm not sure that press-ups are going to be part of any leadership contest. And secondly, I think what the Al Khan's thing does show is that people in the Labour Party may be desperate for a really fresh start. So nobody in the Cabinet look for somebody who is totally sort of new to senior leadership in that way.
Honestly, who can do the most pull-ups? That decides it. That would be worth watching. We put that in the Politics Hub slot here on Sky News, I assure you. Tan, Nikki, great to have you with me this evening for a busy one. Thank you very much indeed. Great to have you as well. That's it from us for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow at 7. Tonight, UK Tonight is up next with Sarah Jane, of course.